1, 2, 3, 3, 4. Hey, hey, you get it.
I'm fine. I'm fine. Yeah. She is already here.
Because she has to come back. Because he was asking her.
Yeah, he knows.
Jesse.
Good morning. Hello, everyone. I think we should get started because we have a very packed agenda. The voice okay? Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of Fellows Forum 2025. I hope yesterday left you energized and inspired, and I certainly was. At the Fellows Forum, our goal is very simple, to bring together AI leaders, founders, builders, and investors who are not just building with AI, but also redefine what enterprises and consumers can do with it. So it's so wonderful to see so many familiar faces and some new faces who are joining us this morning. Thank you for being here. We are at an inflection point. Over the decades, enterprises have adopted new waves of technology: client-server, internet, cloud, SaaS. I'm old enough to have experienced all these waves. Each wave promised higher productivity, faster speed, and better customer experiences. But none of them has shifted the enterprise operating model so quickly and profoundly as AI is promising right now. When I did my PhD thesis on neural network and AI was tucked away in labs, and it's no longer that case anymore. AI is being embedded into the core of product development, like vibe coding, customer support, enterprise search, sales and marketing, content generation, and creative processes. Enterprise leaders are no longer asked question, why should we use AI? But instead, they are asking where AI can drive most concrete, measurable impact, and how to scale up with confidence and trust. In fact, some companies like Microsoft and Amazon start to mandate employees to leverage AI in their day-to-day jobs. Of course, many challenges remain. Selling AI into enterprises is easier said than done. AI pilots are everywhere, but the number of successful deployments remain low. Transformation outside of coding, customer support, content generation is very rare. Investment in AI is very high, but ROI is yet to be proven. Enterprises wrestle with integration into legacy systems, ensuring trust and confidence and compliance, and proving ROI beyond flashy demos. But those challenges are not unexpected. In fact, they are part of the adoption curve of any disruptive technology in the past, especially at their early stages. On the other hand, those challenges also present opportunities for AI native companies to address them and to disrupt the industry. So it's an exciting time, and if cloud is the backbone of the modern enterprise, and AI is going to be its operating system. So today's program reflects that reality. And we will explore how AI agents are transforming enterprise experiences from customer engagement to insurance operations, to workplace productivity. How AI native startups are scaling using GTM playbooks, lean teams, and vertical specific solutions. How creativity is being redefined with AI tools that change how we tell stories, design products, and communicate with customers. And finally, how investors are thinking about adoption to revenue gaps, because scaling AI is not just a technology problem. It's about building sustainable businesses. So you will hear from leaders who have built innovative product, successful products at companies like Google, Sierra, LinkedIn, Zoom, Glean, Higgsfield, Gamma, Opus Clip AI, and Manus, and many more. So the conversations will expand across enterprise AI, vertical AI agents, and the consumer creativity tools, representing the full spectrum of how AI is reshaping our work and life. So without further ado, let's get us started. And it's my great honor to host a Fireside with Clay Bevel, the co-founder of Sierra, who just raised a big round that values the company at $10 billion. Welcome, Clay.
JC, thanks so much for having me. It's great to see you. I really appreciate being here. Good morning, everyone.
So let's jump in. So Clay, you spent nearly 2 decades at Google, and you are one of the leaders I really respect, and a big fan of your work at Google and at Sierra. And so you had your fingerprints over almost virtually every part of Google, from massively successful product like Google Search, Ads, Workspace, G Suite Workspace, including Gmail and Google Docs, and also to leading building forward-looking products like AR, VR, Google Lens, to leading Google Labs that incubated many projects like Notebook ARM, AR Studio, and the things go on and go on. So you have a very influential position at Google. It's kind of a dream job for many innovators like yourself, and invented the Google Glasses long before Meta's Ray-Ban. So what?
Sergey invented Google Glass.
Okay.
It predated my involvement in hardware.
Okay, got it.
Credit where credit is due.
Yeah. Thank you for clarification. So, so what inspired you to leave Google and start Sierra?
Well, first of all, thank you for that very generous introduction. And JC, I mean, you were working on AI before it was cool, and I think way before anyone saw what it would turn into. And so I'm so grateful to be here, and thank you again for the kind introduction. I really did have my dream job at Google, running Google Labs. I spent most of the last 10 years working for Sundar, building things that I thought that should exist in the world and that Google should be doing. Google Lens was probably one of the more interesting versions of that, where you could see what was happening with image embedding models and the ability to take an image and figure out, is this a peony, a blueberry muffin, a chihuahua, and tell you about it. That's where it started, and actually early on it was difficult to distinguish between blueberry muffins and chihuahuas' faces. Google it, it's harder than you think. But I did have my dream job, and it was such a privilege to spend 18 years at one of the great companies that has ever existed, and to see excellence up close, and to get to build products at the scale that Google exists at. For me, it was quite emotional leaving Google, but I was also very clear-eyed about it. And I'd always wanted to start a company. I started my first company as a 13-year-old building websites, and thought I'd be at Google for a couple of years and then leave and start something. Google ended up being exactly the right place for me, where I just had opportunity after opportunity. Number two, the opportunity to start and build something with a close friend. My co-founder, Brett, and I have known each other now for 20 years, and had always wanted to work together. And then third, I just couldn't unsee what I had seen unfolding in and around language models. And if ever there is a time to start a company, it's when the proverbial deck of cards has been shuffled by a new technology that makes a set of things possible that just simply wasn't before. And I think it advantages, on a relative basis, new companies that can invent and discover from first principles. And so those three things came together, and the planets are never going to align like this again. And that was what motivated me to start the company with Brett.
God, thank you for sharing. So how's your Google experience leading products at massive scale, like a Gmail or Google Docs, and as well as creating zero-one innovative products like AR, VR, notebook ARM, and so on, and influenced how you run your startup?
Well, there are things I've brought from Google and that have really helped, and there are things that I've had to unlearn from Google. And I'll start with the unlearning bit. Google, one of its great strengths was starting with a technical insight and applying that to product development. So start with the technology, and then whether it was PageRank or the ability to store email cheaply that made 2 gigabytes of Gmail storage possible early on. When you're building for the enterprise, gosh, you need to start with deeply understanding the customer's problem and building to it and building technology to it, as opposed to, here's a hammer we have, what are the nails that we can find? And I myself at Google, more times than I would like to admit, had a really neat hammer and was looking for things that looked like nails, and well, that one kind of looks like a nail, like, let's try. And it just simply doesn't work in the enterprise. And so we began the company by doing deep customer discovery and actually working closely with half a dozen, we called them design partners, close customers for whom we built the first version of our product and platform. And really, it was a collaboration where we discovered, in working closely with them, what were the needs, what do we need to build, how far down in the kind of AI stack did we need to build in order to be able to create the agents at the level of quality and sophistication that we wanted. So that was an unlearning. So customer first, customer obsessed, which I think for all Google's strengths, at least during my time, was not one of them there. Things that I have brought, so much of what I worked on certainly in the past decade, and I think a theme for Google was building and inventing at kind of the boundary of what's possible and not yet possible, the kind of zone of the barely doable. And so it is not a simple matter of programming in most cases. It's invention, discovery, trial and error, posing a hypothesis, seeing what works. And when we started the company, we were very early to agents in 2023. And we thought that we'd be able to create software that could think, reason, decide, take action, and do useful things reliably, but it was hardly a certainty. So that act of discovery and invention is certainly something I brought. And then finally, I think it's very important for a technology company, certainly a technology company that wants to exist for a while, to be in control of its own technology destiny and to be able to invent and build kind of as far down the stack as needed to be able to deliver the service that you want. Google did this with distributed computing and distributed data structures. Later, obviously, with projects like Google Brain and more recently TPUs, and boy, has that paid dividends. We're not investing at that level, but we have a research team. We've done pioneering work in agent architectures and agent evaluation because that's so central to the service we want to be able to build and deliver for our customers. So some unlearned and some brought from Google things.
Got it. Thank you for sharing. Your unlearned unlearned experience really resonates with me because my first part of my career is also a researcher and very proud of what we invented and looking for nails.
Yeah, when you have something that you worked really hard to build and that is really cool, everything looks like a nail.
Right. I have seen this like so common in the workplace. So switch gears. 2025 is the year of agent, and everybody is claiming building agents. So what's your how do you define agent with agency, and why that's so powerful for businesses?
Yeah. It's very funny. When we started the company, we had to explain to everyone, like, what is an agent? Even when we launched the company 18 months ago, what is an agent? We had to have like a guide to agents for our customers, like, oh, okay, I kind of get it. One of my favorite things, by the way, is to go to the Wayback Machine from Internet Archive and just see the progression of kind of when companies that were just obviously not, AI, let alone agent companies, have slapped agent on their homepage. So I think of an agent as a piece of software that you can imbue with a goal and a set of guardrails. So its behavior is constrained within some domain, and you imbue it with knowledge, tools, and the ability to reason, make decisions, and take action in pursuit of that goal, and you let it go. And in the context of Sierra, for those of you newer to the company, we help the great businesses of the world build their own branded customer-facing AI agents for all parts of their customer experience. And the problem we're trying to solve in doing this is kind of the age-old tension between the cost and quality of how a business can serve its customers. And unless you're like, Hermes or the Four Seasons, like, you're not showing up in every interaction with your customers with a concierge white glove level of service. And I think the extreme version of this is like the seventh circle of hell that we have all experienced in like the automated phone tree where, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, please God help me get out of this maze. So we're trying to help businesses show up at their best in every moment with their customers. And so back to your question, JC, we think of this as an agent in the context of customer experience as a vehicle for capturing the very best ways that a company does something. If someone walks into your store and you sell bikes, what questions would you ask? Oh, is it for you? Is it for your kid? Oh, are you doing off-road or mostly road biking, longer trips? Well, look, we've got kind of 3 models, and this one's, the fancy one is a carbon fiber fork. It's probably too much for you, right? But this one is, a nice in between. How do you do kind of value discovery, help someone get to the product that is right for them? And so the value in this context is, again, whether it's technical troubleshooting or sales, the very best way you do something, and then enabling companies to show up in every interaction, at least digital interaction, with their customers at that level. From a business perspective, one of the insights we had is, okay, if you can imbue a piece of software with a goal and it can get some job done, it's a very different type of software. It is not something that helps you be 11% more productive. It's a piece of software that is performing a valuable task. And so we've really pioneered what we call outcomes-based pricing, where we only charge our customers when one of our agents successfully completes the task that it's been asked to do, whether that's resolving a technical troubleshooting issue with an ADT alarm panel or a Sonos system, or making a sale, or attaching a premium delivery service to a furniture delivery. And so it deeply aligns our incentives with our customers. The ROI case you mentioned, right, the ROI has not been visible. That is not the case with our customers. The ROI case writes itself. And something like north of 95, maybe even 97% of the proofs of concept we have done have turned into long-term, multi-year contracts and agreements with our customers because the ROI is so clear. So, software that can reason, think, decide, take action in the context of customer experience, showing up at your best again and again and again, and driving obvious ROI and business outcomes because of this pricing model that aligns our incentives with our customers.
Got it. So I will come to the outcome-based pricing later. And the next question is more about some people's perception. Like, So the general purpose chatbots are becoming more capable, more agentic, and more personal. So what can CLS agents do that general purpose chatbots cannot?
Yeah. So first of all, there's no debate that the foundation models, the agent architectures, Agents SDK, or Agent Space, I think is Google's, they are getting more performant by the day, no doubt. It turns out, though, that the kind of last mile problem in not only integrating with an enterprise, but in our setting, understanding, well, what does a great sales process or a great trial conversion process or a great troubleshooting process look like? That last mile is more like the last 19 miles. And there's, we encounter this a lot with very technical teams where agents are just kind of catnip for engineers. Like, oh, so let me choose my language model. I'll grab a LangGraph off the shelf, or should I use Pinecone or Llama for my vector database, and I'm done. And we have this slide we call the agent iceberg, and like from above the surface of the ocean, things look easy, right? Language model, RAG, tools, great, done. And then you put on your scuba tanks and you're like, oh my God, there are 158 things that you need to solve just to be comfortable putting this thing at scale in front of your customers. And it's like, what is the release management process? What is the software development lifecycle for agents? How do you build accurate user simulations where you can have 100,000 simulated conversations with all sorts of different customers before setting an agent live in front of your actual customers? In voice, turns out voice is just messy and hard.
Right.
We had one instance where, with one of our agents in the kind of fintech area, we saw 20 or 30 conversations where the customer picks up the phone and says, "Hi, yes, I'd like chicken salad." And we're like, oh, this is quite strange. Okay, what are we missing something here? And we looked into it, and it was like, oh no, I'd like to check my balance. Yeah. Not, I'd like chicken salad. But to the transcriber we were using at the time, for some reason, chicken salad and check my balance sound almost identical. And so language is messy. So we've had to invent interruption detection models, background noise separation, speaker diarization. We've had to do absurd things like speculative inference calls, where to mitigate latency, we actually may send 2 or 3 separate calls to models hosted on different pieces of infrastructure, grab the first one that comes back to shave off 50 milliseconds in our response. So we say, okay, you can build your own. Would you like to? It's like, oh gosh, and once they kind of see below the iceberg, I think there's a realization that, gosh, this is more complicated than it seems. So there's all the stuff below the surface of the ocean on the iceberg. And then there's just, as a company, being able to show up, not as a vendor throwing some technology over the wall, but truly as a partner to help connect the opportunities for impact with a customer-facing agent to our products and solution. Where needed, help our customers actually build their agent. And so it's not any one thing that I think makes a Sierra agent stand head and shoulders above kind of your off-the-shelf chatbot. It's many things, but boy, is there a big gap.
Right. I really like the iceberg article. If you haven't read, please check out. So it's eye-opening experience how many problems you are solving. Right? It's not just a general-purpose chatbot. So you touch on some use cases. I want to ask a general question. So what type of business problems that enterprises are solving using your technology, your agent?
Yeah. So at a high level, first of all, everyone here is AI and customer service or experience and goes to customer support automation. Yes. We do that. We're the category leaders in the space. We do it exceptionally well. We're saving our customers tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. And so, yes, the much more interesting thing, some background music, the much more interesting thing is helping businesses grow their business, driving revenue. And so It's sales and product recommendations. If you're in the market for a new mattress and you talk to Luna, the Casper agent, Luna will help you make sense of, well, what are it was like inner spring versus foam, latex foam versus memory foam, and all of the other different options there, and help you figure out what mattress is right and best for you. If you're buying a piece of furniture from one of the largest furniture retailers in the country, and you're interacting with the agent we built with and for them, that agent will help you figure out, okay, is the sofa going to be able to get through the doorway? What are the measurements? Help schedule a pretty complex delivery, and maybe suggest, hey, we actually have a premium delivery service where we can remove your old mattress or old sofa, get everything up and running for you. We do churn management. So if someone's writing in, it's like, I'm thinking about canceling. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What do you listen to? Oh, got it. Just music, not talk radio. We actually have a better package for you that is a third the cost. We can get you set up on that. And by the way, there's this live show with this musician you love next week. Can we keep you on the plan? So it really spans all parts of the customer experience. And we excel in retail. I think by Black Friday, Cyber Monday, we will reach probably 90% of Americans in retail. Today, we work with several of the largest healthcare payers and providers in the country. We reach probably north of 50% of families in the U.S. Through their healthcare plans. And financial services, telecommunications, consumer technology. Sonos is one of our customers, and I was actually very proud. We've even invented new kind of technical workarounds for some common issues that come up with Sonos systems. We can debug your Wi-Fi. So it's really every part of how businesses, both B2C and B2B, interact with their customers. And again, the opportunity goes so far beyond cost savings. It is, we think, much more about growing the business, growing revenue, and improving how you show up with your customers in every moment.
Got it. So when an enterprise deploy an AI agent, what metrics do they care the most? And because your pricing model is based on outcomes, so you must have a good understanding of the outcomes.
So there are some quite common standard ones. One is CSAT or NPS, just like how are you handling our customers? We're super proud. In a significant majority of our customers, CSAT with our AI agent, with the Sierra agent, is higher than in any other channel they have. Chat with the live person, speaking with a live person on the phone. That's a big deal, and that was frankly surprising to us. Brett and I had a bet about that, as well as kind of what % of cases are we able to resolve. So just what is the quality of the customer experience is number one. Number two is we call it the resolution rate. In the industry previously, it was deflection rate or containment rate. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to be contained. I don't want to be deflected. I want to have my problem solved. And so across our customer base, 70%, 80%, Ramp, with Ramp Assist, is able to resolve 90% of all of their customers' questions with the agent that they built with and on the Sierra platform. And so it's resolution rate, and of course, that translates to cost savings. And then finally, revenue. What is the revenue impact? And so we are meaningfully impacting churn rate, retention rate for the better. And so across those three, I think those are the most common yardsticks that customers kind of measure the performance of their AI agent with.
Got it. It's very admirable you adopted the outcome-based pricing, because doing so, you take all the risks. Because if you don't deliver the outcome customer want, then you don't get paid.
There's a confidence in it. There's also something very subtle, which is typically in enterprise software, in a negotiation around price, or it is like you and I are sitting across the table from one another, right? And it's like you're trying to get the price down, I'm trying to get the price up. We're trying to argue that, each seat will raise productivity by X or whatever. When we only win when you win, it's kind of like we're on the same side of the table, looking across at the AI agent, being like, well, we got to make you good, because only if you're good, right, does your business succeed, and do we get paid? And it's subtle, but a big deal. And our customers really appreciate it. And it enables us to show up much more as a partner, a true partner, than kind of a vendor trying to sell a widget.
Yeah, so you must be super confident in the performance of your AI agent.
We are. We stand by our product, and they're doing just exceptional things for our customers. And again, I think that confidence being reflected in our business model. We've built a platform and a product we're super proud of. It's making a very significant impact for our customers, and it comes through from the first conversation where we describe how we price. We're like, whoa, that's different. Huh, okay. It must be good. It was like, it is.
Yeah, so you're really taking the lead in adopting the outcome-based pricing in the agent space, because the first one must be the first one, probably is the only one. Only company.
I don't know that it's the only. I think we've certainly been opinionated, visible, and really led in this space. I think we have the definitive blog post written by our kind of head of revenue operations, and it was something that actually Brett and I were very deeply involved in inventing and creating from the beginning. It was just from first principles. Here's software that can do a job. What is the right way to charge for that job? It's not on a per message basis. It's not on a consumption basis. It's definitely not on a seat basis. It's like, did it do the job? We'll charge for that. That's the insight.
Yeah, so the biggest challenge is how do you measure outcomes? So do you rely on an owner system based on customers self-reporting, or you instrument everything?
First of all, JC, I'm seeing we're getting paged on 1 minute left, so I'll answer quickly. Some outcomes are very clear. The agent processed a warranty and drop shipped a new pair of shoes. The agent successfully negotiated saving a customer and put someone on a new plan. Others are clear in a different way. CSAT 5, it's clear that the customer's question was answered. And so we have basically tags or triggers where, okay, this was a successful outcome. Those are easy to measure. There's a gray zone. It's not every interaction. I'm sure you don't all leave interactions. You have, oh, I was completely and fully satisfied. Thank you. I won't contact you for 72 hours. 5 stars. That definitely resolved my problem. And so there's a gray zone, and we have, for that narrow gray zone, basically a way of building some blended rate into the overall price that reflects that in some cases we're just not sure, and rather than getting really fancy about it, we have some baseline, and we generally just give the benefit of the doubt and undercharge as opposed to overcharge, and it all kind of works out.
Got it. So let's get on the technical side a little bit. So customer call center handles huge volumes of voice calls. So the quality of voice is very, very critical. So how do you design voice for a brand who the voice must be like empathetic to customer's problem and project a brand's voice and so on. So do you design your own and let customers customize?
It's such a great question, and one of the opportunities, right? If the way businesses are going to interact with their customers is with an agent, that agent needs to reflect not only the functional capabilities of the company, but also its brand, its voice, its values, its tone, and so on. And so we actually have on staff someone we call our voice sommelier. So it's like the wine guy, but for voices. And there's a lot of nuance to get right in a voice: the timbre, the pitch, the tone, the breathiness. Other terms he speaks, and it's like the sommelier. Oh, this smells like decaying candied violets in the wine. You're like, well, I don't know what you're talking about, but sure. All this is to say we put a lot of care into the craft of voices, and with many of our customers, actually, we and they hire voice actors that really match kind of what they want to project. And in a couple-hour recording session, we create a custom voice. Our platform is highly modular, so you can swap in and out different voices. Not only voices, but languages. We speak 34, soon to be 37 by the end of this month. And so it's having someone who is really an artist of voice on staff to help work with our customers, and then the modularity of the platform to include a voice that really represents the brand. That's the approach we take.
Yeah. Great. So our time is quickly running out, and this is such a great conversation. So we can go on for another half an hour. So, but we have to wrap up. So I will ask one last question. So, what new development on the horizon you feel most excited about?
I think broadly, AI is and will be an amplifier of good taste, of good judgment, of creativity. And if you have something here that you want to exist in the world, right? It's an accelerant. Shortcut sounds negative. It sounds like you're cutting corners. I don't think that's the case. But it's an amplifier of ideas. And what I'm really excited about as agents in kind of all of these different spaces, coding, marketing, physical design, and CAD, right, become more and more advanced, I think we're going to see an explosion of what I would describe as like micro-entrepreneurship. There's something we saw with the rise of Instagram, where suddenly someone who was really into making very heavy tungsten spinning tops could make them and reach the 280,000 people in the world who were also really into tungsten spinning tops. I, by the way, am one of them. Thank you, Tungsten Spinning Top Company. And so the targeting ability of Instagram made it possible to create this very small business. But not everyone can build a 5 or 10 person company like that. They may not have the resources, they may not have the capabilities, the connections. But if someone with a great idea could summon, right, a set of agents to kind of like a mech suit around them to help them get a new business, a new idea off the ground and get what it is they have in their head into the world, whether it's a physical product, a piece of software, even if it's only valuable for 50,000 people in the world. You just imagine, right, all of the value, all of the goodness, all of the creativity that will emerge from that. I think that's super exciting, and I think in the next couple years, as these kind of persona and role-specific agents emerge and become more capable, that's going to be a big deal in the economy. That's going to be a big deal in entrepreneurship and building companies, and something that simply wouldn't have been possible without the kind of force multiplying effects of AI. So I'm quite optimistic about that and excited to see, what are the next 10,000 awesome companies that emerge from it. So, JC, thank you so much for having me. A real pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective and insights. That's super
Thank you so
helpful.
much.
I learned a lot.
Thank you, JC.
Yeah,
Thanks,
you.
everyone.
So while we are setting up the projection, it's my great honor to introduce our next speaker, my dear friend and former colleague, Xudong Wang, often known as XD. So XD is currently the CTO of Zoom, and where he leads the company's technology and strategy and innovation with the primary focus on infusing AI into the entire Zoom communication and collaboration platform. Prior to joining Zoom, XD had a distinguished 30-year career at Microsoft. And he is globally recognized as a pioneer in speech recognition, natural language processing, and computer vision. And he is a IEEE and ACM fellow, and also an elected member of National Academy of Engineering and American Academy of Arts and Sciences. Since he joined Zoom, he has been the driving force to infuse all the AI technologies into the entire Zoom product lines. So today he will give a presentation on how Zoom AI is evolved under his leadership. Thank you.
We have problem to project this Mac. If it has been a PC, it would have been solved the problem. Now, this is my due to my previous company, Microsoft. It's not that I do not like Apple. I'm using Mac. I know how to fix the problem, but now I don't know how to fix the problem. Anyone from Apple? So I will start the speech without projecting. I should have used the simple PC I left in my office. We have 4. Oh, good. If you
Let this not be a reflection of.
the title of my speech is From Conversation to Completion. Something is going on because the screen went dark, right? Yeah, I should have used just the mirror. But they are not mirroring. Yeah, I will use this one. Yeah. But still, you need to really, just change the cable. Thank you for your help. It's working now? Huh? Yeah, it's working now. Working. Okay, I know how to do this now. All right. So, finally, we got the title covered. Thank you. And today, I will just talk about the 3 key things. We are having a $10 trillion opportunity. This doesn't mean Microsoft or Apple will be wiped out. That means we have a tremendous opportunity like Sierra is doing fantastic work, right? So AI is really helping to lift, amplify extremely, extremely exciting opportunity because it's a cognitive industry that is being formed. It's not like the first industrial revolution. This is going to be unprecedented. Then I will talk about how Zoom is going to adapt this disruption. We are going to leverage our strength with 1 billion cumulative Zoom apps installed worldwide, help people from conversation to completion. And I will do a live demo to show what AI Companion 3.0 is going to be. Then AI is not just about improving efficiency. AI is also for good. So those are the 3 things I will cover today. So I asked ChatGPT to summarize 2025, what are the leading models we have. So ChatGPT, given my context, whatever, produced this table. I just showed the table without correcting any hallucination. Did you guys discover any incorrect number? That's fine. It's getting smarter and better. It takes little effort to really identify where the error is. Set that aside, I just want to highlight the weekly active user from ChatGPT is 700 million. That's real conversation data. And the second is probably Google. They claim they have 400 million monthly active user, but I believe that's a combined search and Gemini usage. So you can see the gap, conversation real usage data, OpenAI commanded is unprecedented. With that data, you can really get the data flying wheel and set this amazing quality to be unmatched, in my opinion. The other models, that's all good. They are strong, but the 700 million weekly active user with the real conversation is going to be the winner, in my opinion. So set that model aside, we still need crunches. And all of you know about MCP, right? Created by Anthropic to get data from other sources to fit into the large language model for better performance. Google created this agent-to-agent protocol. So those two protocols form the crunches. We can truly make large language model, whether it's an OpenAI model or Anthropic or Google or anyone else's model, really, really taking off. So that is the context about what the 10 billion industry is going to really form. And I just copied this graph from my friend. There are 4 levels of disruption. We are probably in the stage of 2 to 3. I don't think any CEO has been kicked out yet, right? Not to mention the president. But this is what is going to happen. The CEO can work 24 hours a day and can read more data to make a better decision. With that point, they can run business. And all of us will be managing not only people, working with not only people, but also digital laborers. That is the disruption. So just in July, I hosted a Fireside chat in Stanford with Jensen. This is really the pioneer that is changing the trajectory of humanity's civilization. Because without GPU, without NVIDIA, none of those things would have happened. What he really emphasized is AI will amplify our dreams and our collective American dreams together. So with that context, I want to share with you how Zoom is embracing this disruptive AI revolution and the hope from conversation to completion. So before I start, probably I should just go straight and do a demo. So this is Zoom AI Companion 3.0 that is coming. It's personal. Let me show you what I have done. I said reflect on meetings and capture. Can you read this? It's too small. Let's amplify this a little bit. I asked Zoom AI Companion, capture our meetings of yesterday, reflect. AI Company knows I'm the CTO of the company. What is the role and the responsibility I have? What kind of documents I have created? What is the responsibility I have? What are the KPIs? So Zoom AI Company is working with 3 great companies, OpenAI, Anthropic, and the 11 Labs. So those 3 companies participated in the meeting yesterday. There's a Zoom Workplace, captured, summarized everything. Most companies, they can do this, right? But just look at the result of Zoom AI Companion outcome. Daily reflection, roles for CTO, key takeaway, is optimized for me as the CTO of Zoom. Frontier model strategy and the differentiation. I think OpenAI's Wu and Anthropic Scott, they reversed the first name, last name, I don't know why, but that's fine. That's what the far-field speech recognition performed. Emphasize the reasoning tool use and the workflow orchestration as the next frontiers. JC, you hosted. Did I get that right? Oh, did Zoom AI Company get that right? They have references, OpenAI's Wu, Anthropic Scott. Enterprise trust and safety as core differentiations. That's the second key point. Anthropic underscored hallucination, control, etc. Then voice as the next major interface shift, as talked by 11 Labs. Then market lessons for agents. Across the 3 sessions, a pattern emerged. Agents are moving from scripted automation to natural language orchestration to multi-turn tool using, reasoning, latency, trust orchestration are the gating factors. And AI Company is my teammate. Suggested, just like my chief of staff, decisions or action expected from me. risk Zoom is facing, and customized just for me. Personal reflection. What went well? Thank you for Fellows Forum. Time well spent. So I didn't praise you guys. Zoom AI Companion did. Areas for improvement. Our external messaging needs to be improved. And then we need to accelerate our adoption. And overall lessons for the day, the frontier is no longer just large models. It's how fast, how safe, and how great those agents can orchestrate the workflow across modalities. Zoom's best opportunity is to differentiate through seamless meeting-to-action orchestration and the voice-first enterprise trust. They ask me, should I just generate some slides? I say yes. See what happens. Someone actually commented this is just like a ChatGPT. Yes, we're proud to copy and emulate what OpenAI did, but we're actually doing this far more than what OpenAI ChatGPT did. You can see that from meeting to conversation, we synthesize our leadership position with 1 billion globally installed Zoom apps worldwide to help you transform from conversations to completion. So I got the slides now. That is dynamic generated. Do you think I still need a PowerPoint or Google Slides? Do you see the disruption coming? I like this one. I need to create a, let's see. I can create the writing. So when I'm companion, I have different mode. I have workflow deep research I can write. Write a very detailed one. Based on the outline. Let's see how the AI company does. Google Docs, Zoom Docs, or Microsoft Word alternative performance. So I got the report. This window is probably too big. Let me just slide a little bit on the chat panel. This is like a cursor for coding. We have a cursor for writing, just in place of Zoom AI Companion. It's a agentic generation. I make any changes on the left, that can be reflected on the right. AI Companion understands the context. So here, I have the report now. Risk, I say, get rid of, remove this, let's see, which section I should remove. Risk, so risk. This is beta, okay? May not work well. They will just go back and change the, we can come back. After this editing is done, you can see. I think they did change. That section is gone. I should accept all. You see? All right. You got a glimpse of what we're doing. Let me explain the technology behind. So Zoom, after I joined in 23, my friend is here, Nick, and we embraced AI very aggressively. We introduced AI Companion, and that summarized meeting, as most of you have used. And then we introduced AI Companion 2.0 last year. That got the side panel into Zoom Workplace. Now, we have AI Companion 3.0 in preview. You saw the capability. We can write, we can automate, we can schedule a meeting. We can bring the reflection as what I did of yesterday's meeting together in that web-based interface So Zoom meeting is a rich client. AI companion is decoupled with that, but they are connected through the same Zoom sign-in. So why Zoom, right? Because Zoom is a verb. Zoom is not just for meeting, it's for your workflow automation. That is why. Because no matter what business you're in, the most important discussion will happen in the meeting, whether it's in person or virtual. Zoom can support both in-person meeting and virtual meeting. So it's no longer just Zoom meeting, as you know. We support the customer support too. We have Zoom virtual assistant, just like Sierra, our friend, did here. This is a huge opportunity. So a lot of companies enter that space. Zoom virtual assistant 2.0 is built on AI Companion 3.0 stack. It's unified with our customer AI Companion. With AI Studio, you can customize, support a wide range of companies on the business services. So this is the Zoom stack. We have our own Zoom language model. We support both OpenAI, Anthropic, and the third-party model, but we have a way to federate them together to automate and perform agentic AI completion. So one thing I want to show is it's amazing to see how small models really improved. The small language model today actually is about the same level as GPT 3.5, which is 2 years old. And Zoom is in the frontier of creating the best small language model. So in that 2 billion model category, a year ago we benchmarked in comparison to DeepSeek, Google, Microsoft, and Alibaba Qianwen. We have unmatched quality across all the leading board. But that's not the point, because it's still not as good as GPT-5, because it's a 2 billion model, dense model. However, look at the table at the bottom here. When you customize, we outperform OpenAI on the narrow domain with a fraction of the cost. So the translation task outperform GPT-4 mini, and the agentic comparison, the same thing. So that is the key point. We are going to make a bunch of small language models working together in our federated AI framework. And third party just benchmarked the production quality. We all know Google Translate is the best for a long time. To our surprise, we found actually Microsoft Teams meeting outperformed Google Meet. Here, Zoom, relatively speaking, got much less errors than either Microsoft or Google. So on average, we have Zoom meeting translated caption was about 10% less errors, and 20% less error, 10% less errors than Microsoft, 20% less than Google. So that is the technology stack behind Zoom AI Companion. Using federated AI with both large model and small model together, and deliver unmatched quality. So people wondered how I did this, meeting transcription. In the Zoom mobile app, there's a button here called record. Did you see that? You just record. You can upload meeting to Zoom AI Companion and bring your self-reflection. There are a lot of agentic skill. Let me go back to the live demo side. So this was the writing. I think that changed everything except all. I got the beautiful document generated, but let me just go back. You see, for Clay's Fireside chat, I use that one. It's actually reflected. Huh? Okay. How do I get it back? I'm not a very good Mac user. When I travel, I brought my Mac. When I'm in the office, I always use my PC. Huh? Command tab? Okay. Didn't work. I'm still in the PowerPoint screen. Huh? I need to show the browser. Yeah. My Mac had a lot of problems. Anyone from Apple to further help? We have 2 people working now. He has to disconnect. So his problem is not command tab. I tried command tab. It just didn't work. Oh, good. I can switch the basic GUI app. All right. So let's start a new thing, new chat. So I can add a lot of stuff, including meetings and Google Drive, OneDrive, Outlook. So it's like all the enterprise data, whether it's in Microsoft ecosystem, Google ecosystem, Slack, you can bring all those data together to reflect, summarize. So this is all the agentic skill you have in Zoom AI Companion, from daily reflection to tracked project, to analyze meeting sentiment, whether you behaved well, or lecture coaching. I'm giving a speech now. And as part of AI Companion in one place, from conversation to completion. So last, I want to just talk about how much time do I have now? Huh? 10 minutes, okay. So So this is the example of agentic generation, agentic writing. Very similar to Cursor. You have the conversation channel, you have the document, you can make all the changes. Every line of change can be reflected in the context AI Companion remembers. And you can have multiple parties working on the same document. So the canvas is very advanced. If you have not used Zoom Docs, go to docs.zoom.ai.com or .us. You can experience Zoom Docs. With AI Companion 3.0, you can really completely change how you generate the draft and refine. So that is the AI Companion discussion. Now, I want to close on the AI for good, what we have been doing to help accessibility, help to break language barriers. I worked in Microsoft for 30 years. I'm a huge advocate to help people with accessibility needs, whether it's vision impaired, hearing impaired. And Microsoft closed caption is broadly used in Windows, Office, Teams, PowerPoint. But Zoom actually moved one step further. Zoom offers closed caption to all free Zoom customers worldwide. People ask, how could you do that? That's a lot of money, right? And I'm proud of sharing the behind the scene. We have the device and the cloud working together. The most advanced speech recognition now runs in Zoom app on the device. When device is not performing, cloud will back up. You still have the smooth continuation. Normally, you have the degraded device performing whatever that's not as good as the best in the cloud, right? We have the parity. I believe in the industry today, nobody offers that parity for the best speech recognition in the cloud and the same identical speech recognition on the device. When your device has issue, we have the cloud to continue to perform closed captioning to help people break language barriers. So this is actually broadly open for over 40 languages worldwide to every Zoom customers, whether you're paid or free. This is just one simple example for what we have been doing on AI for Good. So I want to close on my talk. It's an exciting time. AI is disrupting. It's a $10 trillion opportunity. OpenAI is leading the revolution with 700 million weekly active users. That is just amazing. Zoom wants to embrace this paradigm shift, help you from conversation to completion. It's not to be, it's not to see. It's C to C. Thank you.
Thanks, XD. Panel agents of growth and GTM playbooks for startups. The panel will be moderated by Karen Ni. Karen is the EVP of product at HubSpot, and she is also a fellow at Fellows Fund. I will let her introduce all the panelists.
Can I have that one too? There you go. It's turned off right now, but just switch it on. The mic is turned off, but you could just turn it on and switch it.
Yeah, I was going to introduce you all, and so Sam first. And then Jerry. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? I'm Karen. I run product at HubSpot, and it's great to be here. So we're going to have a panel on learning about GTM playbooks from some AI native startups. So the first one I want to introduce is Sam Stallings. She's the co-founder and CPO at Artisan. Sam, thank you. Jerry Lee, co-founder and CEO at LiveX AI. Atul Ragan, I'm gonna kill it. Atul, the co-founder and CRO at Hyperbound. And then Yu Chin Wu, the co-founder and CEO at MAI. So thank you. Okay, we're going to spend the next kind of 40 minutes, I think, talking about how agents and agentic AI are moving in the market. So first, before we get started, I'm going to have them each introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about what your company does.
Cool. I'm Sam. I'm the co-founder and CPO at Artisan. We make AI employees. The first one is an AI BDR called Ava, and she automates outbound sales for you.
Everyone, this is Jerry Lee. I'm the CEO of LiveX AI. We build human-like AI agents for D2C enterprises for growth and retention. Really nice to have you here.
Hi, everyone. I'm Atul. I'm from Hyperbound. We build the AI Sales Performance OS at a high level. That means we listen to all your sales calls, understand why top performers are performing better than bottom performers, and put bottom performers in dedicated practice environments to help them match what top performers are doing out in the field.
Hi, I'm Yishan. I'm the founder and CEO of Mai. We build AI agents that help every business grow with the power of AI and data.
So each of you chose to build different agents in your spaces. What do you see is changing in the market with agents now from like 2 years ago even?
I think the biggest thing that I'm seeing is like the technology's been more effective. So when we started building, a lot of the LLMs couldn't generate the emails that we needed to come up with. And just like the progress that we've had with the models in the past 2 years has been insane. And we're getting a lot of outputs that are much better than humans could write themselves. I think that's the biggest one for us.
I think in our use cases that we do see business are embracing AI agents more and more, and there are a lot of critical customer and user engagement touch points that they want to automate and using AI to handle that instead of human. And the other part is really about the physical world AI deployments right now is ramping up.
I'd say from a business perspective, there are essentially two generations of agents. The first were agents, and this also tracks with the development of language models over time. The first generation of agents were automating simple rote tasks that humans were already doing. The easiest ROI case ever for a new startup entering the market to replace an existing task and say, hey, we're just taking cost off of your hands. The latest generation of agents, the more exciting ones today that are powered by these longer context, cheaper models that are coming out in the field, these are the ones that are ingesting a volume of data at an order of magnitude that humans couldn't process. So we're leaving the space of replacing direct human capability to a world of pseudo-superhuman capability. And there's a lot of value to be unlocked there.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the same thing. I think the market is becoming a lot more sophisticated in terms of understanding what agents really are. I think 2 years ago, agents are some fancy tools where you use LLM to kind of just be something simple. I think we are increasingly seeing people embracing agent not just as a replacement of something existing, but offering new capabilities that weren't just not there before. And this really pushes technology forward and from building something new here.
So each of you had to pick your target ICP and your segment. Tell me a little bit about which segment did you pick, why, and how did you decide that?
Yeah, so we've been fortunate to have a really strong market pool from the beginning with startups, mid-market, enterprise, pretty much everyone, because everyone wants an AI employee, which kind of makes sense. But I think the ones that it works the best for in our case has been mid-market and enterprise, so that's just where our product is most effective. So I guess our ICP sort of picked us.
In our cases is that, we have two different segments. One is really the established late-stage company enterprises. Another one is really the early-stage AI startups. Actually, I do have a lot of our company customers here joining this meeting today. So we're working both really fast-moving AI startups and also late-stage company to help them to using AI agents to do the engagement with the customer so that to achieve faster growth and a better retention rate.
In our sense, sales coaching is a complex, low-signal problem. What that means is that there is a lot of noise out on what is good practice, what is bad. In fact, even most sales leaders won't be able to tell you what good looks like on a sales call. For us, what that means is we need a lot of data to be able to provide superhuman insights. And that means our ICP also skews upper mid-market enterprise. So for us, we hit a happy state when we end up with more than 500 salespeople in an org. But when we become truly comfortable and become completely irreplaceable is when we have 20,000 plus salespeople in an org, like some of our customers.
Yeah, for us, the key insight is, bigger enterprises over the past couple of decades have enjoyed the ability to develop proprietary solutions for a lot of things that they do, especially when it comes to growth. And they have hundreds of engineers building custom software using their own custom data to optimize for whatever that works for their own growth. And when we look at the industry when it comes to performance marketing and growth, smaller and medium-sized players start to have a lot of data, right? So if you look at the past 20 years, one of the best things that have happened for them are SaaS software. So if you walk into a coffee shop, today's coffee shop is very different than 20 years ago, where they have access to all your credit card information, they know who you are, they know what you have ordered before, except that all of that data sits somewhere in the cloud, and they don't have the resources to look at them and turn this into better customer experience and growth for them. And this is where we come in and say, hey, can we build an AI agent that really bring the world's best data science and ML technology to everybody and help them grow better? So that really pushes us toward mid-market and smaller businesses.
I have a question for the audience. How many of you are founders in the audience? Okay, good set. Okay. For this one, where do you meet your ICP? how do you think about your go-to-market playbook and where you find your customers?
Yeah, so our strategy from the beginning has been to kind of draw light to the conversation that's been the elephant in the room around humans and AI working together. So this is like a really scary topic for a lot of people that don't understand it. And so we've kind of played on that and put out some obnoxious billboards that say stop hiring humans just to get people upset about it. But it's like, really, we want to see how AI and humans can work together, and I think just drawing attention to that is something that we've used to our benefit. And ultimately, like, there is a place for human creativity, obviously, and for humans to work with AI.
Hello. Yeah, in our use cases, actually, our company is taking an ABM approach, right? So I assume everybody knows what is ABM. Then essentially we are finding our ICPs in events like this, local events, and or topic-centric like industry events. And also we're official partner of Google and NVIDIA. There is a partnership play, and we work very closely with our partners to go to market, co-sell, and yeah, that's how we find our ICPs.
So for us, there's three main ways that we land a customer. The first is inbound. In fact, we are still about 90% inbound driven. It's been a very strange spot to have enterprises, Fortune 10 companies come in inbound, but I think that's the nice part about the AI space. If you build the solution people want, they truly will come. So that's one. The second is conferences. We invest heavily in conferences. It generates that word of mouth that helps drive that inbound. So I'd say that conferences really help us get the name out there, especially get the brand recognition with some of these traditional industries who aren't looking for AI players. And I'd say the third piece that matters a lot to us in particular is channel partners. So very unusually for a startup at our stage, we have a lot of channel partners. The folks who would traditionally command the budget that we would go for, that we are in some sense replacing, are partnering with us and pulling us into their accounts. So.
Yeah, I really agree with the point around building software that actually works. One of the biggest benefits of working for mid-market is that there are a lot of them. We serve, for example, e-commerce merchants on Shopify, and there are over 2 million of them, right? So there are a lot of them. And if you go to them and say, hey, do you want to use AI? All of them raise their hands. And if you say, do you want to increase your productivity? Do you want to grow faster with technology? All of them say yes. So really the thing that worked for us in terms of meeting the customer is meeting their needs. And the best way to do that is to build a technology and product that really works.
I love that theme. So many of you mentioned that. At HubSpot, we're building the same thing, but really, there's so much hype in AI. And if you're not landing like software that works and like customer value in your core case, it's super hard to be delivering value. Jerry and Atul, you both mentioned partnerships as part of your plan. Talk to us a little bit more, like how did you decide to go for a partnership strategy? And then what did you do to build that partnership strategy? And anyone's welcome to take it too.
We stumbled into it. It was more of an accident than anything, and now it's a core focus of our strategy. These partners were coming to us. They knew that this technology posed a serious threat to their business model in the long run, that there's a real risk that, hey, our platform will replace a sales consultancy in the future. So from their perspective, it makes a lot more sense to partner with the leading sales coach in the market and become a distributor of that, because they already have all the relationships required. They know how to sell our product even better than we do, right? They've been doing it for 25 years. So the value props are exactly the same, the mechanism is slightly different. So from that perspective, it really unlocked many doors into large traditional industries, things like the logistics and the pharmaceutical space, that a company with 18-month vintage would have a very, very difficult time breaking into. So yeah, channel partners, big part of our, I'd say, reputation growth strategy, as well as breaking into these larger accounts.
In our use cases, that we are selling to enterprises, and one of the most difficult thing for a startup selling to enterprise is trust. How you can build the trust early, that's very important. So by partnering with big names in the market or like established channel players in the market, help us to build the trust early. You go and co-sell with them, actually present together to the customers. That will add a lot of value for you, your brand, and to build the trust at the beginning. That's one thing. And second thing is that we actually rely on our partnerships to expand it to the other part of the world. We are focusing on the United States, and our whole team is in the United States. And we don't have sales channel, we don't have support, in the other region of the world. So kind of we rely on them, the channel partners, to help us, to help them.
What are the hardest challenges you feel like you're facing right now?
Well, if I'll be honest, I was outside this conference on the phone trying to solve one of them, so maybe I can start there. One interesting piece about AI companies in particular is that post-sales just became way harder. Right? We're now putting engineers in post-sales roles more than ever before. I mean, this started to become an issue at the cloud era, when especially these infrastructure providers were exposing a lot to their direct customers. But now, especially for folks like us who sell to non-technical buyers, the challenge of post-sales has become, I would say, that much more complex. The traditional customer success manager is not sufficient in our case, but putting a solutions engineer in place also doesn't work because they don't have the sales capacity to drive an upsell or position a long-term account strategy. So what we have settled on is something called a commercial CSM or a full cycle AM. You can also call it something like, I've heard companies call it a forward deployed AM, which feels crazy as well. But it's someone who has a couple of capacities. They both have a GRR responsibility, so they're responsible for retention. They're responsible for NRR as well, so they're responsible for growth. And they also hit an adoption target. Separately, you have a floating pool of technical junior solutions engineers, or in our case, junior solutions engineers, to come and support these team of AMs. So eliminating the CSM role, replacing it with something more technical, and moving AMs to have a broader account responsibility.
So in my company, I'm the CEO. I'm in charge of the product and business, and I think the biggest part is to, really I'm engaging with customer day to day, and with new customers, existing customers. I think two big things in my top bucket that I need to focus every day is really the first thing is customer success. I think that's very, very important part because, the enterprise deals, you build trust at early, and then you grow with them to expand into a much bigger deal. That's one thing, and spend a lot of time really on that. And because your customer are not technical, mainly you're dealing with business decision makers and or the people on the ground working, using your products. So essentially you get the customer feedbacks, and sometimes you need to educate them the new features and let them feel comfortable using it. I think the big part of the industry is that the early adopter is already fully embracing the AI, and the mass market is gradually picking up the usage. But the understanding of AI is different, the level. People from especially, for example, like call center guys, they're afraid of AI. They want to push back for any adoption of AI inside their organization because of their headcount consideration. But from the leadership side, they want to embrace AI. So as a vendor, you need to balance this, internal tension inside the enterprise, and then how to provide a balanced solution to them, have a phased approach to deploy AI solution inside the organization is very important.
Jerry, I guess to that one, that is such an interesting tension because people are afraid of losing their jobs, yet you do want it to be more efficient. So how do you all go into that?
That's a very good question. I think, definitely communication is a key, right? Just to let them change their mindset. It's not easy, but it's for them easy to understand, because whoever adopts AI first and try to embrace AI into their day-to-day will eventually be successful in their job. And then for those are maybe replaced by AI, they should be shifted into some other positions into, for example, better proactive customer support or proactive, loyalty program, so that they can generate revenue for the company instead of like becoming like a burden or cost of the company balance sheet. So that's a mindset. We're talking to the leadership. We're talking to the mid-level, manager level people to make sure they fully understand that, and they have internal company, strategy to transform those, who has been there for 10 years, 20 years, move them into a more successful job with AI as a tool.
Interesting.
Yeah, I want to add on to that one. I think there's so much narrative out there in saying AI versus human, which creates a lot of that tension. And we also walk into the space of performance marketing thinking, oh, are we replacing any folks? And how do we work with the teams? Especially if you think about our business, we sell it to the marketing department. And you just can't sell it to a department with a narrative saying that we're replacing your human labor. And it turns out that's far from truth. What has really happened very early on when going deep with our customers were that, if you look at their day-to-days, it's very nuanced, right? So in our case, we have marketers who really love doing the creative work. And they tell us that, marketing started with a very creative process, right? So what they do is they create, content, they help you product, they engage with their customers. It was up until recently where a lot of the computer-ish work comes in, right? So you have to wake up, you have to fiddle with all the tools. One of the interesting stats that one of our clients flagged to us is over the past 10, 15 years, SaaS for marketing has been growing 10 to 15% year over year, and the number of people in the job of using those tools also grow 10 to 15% year over year, right? So it's not replacing human. In fact, more work is created for them through those tools. Now, when we work with them, it turned out that none of them enjoy doing the quote-unquote computer work, or they want to go back to do creative work. And so AI actually become a really good companion, so that allows them to focus on what they are passionate about. So I think just getting that nuance right of how AI can help them and what we are adding value to, versus allowing them to do things that they are passionate about, creates the positive momentum here.
Yeah, I agree. A deep believer in hybrid teams, which will be human and AI teams, where humans are kind of supercharged and become super generalists in a way, contributors, and then AI agents that do really help with digital work. So I don't know if you want to take your biggest challenge, Sam?
I think one of the big challenges is that instead of just being like traditional SaaS, where you're performing a function for customers with your software, with AI, you're doing something that's outcome-based, so that's inherently a bigger challenge that you have to overcome, because you have to drive results for your customers. So that's something that's really important to us, but it's also a very big challenge to get that right with every different type of customer that you have.
I'm going to take that outcome one, and Clay talked about that this morning too. How does your outcomes drive your pricing strategy?
Yeah, so right now we're sales-led. We do just fixed contracts based on lead volume, but we're starting to experiment with outcome-based pricing for some of our customers, because that's kind of where we want to go in the future, is making sure that our software is valuable for every single customer and they're getting as much out of it as possible.
How about everyone else? How do you think about your pricing strategy? How did you set it? How did you go about thinking about what your first set would be charged?
Actually, for us, we have both volume-based pricing and ROI-based pricing. So we got to push back a little bit on the ROI-based pricing at the beginning, because there's what Clay said, there's a gray zone, right? Essentially, for example, Intercom was the first one proposing that ROI-based pricing based on customer engagement, whether it's resolved or not resolved. But there is always a debating from the customer angle, say, from the AI engagement, looks like it's resolved. But somehow this customer called me behind the scene, right? And also write me email. So how, to well define the resolve, not resolve, I think it's an evolving story to go. And for my company is that we are offering both pricing model to my customers, especially for those that can see the ROI in 1 week, right? You essentially after engagement you do see the ROI, either it's by making purchase or deflect the customer ticket or like save the customer from cancellation of their membership. Those are the things that we can have a clear pricing associated with the ROI. And for those, the rest of them, we typically give them a volume-based bundle based on credits, so it's easier for them to accept.
I'd say that outcome-based pricing does two things. One, it de-risks the customer in case things don't go well. And the second is that it adds risk to the customer in case things do go well. And that's the thing that we hear from our buyers all the time. In fact, outcome-based pricing can actually be closer to value, can actually be more expensive for the customer in the long run. However, if you're a fast-growing SaaS startup, you want fixed contracts so that you can go back to your investors and tell them, hey, I've signed this much ARR. And navigating that balance, what we found works the best for us is our customers already expect fixed contracts. If they are bought into the solution, they perceive a fixed contract as getting a discount as opposed to outcome-based pricing. Like fixed pricing also works better for us, in terms of like going seat-based. That's what I mean by fixed. Still also works better for us in terms of our fundraising and our growth. So on those veins, we've decided to stick with seat-based for the time being, just because outcome-based is actually perceived as a risk by our bought-in prospects. Interesting place to be.
Yeah, for us it's easy. We operate in performance marketing, so you would know. We fall in typically the sales cost line, which is has been outcome-based pricing since the beginning of time. So yeah, it's not a choice we have to make.
That's easy. Let's talk a little bit about velocity and then balancing trust or governance. It's probably an unfair trade-off, but how do you think about speed and when you need to think about governance, trust, security?
This one's interesting because if you've gone through like SOC 2 before and all these compliance things, like you know how this works. There's a lot of questions that are asked. Companies are very concerned. They know what to ask you. With AI, it's a little bit different because no one's really sure what to ask right now. So you'll get these really big enterprise customers that come in and they might not even bring up something that you know about that they should be asking. So that's been really interesting for me. But I think the way that we've handled it is just building guardrails around everything so that when those questions do come up later, that we're prepared for that.
Because we're selling to enterprise, so essentially the security compliance are really, really important aspect of it. It's not only a checkbox. I think we believe it's a cornerstone of any enterprise AI offering. Interestingly enough, my co-founder and CTO, who is not here today, but he came from security industry. He was building anti-bots at that time, but now he's building bots. Okay, and then so for us is really when we build a company, we know there are three most important things like cornerstones for my company value. One is innovation, one is security, and another one is customer success. Only those three things are the most thing that we want to pursue and push forward. In terms of like all those compliances, we did way more than that because we want to make sure ourselves are top-notch security and level. So we did like almost like 3 penetration tests this year alone to make sure our platform is secure and offer to our customers the best environment they can operate on.
I'm kind of curious, does anyone here have ISO 42001? Has anyone here heard of ISO 42001? Yeah? Okay. So for us, we're a small company selling to enterprises, right? And trust is everything. It's very, very hard to win trust in that scenario. So some of the things that we did that were against the grain that slowed down our product development just a little bit, but unlocked a lot of ARR for us was hiring a CISO as one of our earliest employees. One of our earliest, so one of the top 7 employees, we have a CISO. on the team. We also went out of our way to go through and satisfy every enterprise security requirement. We did not want to be a blocker. We did not want procurement to be the blocker in our growth. So we went and got ISO 27001, we got SOC 2 Type 2, we went and self-attested to several further frameworks and are in the process of some of the AI forward frameworks, things that procurement teams are just now being taught they need to ask, like ISO 42001. So yeah, I'd say that just being ahead, it's an investment, absolutely. It's a cost. But compared, if you have a similar ICP to us, it makes a lot more sense to invest early, because you're going to have to do it anyway. It's not like you can get away with not having this in 2 or 3 years. It's an eventual cost, and it makes more sense to get it done early and enable your sales team.
Yeah, I agree. I love to hear the word CISO. And we're a very engineering-centric team, so we treat these trade-off questions as a challenge to find solutions, and we found one. If you search for, if anyone's looking for a CISO, there's something called vCISO, which is a virtual CISO, and you don't have to hire one. You can just hire a fraction of them. They solve most of your problems, and and then you don't have to do the trade-off, right? So you have someone who take care of that for you.
Yeah, that's what we did as well.
Interesting. We were talking about how the market has progressed over the last 2 years and technology has just made bounds. Like, what kind of predictions do you have for agents in like 18 months for the market?
I think in 18 months, we'll have basically AI employees for every entry-level knowledge work position that we have. So right now, everyone's focused on, like, sales is a big one. Obviously, that's one that we're focused on at the moment. But I think this will just kind of propagate to every other job function as well. Yeah, that's my prediction.
I think from business side, every enterprise or business will have their AI agents, both internally facing and externally facing. I wouldn't expect, I would expect probably less than 50% of the company does not have a advanced AI agents by that time. But I do also see that because of the general to consumer apps or AI apps, the barrier is lower and lower. So essentially, everyone can build their, to consumer apps with their creativities using tools. I think we are seeing more and more consumer-facing applications going to be in the next 2 years coming.
I think we're exiting the era of a system of record being important, and we're moving to the era of a system of action being important. So what do I mean by that? Right, the platform where all of your data is stored is valuable, but what is even more valuable in this era of agents is the layer that plugs in on top of your system of record and is able to manage these workflows. So I believe that the next big genre of AI company, and you're already starting to see this today, is the agentic workflow builder. It's the platform that builds, maintains, and orchestrates your workflows. And you can see a lot of AI companies, including some of us on stage, including HubSpot, moving into that space because, I think that's the next big thing to come in the agentic world.
Yeah, I think you guys covered it. I think the most exciting thing that has happened with every technology shift is it redefines the business workflow, right? It just, it doesn't merely just make a small thing more efficient. Like, for example, with HubSpot, completely changes how you deal with, CRMs and so on. I think AI agents today, there are a lot of hype, and a lot of the tools out there are still at the stage of, let's take a small thing and make it a bit more efficient. Let's, let's build a tool faster, and let's use a small capability of AIM. I think over time, we're going to see, entire business operation will just operate differently because you have AI agents, right? So I think, that's going to happen, and because every human is going to be more efficient, they do different things, and I think that will transform a lot of the business flows out there.
We were touching on this topic of humans will still kind of be there, creativity, taste. How do you think about human in the loop, or how do you think about designing for this together, human and AI?
So when we first launched, basically, just for some context, we generate emails for our customers. When we first launched, they wanted to read every email because there was very little trust there. They weren't really sure about it. But like 2 years later, we're seeing that people don't really care as much now. They have that trust, so they're kind of just letting go of that. I think as we go along, each different thing that's in the workflow, customers are going to build trust around, and then they won't worry about it too much. So I think longer down the road, it's going to be less important.
For us, is that the human in the enterprise side is still be valuable, very valuable. I think because they have been in the business for a long time, and as AI, you can treat AI as a new hire of the business. So the AI need to continue evolving and being coached by the senior people. But I do see there should be a change or shift that the human in the company or enterprises should be able to supervise like 20, 30 AI agents simultaneously working for them. It's like similar to early stage of self-driving, right? Someone is behind the monitors and watching the AI doing their job, and AI will raise their hand for to get feedbacks from the supervisor, which is human. I think that would be the part of the involvement in terms of a human involvement.
Yeah, I see human in the loop somewhat as a advanced labeling job, right? So the way that all of these models are trained under the hood, if you go back to the core fundamentals of machine learning is, hey, we provide a labeled data set, and the machine learns from the labeled data set on what to do. And when we aren't sure what the labels are, well, we'll have the machine guess and a human correct it. That's what human in the loop originally started as before it started actually getting deployed into production in human in the loop systems where a human was checking the AI's work. So in the long run, even in the enterprise space, I see human in the loop as something that will be replaced, especially as models get better at explaining themselves, at following guidelines, at following rules. So yeah, it's a nice transitory period that comforts a lot of these companies that require high trust to take the leap into using an AI system.
We talked a little bit earlier, just multi-agent orchestration. Like how do you, Sam, for you all, you had one agent and you're about to do 2 more. How do you think about breaking work down across them? Is it one agent that kind of understands everything architecturally underneath? Is it calling other agents? How do you think about that scope of agent work?
Yeah, so Ava basically is multiple agents in one, so there's different tasks that are getting executed. So one of them is finding leads, finding who your ICP should be, testing that, and then giving you feedback on that, basically. The second one is researching those leads, so scraping them on social media, LinkedIn, Twitter, et cetera. And then the last step is kind of emailing them and kind of closing the loop out there. So yeah, I think each of our agents will be multiple agents built into one ultimately.
Inside our architecture, we have multi-agents to handle different jobs, and I think essentially the optimization goal is to how to help the consumer or customer resolve the issue. No matter what they're asking for. The customer can, on the phone call, can be going back and forth, talking about different things. But the end goal is how to architecture your multi-agent framework to achieve that as the end goal. Interesting enough, our company is an early design partner for Google A2A. So essentially, internally we have a lot of investigation, design, and to optimize this. I think it's still ongoing efforts. Nobody knows what the final answer will be, but we're optimizing the resolution in terms of that.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting topic. I mean, the multi-agent workflows unlock a lot more than what a single fixed task or fixed length, fixed computation agent was able to do in the past. How we're going to orchestrate that is to be seen. I mean, we have our theories. What we do is we have an orchestrator agent that sits on top of other agents. I'm really curious to see where the space will converge on this. Maybe there are multiple answers.
I think there are 2 interpretations of multi-agents, right? So there's multi-agents that you organize and make that part of your software. I think that's kind of a fake concept, right? So it's just like we don't talk about multi-function software, right? Like you by definition solve a custom problem, you build whatever that's needed. There's a much more interesting concept of multi-agent, which is you end up having to build agents that work with other companies' agents. And like, for example, we talk about consumer agents that buy stuff for you online. And today, these consumer agents will go to a web browser and buy from a static interface. Imagine a future where those consumer agents end up having to interact with a business agent and negotiate and talk about and share information and come up with a good solution for the customer, right? And I think that will require a unique new interface. And I think we're still very, very early in terms of that conversation, but that's super exciting to see that evolve.
Yeah, I think agent and multi-agent and this interface is going to change a lot. Actually, just to the interface, how do you think interfaces are going to change, especially with how people work with agents?
We're building our product in a way that humans can use it, but then also agents can use it. So we're building an MCP on top of all the API services that we have, so that our agents can use the software, and then also so if we wanted to expose an API so that other companies could access that as well, that's how we're designing it from the beginning. I think we don't know how it's going to work in the future, so I think it's important to design it in a flexible way.
I think there are two definitions of the interface. One is really the API level or MCP, ACA level of interfacing. Another interface is about the UI, UX interface, right? So essentially, for the general consumers or public-facing ones, there is an elderly group of people still prefer to call, right, nowadays. Younger people prefer to have a chat, chatbots, text in, text out. So there is a slowing change because of your age group based on their past behaviors. But in my company, we're investing heavily into multimodalities, not only through conversational interfaces, but also through a voice interface, and also through the avatar, interactive avatar interface that we see is coming.
I agree with both of you, so let me provide a different perspective on interface. So another interface that B2B buyers commonly contend with is, hey, I need to book a sales call in order to purchase a specific product. All right, this is like the most traditional form of interfacing with a company in order to purchase something. And the reason is that there's so much complexity in whatever they're selling that a PLG motion isn't viable. Usually that's the reason. I believe that is going to change. So I believe that we're going to see a lot more PLG, even when purchasing, even when doing enterprise sales. There obviously is going to be the top tier of enterprise sales, like tens of millions dollar contracts where that doesn't remain the case. But yeah, I think we're going to see a proliferation of a new web-based agentic format that gives you all the information you might otherwise need as a buyer for those processes.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time thinking about interfaces. Before starting I've been building software for over a decade. And every piece of software, you have an important component called UX research, right? So, and that entire area originates from this discipline called HCI, right? It's called human-computer interface. And the premise of that area is you have a human and a computer, and a computer, like a human needs to use the computer. And then you have this whole area of how to design the interface so that a human can use it. And when we started that question just struck in my head of what is HCI in the era of agents? Because the whole point is you don't want human to use the computer anymore. You want a computer to do most of the job. So a concept like a button becomes more controversial, right? Because if a computer can click a button itself, why do you design a button? Because a human, right? And so we start very early on rethinking what is the right interface. And we don't have an answer. I think the entire industry is going to see where these things evolve. But where we think it's going to head is the interface becomes a lot more high level, right? So instead of thinking about a button, I think the interaction becomes a lot more high level, become a lot more strategic, right? So, I think we're going to see conversations like, hey, here's the business goal that my company want to achieve, so that the agent will come and translate that into things that it would do for you, versus translating that into a set of buttons. And I think these are the kind of UX evolutions that we'll see over time.
That's super interesting. If you were going to leave the audience with just one takeaway today, what would it be?
I think this is inevitable that all these job functions are going to have AI built into them, and you basically have to get on the wagon, otherwise you're going to fall behind. But I think something that's really important is that human creativity is still super important, like one of the most valuable things that we have. So I think, yeah, there's really a big space for humans and AI to work together.
I think if you're trying to sell to enterprise AI, I think my suggestion for your go-to-market is to try to find one, because the go-to-market ways will change, evolve over time. But find the one that can help you build the trust early. Like in the first meeting, then you have this personal bonding relationship with enterprise buyers. That's the most important, I think,
I'd say my advice is that everything in the space now moves 10 times faster than it did in 2018. So keep your ear to the ground and stay very alert, all right? I'd say that from a strategic perspective, it's a lot more important to go out to these conferences, to go listen to folks, to be consuming media from your peers in the space on how they see the world changing, because it's changing much faster than ever, and we need the community to help us with that.
Yeah, I would just add one thing similar to what Sam said. I was standing in front of a Picasso painting in a museum recently, and one question that struck in my head is, like, will computer generate that, or will a human do that? And I think the conclusion, is increasingly that we still need human to produce that original creativity. And then the question becomes how agents make it easier and better and faster. And I think it's going to be exciting in the future.
Yeah, exciting future. Well, thank you all.
Next up is a fireside chat on agents of work, building AI for enterprises. The fireside chat will be hosted by Deepak Agrawal, Chief AI Officer at LinkedIn. He is also a distinguished fellow at Fellows Fund. I will let him introduce our guest.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all. Thank you, JC, for the kind introduction. So, thank you all. It's my great pleasure and honor to introduce Vish. He's the co-founder and CTO of Glean. How many of you have not used Glean? Oh, you are missing out on a lot in your life. I mean, you should. So again, I mean, Glean is obviously the most important product. I mean, I remember how Glean changed my life a few years ago. Like I always used to wonder why don't we have something like Google on the enterprise? Like, why do you have to struggle every day? And Glean was the answer to that. And since then, my life has changed. Like, both when I was at Pinterest a few years ago and now at LinkedIn, like, I cannot live without Glean. So thank you for building such an amazing product, Vish.
Well, you made my day and week. This is what excites me every day.
Right. Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, so maybe we can start a bit with the origin of Glean. Like, curious to know, like, how did you start Glean? Like, was it more serendipity, or and maybe if we can hear something that we don't get from ChatGPT, that would be that would be nice.
Yeah, I think it's a sort of Glean was brewing in the mind of Arvind, who's the CEO. Previously, he was co-founder at Rubrik, and he ran engineering and IT there. And Rubrik was very successful, one of the most successful like enterprise companies of the 2010s, growing very fast. And like every company, you'd have these annual, periodic surveys, pulse surveys around how can the team work better. And the number one thing that kept coming up is it's just hard to find information. And I think the thing there was he tried to solve it for Rubrik by buying a solution and found none of the solutions actually worked. And then on the other side, myself and Sahil, who's here in the audience, who's like an early member of the team, like we were all we were at Facebook, and there was this internal search that was made available that indexed all the content, like the homegrown tools that Facebook has. And one was we could see the value of it, and also we could see that some of the best engineers in the company were working on it, so it was a priority. So that was sort of the origin, like how can we build, as you said, a Google-like experience for everyone who's doing knowledge work. And that's how we started the company.
Makes sense. I mean, I still remember 2016, we had a similar discussion when I was at LinkedIn, right? Like, I still remember there was a big meeting and we were all looking for solution, and the same story, right? Like, looked at so many different solutions, nothing came even close, right? So it seemed like it was a problem that was waiting to be solved. And
right, exactly.
I'm so glad we went ahead and solved it.
Although at that time, if you said you wanted to solve enterprise search, the VCs would run away because it's a graveyard.
That's right. So I mean, coming back to your career, like, you of course worked at Microsoft and Meta, Facebook. Well, back then it was called Facebook, but okay, Meta. So like, how was your transition to this journey, right? Like, was it just natural, or do you have to think about it? I'm asking this question because a lot of people in the audience might be in the same boat, so they might benefit hearing from you.
Yeah, so I think way back, I started my career in 2000, and I spent a year at Oracle working on the database server. And at that time, that was like the AI days of today. There was like, the internet boom. And so I joined a startup that was sort of trying to build, very, very scalable storage systems using commodity hardware. And so that was actually one of the most fun experiences of my working life, because there was like a bunch of us who were relatively new in our careers, working with some of the senior people from Sun and SGI, all the systems companies in those days, and building something very interesting. So that was so I had the startup bug then.
Okay, got it.
And then was at Microsoft. I had a great time at Facebook, but it was close to 10 years, and I was thinking about what's next. Like, how do I sort of 10x my growth? And that was how. But everything has to line up, right? The problem has to be good. You have to be working with very trustworthy people. All of those things luckily lined up with Glean.
Yeah. So I think the moral of the story is, if you have a bug and you keep it alive, wait for the stars to align. It will align, but don't let it die, right? I mean, that's the
absolutely.
Yeah. So I think switching a little bit to early, when you're building the product early on, again, this is also something that I'm sure a lot of founders would benefit from hearing. Were there some product principles that you all had created, or some early, do you believe, looking back now, retrospect, were there some principles or some early technical decisions that you made that you believe were kind of fundamental or foundational to the success of Glean later on?
Yeah, I think in terms of product principles, one of the a couple of interesting like product principles where one is it has to be turnkey and sort of auto-tuning. A lot of times, the attitude was to build platforms, whether it was like the big hyperscalers or smaller companies and have knobs for like ranking and so on. Part of it is because it's such a hard problem. Yes. Like enterprise is messy, and so building an auto-tuning solution that works for various workloads is quite hard.
Yes.
So that's one. The other thing we really struggled with, we still continue to debate is the PLG or non-PLG route. And we felt we couldn't provide a great experience without actually the company connecting all their systems and having a full view of the organization. Right. So those were two important product principles. Technically, a big thing was, how do we bet on natively indexing the content?
Right.
To provide like the speed and the relevance that's possible versus federating out to the data sources. And it's a huge lift,
right.
But I think that was like a very big difference in why Glean works well.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. I think I can see that. And obviously, so maybe I'll take the discussion in different directions. So now that you have solved search, well, again, I don't know whether you have solved or not. So some say, there are some people who say search is a solved problem, and that was the case even before you started the company, I guess. Oh, well, why are you working on search? Search is a solved problem. You said it's the deathbed. If you went to the VC and said, I'm going to do enterprise search. So, tell us, why is enterprise search so different from consumer search, right? I'm sure there is something that is very different from what you do in traditional search.
I think there are few things that make enterprise search hard. One is just the whole messiness of the, heterogeneity.
Yes.
Right? You have various kinds of applications, right? And how they are used is very different. But at the same time, the same application can be used in very different ways across different companies. That's one. The second thing is the amount of, it's a problem of small data. So you can't really throw your ML algorithms on like a huge data set.
Right.
So you have to, data isolation is really important. Like you cannot just go and inspect customer data. You have to be very careful about how you inspect the data. So that requires a very different mindset than building web search. The third part here is all around governance and permissions.
Right.
That's a huge aspect of being able to provide a solution that actually works and companies can trust.
Yeah, I think the last point resonates quite a bit. It's very, very different from how webs, and obviously the first two make a lot of sense, but the last point is really very, very different compared to what one would do in consumer search.
Building with enterprise readiness, security from the beginning is very important.
Yeah, absolutely, right. So, okay, so now let's move on. You started the company, but at some point, hyper growth. I mean, all successful companies face that, and everyone has a different way of managing that. So, how did you manage your shift from the stealth mode to a unicorn? And then you still have to maintain the culture and technical excellence while you're scaling. So, tell us more about your journey. I mean, we have heard about this journey from other successful startups, but we always learn a new lesson when we talk to another successful startup.
Yeah, I think it's just to be clear, it's not I think we constantly have to work, even with our growth recently. We have to constantly work on it and keep refining the lessons. But I think the one thing is that, for us, it was not stealth to unicorn in one step. It was very iterative. Some of the decisions we made early on sort of helped. one of the things here is like we really saw, from the beginning we were thinking about how do we build like a category defining company. So for that we were thinking not just about, like from the beginning we had design, followed the proper like development process. You will have like design documents, not cutting corners or doing throwaway work, right? Thinking about testing, right? The other part here was also around stuff like not doing virality, or we were actually building and we wanted the product to speak on its own. So those were like some of the things we avoided building, trying to boost the growth early. On the people side, I think the other side also was like we had aggressive goals and did aggressive performance management, but we were always like sort of building for the long term, in the sense we didn't expect people to work weekends. So the sustainability was very important. People actually started their families while in the early days of Glean and were able to manage both.
That is so refreshing to hear, right?
So that's actually one of the big one of the things that was important for us from the beginning.
Yeah, and I think what you said earlier, building for the long term, not writing throwaway code, doing proper testing, being rigorous, like this is, it's so amazing to hear that you can do all of that and still build such an amazing company. So I think sometimes we kind of, when we are in the starting mode, we sometimes forget that, but like I would encourage everyone to kind of pay attention to that, because if you're building a successful startup, it's the long game, right? It's not a short game, right? And so,
yeah, absolutely.
So this is very important for every founder, right? So anyway, so I was itching to get to this topic. I'm assuming everyone here is also, when are you going to talk about agents, right? Okay, so let's talk about a bit of agents. So again, agents are everywhere. We are all talking about agents. We just had a panel before. But again, I think each of us might have a different definition of what an agent is. So maybe I'll begin with that. Like I'm hearing from someone like you, like what do you think is an agent? Or maybe there are different kinds of agents. How do you think about agents in general, more from a definitional perspective?
Yeah, I was just, last weekend I was having a very long philosophical debate with a friend of mine who kept asking me, probing me on this agent's definition. Yeah, I think, like I just have like a pretty simple, agent is like an AI application that can, autonomously reason and take action to solve a business goal, end-to-end business goal. So that's what I would call an agent.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very nice definition. I think there's a lot of complexity one could put on that, but like I think about it the same way, right? Like, so that's a very simple way of defining agent. Now, of course, there could be different gradations and all of that stuff, but yeah, I like that definition. And so now coming to agents, like we all know we are in the early days. I mean, this whole thing started, like we saw XD stock, agents still need crutches and MCP and also, and this is all fairly new, so very early days. But like, in your opinion, like what do you think what is working and what's not working today with agents?
I think what's working from my from what I see, like of course coding agents are working really well. Yes. We use it significantly at Glean, and it's really provided boost in our productivity. So the other thing that we are seeing when it comes to enterprise agents is first we have an agentic platform on Glean, and people are able to use the cases, like there have been over like 50 million like agent runs in production using Glean agents, and the cases that sort of resonate are ones where the agent is able to operate on universal knowledge. So it's not just very niche department use cases, but where it can actually look across multiple sources of knowledge and come up with a complete picture, right? Those are also the ones that provide value. Second thing is, it is able to do, it is able to actually take actions and close the loop. And when it comes to these actions, well-defined like APIs, like what doesn't work is sort of like, on the open web, right? Like when you're trying to do like browser use, or when it's a very unconstrained problem, it's easy to demo, but then the long tail in production is really hard. And then the third part, which is really important and which scares me a lot, is the whole guardrails and governance around agents running. It has to be working on data which is actually blessed for AI to use, and you need to have the right guardrails, because it's very easy to create like prompt injection, exfiltration attacks, based on any data. So you having a really solid platform that has those guardrails in, and the other part here is sort of another part here is like, how easy do we make it? Like, does the end user think about agents, or are they just doing their job? If it is available where they work and is sort of like invisibly occurring in the background and helping them with their business processes, those use cases are much more successful than like launching an agent and say, hey, you go to this place and run this agent to get value.
Yeah, so the UI has to be invisible almost, meet the user where they are. But then you have to have the agents work in a responsible way, like not leak information. Things like contextual integrity, right? Like even that becomes very important. And then obviously hallucinations and all of that stuff.
Yes.
Right? So,
Right. And there's lots to go, like, we still need to get better at multi-step reasoning, tool calling. There's a lot of work needed to get more and more complex business processes, done using agents.
And I'm also assuming in many of these contexts, the cost is also very important. Like you can, if you use a very expensive reasoning model, then I mean the number of tool calls, all of that stuff also adds up, right? Like
cost is very important. The token cost, of course.
Token cost, yes.
But there's also infrastructure cost, because a lot of these agents are speculative. Like, if you look at deep research, it reads lots of information from all over the, enterprise and web, and then it synthesizes the ones which are important. But then if you think about all the load that's there on those systems, that's also a big thing to factor in.
Yeah, so all, very interesting problems to solve, and I'm assuming there will be a lot of startups that will be born in the next 5 years solving some of these problems as we move along. Still very early days. So, let's imagine 2 years ago we solve all these problems, and as someone was saying, everyone has their own agent, almost like a digital assistant, doing all their work. Again, since I'm at LinkedIn, I think about it a lot. Like, how would the labor market evolve? Like, in your opinion? And again, we are just speculating here. No one knows what's going to happen. But let's say in that world, how do we even start thinking of the labor market at large?
Yeah, disclaimer, this is my random speculation. So that's...
Since we are coming to the end of the talk, let's have some speculation and fun, right? Like so, and again, for all of you, like we might have some time for questions. I want to, so please keep your questions ready if you have some. But like we will get to you as well.
Yeah, I think there's all this talk of will jobs go away and so on. I feel that it is just going to create more work. In fact, there was Karpathy's recent post about what happened in radiology. The demand for radiologists is still much higher. Right. So I think that's an optimistic view that we are going to up-level our work. When I think about my job and coding, there's so much of boilerplate and stuff that we need to deal with. And this can be an option for, like, as we move closer and closer to natural language, right? Have more functional specifications, be able to like build systems from with more like modular and well-defined contracts. But there's still a lot to be built still. Also think about some things like, also think about, things like how we do work. Like we have these syncs where we talk about action items or status. There's a lot of these kinds of activities which can just, go away, be done async, right? And we can focus more on like higher level decision making. So that's, I have an optimistic view of what is going to be 2 years from now. A lot of the boilerplate, a lot of the repetitive tasks can be outsourced to the AI agent with the human sort of jumping in when needed.
So seems like at a high level you're saying we can do macro delegation to AI by doing micro steering. Micro steering. Humans are going to do micro steering, do macro delegation, which means we as humans have to upskill ourselves, change the way we work as well, right? And so that might also become an important consideration as we move along. So any thoughts on that, or?
Yeah, I think...
especially those who are just getting into the workforce, like, how do they train themselves or, prepare themselves for the new world?
I think a lot of it is I think the specialist versus generalist, right? We would expect people to be a lot more generalists, being able to, even now, when you think of work that a team does, like earlier you used to have infrastructure, front end, quality, and those teams are still there, but I think the lines are extremely blurred. And also similarly, like, design, product design, and there are specialists, but you're not going to, if you need a prototype, and you're bottlenecked on time from a designer, you can now unblock yourself using things like Lovable, right? So I think that trend is going to be much more where you will be able to take on more stuff end to end, and just have a broader set of skills using the tools, AI tools.
Right. Yeah, so I think, again, I can continue this conversation for hours. I'll just ask one last question, which I ask everyone, and then we'll open it up for questions from the audience. We can take a few more questions. So one question which I struggle with is, like, how do we keep up with this changing world? Like, I mean, things are changing so quickly, and everyone has their own way of keeping up with things. So, like, what's your secret sauce? How do you keep up with the things that are, when things are changing so quickly? Like, are you reading LinkedIn posts or X? Like, what are you doing?
I'm a big podcast, follower. So I have a few, among other things, I have some AI podcasts that I listen to. And the nice thing is it sort of kills time during my morning workout. So that's like, there's Latent Space, there's This Day in AI, like a few different podcasts, as well as industry things. And of course, X, one of our ex-Gleanies is Didi, who has a big Twitter following and who keeps resharing a lot of interesting articles. So I use X, and internally we have a reading group for going through interesting papers that are coming. So that's sort of the.
What's your favorite podcast, if you don't mind sharing with the audience?
My favorite podcast for AI.
Yes.
I like Latent Space.
Latent Space. Okay. For those of you who have not, I mean, I love that too. So highly recommend it. Okay, so I think I have a lot more questions, but since we have 4 minutes, I will open up to anyone in the audience who may have a question. If not, I will continue with my questions. But let me know. Is there, okay.
Thank you so much, very interesting. Deepak, is it okay if I ask a question related to LinkedIn?
For me?
Yeah.
Okay, I can help answer if it is applicable. Yeah, why don't you go ahead?
Okay.
Yeah.
I am founder of TeamLift. We train non-technical employees on how to use AI, including building agents. a lot of our users are recruiters, and they really complain about all the API restrictions around LinkedIn. Do you have, I don't know, some speculation information on how the agents within LinkedIn are developing?
I think maybe I can answer that question offline. This is more about Wish, not about me, but we can take that offline. I appreciate the question, and I have an answer, but I'll connect with you offline.
Thank you.
Any question? Yes.
Hey, thanks for the chat. So I'm a founder of a startup called ProductNow.ai. A lot of the integrations and connectors are very expensive for us to build a system of context. I didn't catch your conference yesterday in Glean, but what can we look forward to in terms of getting it through APIs? Because many of our design partners are using Glean.
Yeah, so great question. Happy to talk about it. We see ourselves not only as a product, but a platform. So a platform where you can get all the enterprise context available via APIs. In fact, we have an MCP server. So if anyone who's running Glean, you can integrate with it using the MCP server, as well as we have integrations with the popular agentic frameworks like ADK, OpenAI's agent framework, and so on.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah.
Could you repeat what that recommended podcast was? I didn't find it.
It's called Latent Space.
Latent space, yeah. Okay, any other? There's one question here. Maybe the last one, and then we are running out of time.
Hi, my name is Richard. So this year, customer experience became huge in terms of agents. The other vertical that became very successful was coding agents. Like there's no question that coding agents are there to stay. Like if you had to look at the next 3 to 6 months, what kind of verticals do you think agents are going to start conquering?
I can talk about one. If you look at the world, I believe there are 50 billion emails that are written every day. Almost 50 million meetings that happen every day. More than 50 million PowerPoints are created every day. So this seems to be the predominant work every knowledge worker does every single day. And I think there will definitely be some agentic flows that would make all of our lives easier when it comes to communicating, creating, collaborating within the enterprise, right? And that would help us focus more on the strategic stuff that we all like doing. So that seems to be very obvious to me. I mean, obviously there's a lot of other things that can happen.
Yeah, no, I think definitely, every person having their own EA.
Yeah.
And that's one thing. The other thing is, lots of traction we are seeing in people building agents for sales departments and so on.
Yeah. Marketing. So again, thank you, Vish. It was such a pleasure talking to you. We can continue this for a long time, but it was so much fun. And thanks for sharing all those insights. And also thanks for taking all the audience questions. Really appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. Yeah. It was my pleasure.
Yeah.
Next up is a Fireside chat on AI native insurance. Our host is Alex Conrad. He is a founder and editor of Upstart Media. I will let Alex to introduce our guest.
Okay. Thank you. This is going to be the most fun talk about AI insurance any of you have ever heard in your life, I promise. I'm joined by the co-founder and CEO of Corgi Insurance, Nico Lacqua. Nico's also a co-owner of a office corgi in their office because they work 7 days a week and they have an office dog, which I think is both cool and a lot of pressure to look after this living animal. Nico, you came up with this idea at YC with your co-founder Emily, right? So why don't you talk about the origins of corgi, kind of one thing that I'm obviously very curious about is if the dog predates the company or if the company is named after the dog.
Yeah, so the dog came after the company, actually, our dog Trudy, but we have a dog rule, so all of our business lines are named after different breeds of dogs, and when we reach 100 million in revenue, in each of them we will get a dog of that breed.
There's going to be like a whole pack of dogs running the offices. Okay, great.
Yeah, each kind of department will have their own dog, hopefully. But yeah, I mean, we started because insurance is a pretty big problem, and it's maybe not the most exciting thing for most people, but it's 12% of the GDP, so about twice as big of a market category as software. And insurance is one of kind of the primitives of any financial economy. It predates banking or money itself. It's like just a very, very important part of conducting commerce. And like what's really unique about insurance, if you compare it to other areas of financial services, is kind of the way that the data primitives work. So if you kind of look at the history of fintech, modern fintech kind of begins with payment processing. And then we saw a lot of really great banking companies, and then after that, in 2019 or so, a lot of really great expense management credit card companies. Insurance is a little different. So to start, insurance is bigger than payment processing, banking, and credit cards combined as a market category. But more importantly, the way that like payment processing, banking, and credit cards work is that there's a general ledger that processes a lot of transactions very quickly. And those transactions tend to be numbers, and kind of interpreting and working with numbers very fast is very important to the way that their technology works. In insurance, the product that we sell is called a policy, and it's a 100-page long contract consisting of natural language, of English. And kind of the work that an insurance company does is turning that natural language contract into math, which turns out to be like a pretty difficult problem to do with computers. It's not something that computers have really ever done before in a comprehensive way. So the way that insurance companies have worked for the past 3,000 or so years is that normally as a function of revenue, as you get more revenue, more customers, you hire more people in order to interpret these contracts, in order to do the risk assessment, in order to provide the pooling of risk that is insurance. So we kind of honed in on the fact that like, hey, like this is like the biggest words-based industry at a time when computers are getting quite good at using language, or at least the type of language found within these policies. And at first, our intention was to work with insurance companies to try to kind of improve their operations and bring in agentic workflows and kind of bring them into the modern world. Very quickly, we kind of learned that that was a pretty difficult thing to do. And we also kind of took a step back and saw that like there's more than 20 insurance companies around the world that I can name off the top of my head that are worth more than $100 billion on public markets. So these are some of the bigger companies in the world. And figured it would be a lot more exciting and make a lot more impact to actually just go for labor replacement very directly and become the full stack insurance provider. So that's what we ended up doing. And during YC, we actually pivoted to become the insurance company from kind of servicing them instead.
So you went more vertical, but was insurance something that you would have expected you were going to be building a company in, or was it like just the size of the market and the opportunity that got you excited? Like, would younger you have been like, hell yeah, I'm running an insurance company?
Yeah, if it was my first company, I definitely wouldn't have jumped at insurance. I guess like I was always kind of exposed to it a little bit. My dad, his whole career, he worked for USAA, which is a pretty big insurance carrier. He was a lawyer there. So like I always just viewed it as this kind of like super outdated thing. And something that really sticks with me is when I was in high school, I was trying to show him something on my computer one time. And you know, normal people like type on a computer with a normal posture or whatnot. And he was kind of hunting and pecking. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, why are you using a computer like that? And he's like, oh, I work in insurance. You think we use computers? Like, haha, like that's like something to be proud of. And I think it's just like was kind of the quintessential kind of like really old school industry. It wasn't something that like I saw a lot of opportunity to do until large language models got pretty good. And I think when ChatGPT 3.5 came out, that really made me kind of like reassess what I was doing with my time. At the time I was running a gaming company. And I kind of just like wanted to do the most ambitious thing possible. And I figured that like really meaningfully changing the biggest words-based industry at a time when computers were getting quite good at using language would be a pretty meaningful challenge and could create a really big outcome. And I always admired kind of the previous generations of financial services companies, like particularly Stripe, Column, Brex, and Ramp. I think were all really great companies and still are. And like I just think insurance is kind of a bigger opportunity. And by yeah, so I think it was more of a sector bet than any like particular like unique insight at first. It took us a while until we kind of developed what we ended up doing.
So who here is familiar with 996 culture? Raise your hand. All right, most people. What about 997 or like 1237 or whatever the heck you guys are doing at Corgi? Like they have an open role for a 7-day-a-week chef because they are going to be, I guess, eating every meal every day of the week in the office. Is that right, Nico?
Yeah, I'm quite happy that 996 is getting trendy now. We've been just kind of working 7-day weeks for the past 2 years or so, and I've been doing it for the past going on 7 now. I think like if you're going to do something, you should do it right. And we hire a lot of ex-founders, so we work 7 days a week. And when we hire people, we get them a mattress for the office. I personally live in the office. Yeah, I think our team's very bought in. About 20 of our team members.
Is there a shower in the office?
There's not, but we're right down the street from a gym where I shower.
So this gym has become part of the office. They just don't necessarily know it.
Yeah. It's definitely very important for my quality of life. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like 20 of our team members have Corgi tattoos, right? I think we're just like very different than a lot of companies and kind of the level of intensity that we have.
So what motivates a entrepreneur to join someone else's idea and company and get so passionate that they would sleep on a bunk bed in the office and get a tattoo of the company, somewhere on their body? Like, how do you get people so passionate to work for you?
I think like something I really have a lot of problems with, and we're kind of, I think, big ambassadors of kind of, we call it being a hardcore startup. Like, that's something that I think is important, because if you're going to do something, you do it right. And I think kind of the opposite of that is kind of the lean startup model, where like you make a product, like normally a vertical SaaS or vertical agent product. You make it once, you kind of iteratively improve it and hire a bajillion salespeople to sell it across a vertical. I think that that's kind of just like uninteresting, but it definitely produces fine outcomes. And
what makes it uninteresting? Because I'm also speaking later today with the CEO of Gamma, who's kind of the polar opposite. Like he cares about how he reached 50 million in ARR with like a very small head count, and like they really track like ARR per employee and stuff like that. And he wants to be profitable at all times. So like, why is that less exciting to you guys?
I think kind of a core part of our culture is that like every couple of months, not every day, otherwise we would get nothing done, but every couple of months we kind of take a step back and kind of think like, what's the most ambitious thing I could be doing with my time? And I encourage everyone on the team to do that too. And it better be working at Corgi, because like I want us to kind of reorient ourselves around whatever is the most ambitious version of what we're doing. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's the safest path. Like sometimes you kind of need to burn the ships and you need to, take some risks, and that's okay, as long as the risks don't like endanger the whole company. But I don't know. I mean, my last company was a profitable company, and we did that thing. But I think that like life for now is pretty short, and it's worth doing something like that's like extremely meaningful and just is kind of the biggest possible thing you can think of. And I think in our case, like building kind of an AI native financial infrastructure company, a new type of financial services company, is something that's like pretty interesting and pretty exciting. And I don't think that's going to be done if we're like worried about our revenue per employee instead of just like doing something that's like really big and could result in like $100 billion company.
Are people basically signing up with the idea that like this is an intense tour of duty where like they grind like crazy for a couple of years and then maybe they actually get an apartment and don't live in the office at that point? Or like what do you think people are signing up for like right now?
I think they're signing up for low pay, for danger, and for a lot of work. But
why?
You know, sometimes people want to like march under the flag of luxury and not working that hard. But sometimes people want to do something that's like really meaningful with their lives and make something that's really big and do something that they're proud of. And in the end, you know, I think with everyone's equity, they'll end up a lot richer than they would be if they got, you know, a normal job.
So do you think there's something to like for any founders in the room or investors who work with founders, like there's an incentivization where people feel more buy-in that they should grind like they own the company? Because I think, you know, we've seen somewhere in Silicon Valley some jadedness where people are like, you know what, only really the founders and VCs will make money from an outcome. Like the average employee's equity is never going to go anywhere. Is there a different feeling at Corgi? And if so, like, how did you cultivate that?
I mean, our employees invested like, you know, $1.5 million into the company, right? Like pretty early on. So I think in our case, like, if someone works at Corgi, I want them to literally be an owner of the company. I think equity is really important, and I think that shortchanging people on equity is a really bad thing. And like, I don't know, I'm not a fan of like top-down hierarchies, like setting all of the norms and regulations. The way I think of our company, at least, and maybe it's different for others, is that I think a sense of community and belonging is important. Like people like will have lots of friends and belonging no matter where they go. Humans are social animals, and I think that like if you're spending a lot of time at work, whether it's a 9 to 5 or whether it's in our case 7 days a week for very long hours, I think that like enjoying the people that you're around and kind of having a merger of your personal life and your work life is something that like can produce really great results over some duration of time. For some people, I think that's like, you know, a very great long-term fit. For others, maybe, you know, after 4 or 5 years, they'll retire or start a company of their own or whatnot. And I'm sure
would that be a hope if you have a lot of like former founders as employees? Would you be happy? Like, would it be a win for you if there's like a Corgi alumni network who start a bunch of companies after Corgi?
Yeah, I think that'd be good, and certainly like it's part of my duty to people who were good to me for a number of years to be good to them and make sure that those can be off to a great start. I think it's like a within reason things. Like with Corgi, our mission is still pretty early on. I think we're not a success until we ring the IPO bell. But like if people reflected on what they're spending their time on, and Corgi wasn't the most ambitious possible thing, and there wasn't a good mechanism for them to change that, then like they should probably be doing something else.
Now, you guys have alluded to being one of the faster growing startups right now in San Francisco, but not shared maybe as many specifics. Is that because the moat here is sort of like the vertical stack that you put together, or is there like a tech moat that you don't like? Like, I'm curious, given how easy it is to start a company now, probably the easiest it's ever been in history, where does Corgi kind of keep lasting differentiation?
Yeah, so for us to even begin operating, we spent about 1.5 years doing some pretty complicated regulatory work. We're among the most regulated entities that exist in the US, like even more regulated than banking. So that's, you know, part of it. The other thing is we spent that 1.5 years doing like quite a lot of automation work, like along every layer of the regulatory stack, because we made the decision to become the insurance company rather than to service existing insurance companies. So it's not to say that like we're unafraid of competitors or whatnot. I mean, we keep a very low profile on purpose for good reason. But like for someone to compete with us, I think it would you know cost them at minimum maybe $50–100 million, and it would take them like 6 to 12 months minimum to begin operation. maybe, if you copy someone, it's always a little cheaper and a little quicker than the original. But like for now, I think we're kind of in a situation where gaining market share before there's like many competitors is pretty important. There's some good case studies on this. I think Stripe did a great job. In Brex's case, I think it could have been a little better. Obviously, Ramp came out and is now, by many metrics, doing a bit better than Brex. And I would say we're not quite in the business of getting ramped. So, yeah.
That's a new verb for me. You don't want to get ramped. Okay. That's really interesting. Do you think there are other verticals like insurance where your approach will prove obvious or correct? And like, would you invest in those startups?
Yeah, I think that like people used to call it like growth buyouts. They don't use that term anymore. Now YC uses the term full stack AI companies. That's the current term. But I think that the idea is like instead of selling to like a vertical and trying to get all of the companies on board, you build that vertical. And like I think for any particularly for highly regulated industries or industries that consist of a lot of like pretty complicated workflows and already have service type businesses with lots of employees built around them, that's kind of the future of the way the AI companies look. And I just think there's a lot more value that can be captured there. And like you can kind of see echoes of that in the past startups that we think are really attractive. Like maybe Uber could have built a really great business like selling like vertical SaaS software to all of the taxis. Right? And maybe it wouldn't even be that dissimilar in size early on. Maybe it would even grow faster than Uber ended up growing. But Uber ended up being a much more important company because they became the taxi company.
Aren't they now the food delivery wannabe company?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that has to do with maybe some of the management changes over time. But like, there's some other examples, like Anduril, right? Like Anduril could have very well just said, we're going to service all of the government contractors. And instead they decided to acquire an enormous amount of government contractors. They became government contractors and earned the contracts themselves. I think that like it'd just be a much less interesting set of companies that and I think that like as an industry, we should evaluate what we're doing. And there's a big difference between building like a new type of institution from the ground up, where you capture 100% of the value versus trying to sell like software to everyone in the industry. And that's not to say that selling software is a bad business or isn't what people should do. But like in any industry that like you don't think very much about because it's just the way it works, like mortgage loans, right? Like I don't know that much about the way mortgages work, but I'm sure that like an AI native mortgage originator would be a great company, right? And because probably the way they work is with like 80s back office and like thousands of people doing kind of repetitive work. And I think just like across the board, like the full stack approach is just more interesting, more exciting. For sure there's more risk and it's more work, but like I think it'll lead to better companies.
Is there any like challenge to combining this sort of young person cracked engineer culture with like owning a highly regulated business with like where your peers are like stuffy older folks with like, undershirts showing? Like is that, do you have a suit that you bring out for those people, or how do you approach that?
Yeah, I mean, if you asked me like a year ago if I thought we'd hire a regulator and like have like teams of lawyers and all this stuff, I would have definitely said no. I would have said we're going to have LLMs talking to LLMs, and that's the way the whole company is going to be run. But it turns out that life is a little more complicated than that. I think like with the full stack approach, like what people end up doing oftentimes is like from first principles, like you touch the stove like a lot of times and you kind of learn it's hot and learn like, oh, that's why like this industry works. But like you end up cutting out like maybe 20 or 40% of like workflows that are just like huge constraint. And like just by cutting out like 20% of workflows, you can get a business that's maybe 2 or 3 or 5 times better than like the legacy businesses. And in our case, the legacy businesses are worth a couple $100 billion. So like that's really meaningful. So like, I think like what normally ends up happening if you go in with super radical first principles is your stack ends up looking a lot like kind of the legacy stacks, minus a couple like pieces that technology just completely like transforms.
Let's talk about that for a sec, because when I started my career, I've been covering startups since I was like 19. too long ago now, well over 10 years ago. And early on, there were all these exciting new startups like Lemonade, Next Insurance, Root Insurance, that claimed they were like a whole new paradigm shift in insurance, and they SPAC'd, and I guess like some of them are still public companies, but it feels like their best days are past them. Where did they just kind of advance the ball for you that you could now take it to the next level, or did they come up short in some way, really realizing like the opportunity in insurance?
Yeah, so I think the previous generations of insurance companies kind of fit into two categories, broadly speaking. One is brokers, agents, and MGAs. They're all kind of the same thing, but what they do is they resell a carrier's policy, and carriers are these regulated entities that can actually write their own policies. So an example of that would be like Next, which you gave, or Vouch is one that's still around. And that's not to say they're bad companies. I think Vouch is worth over $1 billion. Next sold for I think $3 or $4 billion. So they're not, but they're just not that inspiring, because what they do is they take a carrier's policies, they package it to some vertical that like the carrier doesn't have salespeople for. They jack the price a little bit, and then they sell that product. They have no control over their product. They have no control over their margins. Oftentimes, what they do and why they're tech companies is because they like have a website instead of like needing to call someone on the phone. But like I think that if you're selling someone else's product, your chances are your company is not going to become that important, and that's a good rule of thumb. Lemonade's kind of in that category too. They have a carrier in one state, but they front in all 50 states, meaning they sell another carrier's policies. The other category of insurance companies I think we saw that are more interesting and were more exciting were companies that, like, by and large, pitched underwriting improvement. So they'd go into these verticals, like Root's an example. They'd go into these verticals where there's like 2% profit margin normally, and they'd say, hey, we're gonna like use technology to like make it so we have 5% margin instead of 2% margin. And by and large, what ended up happening is they had really bad adverse selection, and instead they had like negative 5% margin or something, and didn't do so well. What we do is a little different in that we choose to go into very like high margin sectors. Like we go into, like, our starting sector is about 80% gross margins. We like do agentic like integrations with channel partners to distribute all of our products. Like the people that are actually like getting insured in the end don't even really know that much about us. Like we're an embedded product. We're a financial infrastructure company, and like we really focus kind of on going like up the vertical stack, like at the reinsurance and carrier level, where like these automations are really, really meaningful. And a normal insurance carrier might employ 50, 60, 70,000 people that are kind of doing the task to run the company. In our case, we have engineers doing it, so it's kind of a fixed head count regardless of how much of the product we're selling. So like I think like it's just a bit of difference. Kind of like how like all of the neobanks or expense management companies didn't really work before there were companies like Column that actually like became infrastructure providers themselves.
Yeah, Column's an interesting company. If anyone is curious how they operate, and they're a lot bigger than people realize, definitely subscribe to Upstarts. It's free to subscribe. We may or may not have something cooking with Column in the next few weeks. I'm curious, when you think about this moment for your business with Corgi, could you have done this without Gen AI and sort of the current AI craze? Does that supercharge the ability to grow? Because it seems like a lot of your innovation is just like your risk appetite and your willingness to kind of play up and down the vertical here, that maybe could have been done without agents, but I'm sure the agents help.
I think just because insurance is a business that consists of like language, it wouldn't have been possible without agents. Even like a lot of the things we like are now doing that we said we were going to do when we like first started in late 2023, like the tech wasn't there yet, and is kind of getting there now. So like I think in our vertical in particular, we couldn't have done it before like the Gen AI craze. With that said, I think there's a lot of full stack like AI or technology companies that are possible that don't necessarily require like as much Gen AI. But I think just because insurance is like in particular like an industry where we are interpreting language like as our service that we provide, is something that really does require like the current like technology advancements.
The thing I want to kind of circle back to at the end here is for people who are sort of trying to get their brand out there a bit, let alone get their brand out there without divulging a lot of details on how their business works, which you guys have pulled off at Corgi. How intentional has been the press and sort of viral social media moments you guys have gotten? How much is that sort of incidental, and what have been the takeaways from sort of Corgi's virality, which if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, you can go check out their LinkedIn posts about their dog or their mattresses or their arguments on Hacker News, Reddit. Like you guys are somehow in this convo. Was that deliberate or like what's the takeaway?
It was not very deliberate, so I wish I could give better advice here, but our people just like posting, and some of them,
Is there something about like employees feeling empowered to just like share a lot of details, or like, you know, at least about the culture of the company?
Yeah, I think the fact that we like don't clamp down a lot, and then like within the startup community, at least in San Francisco, and particularly the YC community, we're pretty well known for like our culture. So like we always get reporters reaching out to us, and we always say no to them. We said yes to the Wall Street Journal recently, and that was kind of the only press that we've actually done.
If you guys saw, this was the viral article about how founders don't drink, they're celibate, they work all the time, and they get more done, right?
yeah. So I don't know. I think like if you're doing something interesting, people will just kind of come. In our case, like I think a lot of the times, because we don't say anything publicly about the actual work that we're doing, kind of our culture is like pretty well known. And I do find it's a good draw for candidates, like people that want to like do hard work come to us, and people that like want to do hard work tend to want to do important things, and they tend to kind of, you know, question like, oh, if they're working very hard, they must be working on something pretty important. So I find it really helps with recruiting more than anything else.
Yeah, I was going to say, from the outside, you could almost think maybe it was intentional, because if you're not going to, for competitive reasons, share your revenue or like how fast you're growing, and there are so many fast-growing AI startups, especially here in the Bay Area, then having a culture and like an office vibe that people can really kind of pick up on easily has to kind of help approximate that momentum, right? Like it's a proxy for you in a way.
Yeah. I mean, I hate it when people like use headcount as like a metric for success. I think revenue is a great headcount, or is a great metric for success. But like, you know, I just can't imagine like if you actually give it your all and you actually like just put in the work for 7 days a week for like a couple years, it's hard to imagine that like you won't eventually find something that works and something that's meaningful. Whether that's like the next Facebook or not is, you know, maybe up to factors beyond most people's control. But like, I think the world would be a better place if a lot of young people just put in the work, chose to work 7-day weeks, and tried to build a big company.
Well, I know one of your colleagues offers tours on social to come meet Trudy the Corgi and see this in action. So I hope to take you guys up on that soon. But I know you're probably moving offices soon, so.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you all. Check out Corgi Insurance, and for more startup stories, check out my startup, Upstarts Media, which is writing about crazy cool startups like Corgi. And thank you all for the time. Thanks, Nico.
Yeah, thank you.
Super interesting conversation. Thank you, Nico and Alex. By the way, Corgi is one of our portfolio company at the Fellows Fund. And we are very proud of being part of their journey. And two things stand out for us. One is bold vision and ambition to disrupt traditional insurance industry. Second is strong hardcore culture. So we really like Corgi. So with that, conclude our morning session. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the speakers. Lunch is outside. Thank you.
Yep, testing.
Yep, testing, testing.
Good, right?
Yep, I think so. This is good.
Good, good.
I can juggle. Yeah, I'll do some juggling.
That'll get people back in for sure.
The first 10 people into this room get a $50 discount from. startup.
A different type of
Yeah, sorry.
They were coding.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Alex Ren. I'm the founding partner of Fellows Fund. And next session, we are fortunate to have Alex Conrad from Upstart Media to host this session featuring founder of Gamma, Grant Lee. So actually, surprisingly, this is the first time I met Grant in person. So even when you invested in the company for 2 years, so then they have grown from pre-revenue to really over 50 million ARR and over 50 million users. Tremendous growth in the last 2 years. So yeah, that's great. I will let Alex take over to introduce his session and get started. Thank you, Alex.
Thanks, Alex. All right, come on, Grant. Let's do this. Let's wake everyone up from lunch. All right, so how many people here know what Gamma is? Raise your hand. If you don't raise your hand, you have certainly interacted with Gamma without knowing it, in either a slide deck or a website. Gamma has become the most popular, coolest way to use AI to basically generate slides, sites, presentations, and a lot more. I wrote about Gamma early with Upstarts Media, which is my media startup. If you guys are like, who the hell is this dude? I was a tech reporter at Forbes for 12 years, where I wrote a lot of the tech cover stories at Forbes you might have read about companies like Stripe, Canva, Snowflake, et cetera. And I left to start my own company to write about cool, up-and-coming startups that maybe aren't obvious or aren't quite getting that big media attention yet. At Upstarts Media, it is free to subscribe. I got to do my own hustle because I'm flying back to New York after this. Alex got me to come out. So it's free to subscribe at upstartsmedia.com. And it's my pleasure to talk with Grant because one of the viral early stories that we covered at Upstarts earlier this year was about how Gamma became, I think, one of the best examples of a lean startup building in a very different way from some of the speakers you've heard today or yesterday who are about hyper-growth and sort of like raise and build and land grab as much as you can. Gamma has one with a very different approach. And so it's my pleasure to have you here, Grant. It's going to be a fun chat.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Great to meet everyone. I'm super excited for this.
So when we talk about a lean startup, I think it starts with these really impressive metrics for Gamma, which everyone should be paying attention to these numbers. I think it's revenue per employee, revenue per dollar of venture raised. Where does Gamma sit there right now, Grant?
Yeah, we're definitely far above $1 million of ARR per employee. When we look at things like how much we've raised, we reached a milestone of lifetime negative net burn, which means we have more money in the bank than we've ever raised. And we intend to continue to run, super efficiently, try to be scrappy, no matter how big we end up becoming.
That's awesome. And so you were at Optimizely with a lot of your team, and you guys went through sort of the highs and lows of more traditional startup kind of venture-backed growth at Optimizely. And I think that really informed how you guys took a different approach with Gamma. So could you talk a little bit about sort of the origin story here?
Yeah, so a lot of our early employees came from a company called Optimizely. Optimizely was an early YC company. And I think that sort of generation of startups were all kind of built the same way. You hit product market fit, you end up trying to blitz scale the company. You really, really grow pretty aggressively, pretty fast. And just for comparison, if I were to kind of compare where Gamma is today relative to what Optimizely was back in the day, we're 1/10 the size, right? So they had 10 times more employees at the same level of traction. And so when we started Gamma, we had...
But not just that. I think it's important to note what you told me for our article, which was Optimizely had what might have seemed like a really good exit, from the headlines, from like what you guys would Google today, but it was a mixed exit for actually the employees, right?
Yeah, so, for a lot of the early employees, because of the exit, the outcome wasn't as great as what we would have hoped. And what that means is like oftentimes early employees, even if they were to exercise their options, you might actually lose money at the end of the day in transaction. Like the taxes, everything else that you're actually on the hook for ends up being this thing where you believe that the equity was going to be worth something in the future, but it wasn't. That was my own personal story. Joined as an early employee, joined at our Series A before we were even 100 employees. And ultimately, the outcome wasn't great. In fact, it was actually negative in terms of actual value. And so when we started Gamma, really from day one, we wanted to have a fundamentally different approach. If Gamma is going to be successful someday, then every employee should win. They should be a shareholder that benefits from all the upside. And so we're going to do everything we can to structure in a way that is as employee-friendly as possible. And that's like in the details. When you think about the ability for early employees to build an early exercise, or what is the post-termination exercise window for these employees. Every one of those details we cared a ton about because we knew it mattered. And even though in the beginning your equity is worth nothing, you do that in preparation so that, again, if Gamma is successful, everyone's successful.
I think that's so important to stress because it's kind of like the beginning of your superhero arc in my mind, the contrast to the supervillain arc, right? Where, like, I don't know if any of you have worked at startups before your current investing or your current startup. Like, my wife was employed for at a startup. She also had her startup get acquired, and we got no money back from the shares that she had to purchase within 90 days of leaving the startup. So you could argue that we were net negative on that acquisition. And I think this is kind of the unspoken reality across a lot of the tech industry, right? We just don't glorify that.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate reality is, you'll have some startups that do really, really well. Outcomes are great. Employees are all celebrating. But as we all know, the vast majority are not going to have that outcome. And so the stories of people putting their money up, exercising their options, the company not working out, nobody ever hears about that. And so, and that's probably more of the common case or more of the story that more people are actually familiar with if you were to actually go out there and ask them.
So that's the meta, and we can get back to a little bit of how Grant, how you structure Gamma's employee kind of, I guess, incentivization there. And we can talk about that in a sec, but let's also talk about just how you came up with this idea, because when I was still at Forbes, I guess 2 years ago now, at sort of the beginning of the ChatGPT craze, I wrote about a company that had raised a ton of money called Tome. And it was supposed to like win AI-generated slides. And like there was a lot of momentum. And Gamma kind of starts to creep up into my conscious as like people are like, hey, maybe you you wrote about the wrong company here. But you were not like the first buzzy company in this category. What led to you kind of settling upon this product and this sort of line of attack from a couple ideas?
Yeah, so I started my career in consulting and investment banking, so I lived in slide decks most of my career. The last startup I was at was acquired. I actually went back into more of a consulting and advisory role. I was advising a lot of startups, and I was using Google Slides as my medium of, hey, I'm going to present to you, share my findings, my proposals and whatnot. And honestly, it was like one late night staring at this Google, a Google slide, trying to figure out, how am I going to format and design this thing by tomorrow so that it doesn't look like I didn't spend any time actually on the work? And just this realization that there's got to be a better way. So what ended up becoming that sort of realization was me calling up two of my former colleagues. They were still optimizing at the time, saying, hey, what if we try to reimagine presentations from the ground up? What if we can come up with new primitives, new building blocks? And so we ended up spending 4 or 5 months, nights and weekends, just designing the initial prototype of what eventually would become Gamma. That prototype actually is what we used to raise our pre-seed round. So instead of Google Slides, we used our own prototype to raise money. And I think along the way, it just built conviction that there is this massive category around helping people be visual storytellers, where the incumbent tools were invented 30, 40 years ago, and we can come up with something completely brand new.
But still, the Optimizely A/B testing heritage came through a little bit, because didn't you kind of A/B test whether you were in the right path with your product?
Yeah, totally. So, this was peak pandemic, so 2020. We knew we wanted to do something in the sort of communication space. Like if we could change how people communicate, that we believed would unlock other things down the road. And so we actually had two ideas that we were sort of A/B testing simultaneously in the very beginning. One was this presentation tool. So how could we reimagine presentations from the ground up? The other was actually a virtual office. So again, this is peak pandemic, hybrid work, virtual work, people working across the globe, and we were like, wouldn't it be nice if there was a virtual space for people to collaborate as if you were in the same office? That would change how people communicate as well.
Which several startups ended up pursuing and raising a lot of money, Rome being one notable example. But this did become a product, right?
This did become a product, and it was a category for sure. And so we ended up doing 6 months of parallel pathing both. We were building both simultaneously. We'd actually dog food both every single day. And at the end of 6 months, this wasn't a very scientific A/B test. It was just asking ourselves, which product category did we have more conviction for? On the one hand, we had presentations where we literally had like infinite number of ideas. We were like, oh, there's so many different ways we can improve this. And on the other hand, we had this virtual office product that was delightful to use, but ultimately it was competing against the one thing that was really hard to compete against in real life working environment, right? Like the ability to sit next to someone you actually enjoy spending time with, tapping them on the shoulder, collaborating, going to a whiteboard. That's ultimately really, really hard to replicate, and it would never be something we could surpass in our opinion. And so we decided, hey, rather than focus on something that we were kind of capped in our own ambition and our own conviction, let's move into something that felt nearly infinite in terms of the possibilities.
Obviously, there were and still are a lot of companies that offer deck generating or presentation generating, whether it's Canva or it's some of these website builders trying to move, like pretty crowded market. What resonated with investors early on and with sort of key hires you were trying to bring in? Like how did you convince them that Gamma would really hold its own in what is not like a unique, like stealthy secret market?
I mean, early on, investors are obviously just trying to bet on a team that has an ambition. And for us, we were also able to demonstrate, even with a scrappy team, being able to generate that initial prototype, something that felt real and tangible. So a lot of them are just kind of, indexing on that. Is that something I can believe in? We knew coming into this category that there's a graveyard of presentation startups, right? There's many that have attempted it, failed, or maybe plateaued after a certain number of ARR. And so we knew that if we were going to give ourselves a chance, we're going to have to take a very big swing. And a big swing means let's not try to be incrementally better slideware. Let's try to really try to reimagine the building blocks from the ground up. So instead of fixed 16:9 slides, what if you had something that could lean into medium that's immediately mobile friendly or mobile responsive by default? What if it was interactive? What if it was multimedia rich? All of the things that traditional slides are not. And so that's kind of the foundation of, okay, let's try to be something that can serve a truly underserved part of the market, because the incumbent tool just cannot do what we can do.
I'm not sure if you still do it at the scale you're at now, but one thing I loved learning about Gamma was how you made new hires dog food the product, like giving random presentations using Gamma. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. So dog fooding for sure is just something that's core to our DNA. So we do this thing every Friday. We just had this, which is we call Gamma Rama. Anybody in the company can go up and present on any topic. It could be, longevity. It could be, your favorite hobby. It could be your favorite trip. And it just gives you a chance to kind of really see the kind of breadth of things you can create in a tool like ours, but then also feel the pain yourself when you can't do the thing, like if you can't drag an image in a certain place. And so that weekly sort of feedback across every single team member in the company means that you have good intuition. Like, what are things that we wish could be in the product? And that could be a proxy for things that other people wish could be in the product as well. And then certainly, yeah, all new employees or candidates are applying. Everyone has to create a presentation. And again, it's the same thing. It's like, can that person empathize with the problem? Are they excited about the mission? These are things that we think are incredibly important. No matter what kind of company you're building, like, you want your employees to really be on board with what you're trying to build.
I think it's also a clever way to learn more about your colleagues, especially with a new hire. Like I would probably do a presentation on like why I think Tom Brady is a vampire, and you would learn that I'm not a Patriots fan. And then I think at the same time, it's also like backdoor debugging, right? Like you see what's breaking.
Totally, yeah. And both are equally important. Getting to know your teammates, and then also, again, yeah, servicing bugs, things you want to fix, all like in real time.
So, okay, so you're building this product, it's going well. How do you kind of stay differentiated, stay ahead of the wave as it's easier than ever to sort of maybe get feature parity, or like you have these big companies, whether it's Notion or Canva or even Google, being like, oh, I'm not allowed to, I don't know if I'm allowed to curse here, but oh shoot, Gamma has come out of nowhere and is now really popular. We should have the same experience.
I mean, there's a variety of things you try to do. As a lean startup or a relatively small startup, one of the most important things you should never give up is like that relationship with the end user or the customer. For us, as soon as we had people repeatedly using the product, we started forming what we call the Gambassador program, which is a small community of our power users. They get all pulled into a Slack workspace. We have ongoing, regular, often daily communication as to, hey, what's working well, what's not. If we're shipping a new feature or even prototyping a new feature, they're the first ones that get access to that. And so I think that just over time, again, it gives you like kind of this open relationship with those customers and users, allows you to really get instant feedback when needed. They're the first to file a bug or report a bug when it happens, and then you really get to build alongside them, for as long as possible.
So just kind of delighting the customer, staying faster to execute like what they need, that keeps you ahead of the more resourced competitor, basically.
Yeah, definitely. And then I think the other piece of this that over time, as the user base has grown, we've really architected Gamma to have experimentation at the core of what we do. So obviously, not surprisingly, from a company that was started from many ex-Optimize folks, everything we do is really how can we test something, not assume that we know what's going to be best for a user, but test and iterate.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, everything from the initial sort of onboarding experience, like what does a user have to do to get to the first draft? There's many different things you can offer in terms of, hey, should you show them like how they pick a theme first? Or should you default to certain settings? Should you choose certain models to power different parts of the experience? All of those can be tested. And when you're at scale, all of those things should be tested so that you are constantly learning what's actually best for each segment of user. And then hopefully over time are optimizing that entire experience.
Awesome. And so then we can circle back a little to sort of how you build Gamma. There was a previous speaker today that I was talking to was this new startup, Corgi Insurance, very Y Combinator alumni, young founder tapping into this like cracked engineer or hustle sort of vibe. They were arguing that you should be working 7 days a week on your startup. You should be getting tattoos of the startup logo on your body. What's the vibe at Gamma? And like, how do you sort of see this hustle culture in Silicon Valley right now?
Yeah, I mean, what I do appreciate about that is like you do want a group of super passionate committed people to build your startup. You cannot succeed if you don't have that. But I do think you benefit a lot when that feeling is very organic and authentic, right? You're trying to build something that people are genuinely excited to show up to work, and they're not looking at like the clock, like I have to be here 996, 997, but I enjoy it. I'm going to deliver my best work because of that. So we definitely have a team that's working really hard. We have a team that's mostly based in San Francisco. People come into the office. We do believe a lot in in-person work at our stage. But we also believe when, I started my career in investment banking, so 996, it was definitely working more than that. But everyone around me, we would all burn out, right? Like when I look around, very few people lasted for many years. If you want to build a startup that's going to be enduring, that cannot be the case. If you're building a startup where it is a revolving door because people work their butts off and then burn out and then leave, then in my opinion, that's a harder way to build something that can be long-term, enduring, and is sustainable. So we probably have, I would argue, some of the lowest attrition rates ever from an employee standpoint. We've had only one employee ever leave on his own, and he left to start his own startup, and he's a he's a serial entrepreneur, so I do not blame him for that. But it's like, if you can do that, you benefit so much from the continuity, the tribal knowledge you keep within that company. And 5 years in, like if you still have that, you have such a solid foundation to continue accelerating development, where I don't think that's possible if you are in a mindset that I'm just gonna treat an employee like burning them out and then move on to the next when they're ready to leave. That's just a hard way to build, in my opinion.
Do you think there is any sacrifice of ambition in sort of building a lean startup that focuses on profitability and sort of a sustainable long game there? Or how do you reconcile that approach with like big outcomes and high ambition? Because I think what you would hear maybe from some of the YC set today is that if you're not trying to be 0 to 10 or 15 to 100 and all in on a land grab, you will be left behind. And so I'm curious like what you see.
Yeah, we don't believe those are at odds. We are on that trajectory ourselves, and for us, we've been doing so in the sort of maybe anti-VC playbook, which is we've been doing it profitably, we've been doing it with a lean team, we haven't had to raise money, and so I think you can play your own game, right? You certainly can run that playbook where you hyperscale, blitzscale, whatever you want to call it, but maybe that's not the only path. I'd say certain markets, maybe that is probably a more viable path, or maybe the only path when it is truly a land grab. But I'd say there's very few markets where that's the case. If you're in a situation where you're the Uber versus Lyft and you have to go after the land grab, then yeah, be prepared to be that type of founder that needs to raise a ton of money, needs to work at this for many, many years. Uber worked 13 years before they were profitable, and that's the sort of long game you need to play. But most markets, most categories, I would say, are not that. And so don't fool yourself into having to play that game if you're not in a market that dictates that.
Awesome. Obviously, a lot of startups are getting going really fast these days using a combination of like vibe coding and agents. Are you guys using those tools internally as well at Gamma, and sort of would it look similar just at bigger scale? What's happening under the hood?
Yeah, we're using it all. I'd say where the vibe coding apps have come into play, they're kind of slightly augmenting what we were already doing. So a lot of our designers know how to code, so they are already coding functional prototypes. That's been from day one, pre any of the vibe coding. Now we have, we can do some of those in vibe coded apps. We can also do that in Cursor. And so depending on what tool the designer wants to use, they have access to way more. But I'd say if anything, it's maybe added like 10 or 20% efficiency to what we were already doing, which we found valuable. It's just it hasn't necessarily transformed, for instance, like how the designers work.
I'm curious your reaction to, there was an interesting paper that just came out of Stanford that posited a new term called work slop. Has anyone seen this before? Raise your hand if you've heard of work slop. Okay, a couple people. So the idea is basically this is the office equivalent of AI like visual slop. Like the dumb images you see on Twitter or LinkedIn that are clearly AI generated, low effort specifically, not commenting on AI art overall. And the idea with work slop is that there's basically low effort AI work that is passing the buck to other employees to kind of clean up. And I'm really curious kind of how Gamma approaches like elevating people's work versus enabling work slop, where basically I have to do a financial presentation or something, I'm on my flight and the Wi-Fi is not great and I don't want to do it, and so I just try to press a button and have Gamma do it for me.
Yeah, I mean, if you're creating work slop, that's not a sustainable, value prop, right? A user will go into your product once, realize it's actually wasting more time than it's helping, and they'll move on to the next thing. And so, you need to genuinely figure out what is it in their workflow where you fit, and if you're actually improving their work life, then you have a chance of actually being something that can live in their mind somehow. And so, for us, it's very much about everything we do is like actually adding value, not just being the sort of shiny thing that someone can pick up, but something that when they're done with the task, they can actually look back and say, Gamma saved me a ton of time or got me to a point that I couldn't have done on my own.
Do you think there should be like a signature within the Gamma output that like it's clear that there was human consideration and care in it? Or like how would a sophisticated Gamma user know what is like a good Gamma project versus slop?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, that's also a moving target. I think as Gamma gets better, in many cases, the first draft could be great for many different purposes, right? If you're creating an internal research report, it's just about kind of really visualizing some of that content so you can understand it better. Like the first draft is actually great. If you're creating something that really needs to represent your brand and you're going out there to pitch a client or like, put together a proposal, like it definitely needs to be you integrated into that work product. And so I think depending on the use case, there's a lot of different things that you're actually looking for.
I do think this is sort of like an interesting moment where startups are building tools that like they don't necessarily want to run unchecked themselves, but they are superpowering work. I'll give an example. I did a different talk earlier this week with the CEO of Windsurf. He said that internally at Windsurf, they give a score for what % of code in a PR from an engineer is AI generated. And it's actually considered uncool and a negative signal if most of your code internally in Windsurf was coded with Windsurf. Because it's still going to have extra lines of code. It's going to be 200 lines when it could have been 10. It doesn't show good taste. So it's kind of like, Jeff at Windsurf is like, don't use me too much. And I'm curious if it's similar with Gamma.
I don't know if we quite have an analogous situation. I do think sometimes these statistics get thrown out. You got to ask who's providing the stat, and they might be self-serving and like it's trying to promote a certain thing. And I'm not saying that's in this case, but yeah, for us, I mean, it just comes back to whatever the output is. Does the end user find value? If they find value, they're coming back to the product. They're using it more. They're sharing it more. These are all signals we care about, and it's not on us to say this is like an A+ document that came out. It's on the user to know, is it good enough to share with others? And if it is, we've met their bar, we've solved their job. That's all we're trying to do.
How do you keep finding kind of new hills to conquer if like the presentation tool is really great? It's like it could keep getting better, but maybe not all users will even notice because it already like addresses their needs. How do you sort of keep pushing the product forward, staying ahead of the curve?
For us, it's all user generated, right? I think we've all know Jevons paradox is like the lower the bar you make something, whether it's technology costs or just efficiency, what ends up happening is like usage actually surges, and that usage surging is actually allowing you to open up new use cases. It's why markets expand. And for us, we can be then user driven. When you start off with a presentation, but many of our users ended up describing it like a website, they felt that we were actually creating something that was a website, then we're like, okay, why don't we support that workflow even better? We'll allow you to actually take your presentation, publish it to a custom domain or a Gamma site, and our users love that. Then they said, oh, actually, I wanted to export this so I can turn this into a carousel on LinkedIn for social media purposes. And we say, okay, why don't we make that workflow way simpler for you? Because they would have never tried to do that in PowerPoint, but because Gamma supports it, we can make it way easier. So almost everything we're doing is user-led in that we know there's a use case we can solve. We think we're the right tool for the job. We're going to engineer the product in a way that actually delivers on that.
But there is like a debate, especially with AI startups, that if you ask users, how do we improve your horse and buggy, they would ask for the faster horse and buggy, not a car, right? And so how do you balance the user requests and sort of the feature requests that you could be adding incrementally against big swings or things they don't know to ask for yet?
Yeah, I mean, I think the user buggy horse metaphor, for us, that moment happened at the inception of the company. And the moment could have been, we're going to work within PowerPoint. We're going to build a better slideware product where PowerPoint can do all these things. We just integrate natively with the existing tool. We're not going to be trying to reimagine things. But for us, we decided to take a different path, a harder path, and maybe it wasn't even, ultimately it could have been the wrong path, but we are not going to build 16:9 slides. We're going to create something completely different because we think it's fundamentally better. And over time, we're going to make it better and better such that if we're actually trying to go from the car, we're going from a car that's, you're still in charge and you're driving it manually to something that eventually could be full self-driving. Like that's the vision that we want to go to. And we've left the horse behind, I guess, 5 years ago. In that
Totally hear you. I guess I'm an impatient person, so I'm already thinking like, what is after the car for you? Like if Gamma today is a sports car, what does the spaceship look like?
Yeah. So for us, when we think about our category, we'll go down this metaphor even further, which is for us, like this category is visual storytelling, right? And visual storytelling has many different vehicles. It has the car, and in this case, presentations was our first car. But there's also many different ways you can get from point A to point B. We want to create things that are like websites that are much more interactive, that can be shared across devices very easily. In the future, we want to be able to support formats like video and audio because that's another form of storytelling that we think we could actually really elegantly kind of tie into the overall platform. So no matter what content you're creating, we can be the center of gravity for all of that, allow you as the end user to figure out, what format or channel do you need to post that content on, and we'll adapt, we'll be malleable in that sense. And so there's going to be much more in the sort of broader visual storytelling realm that we're going to get into.
That's awesome. I am curious how agents play into this on two sides. First, how agents are maybe superpowering what you're able to do with the Gamma tool. And then I think the more like meta or just intellectually interesting question for me is how agents increasingly talking and interacting with other agents changes like the need and use of Gamma, if you're not necessarily presenting to humans.
Totally, yeah. So for us, we launched Gamma 3.0 last week, and that included our launch of our agent product. The way we think of our agent is as if you had like an expert design partner, sitting right next to you. You can ask your design partner to say, hey, review my entire presentation. Give me suggestions. You can even have your agent do all those design changes on your behalf, right? And so we're trying to save you from all the manual, tedious tasks of having to do that yourself. And then the agent can actually do a lot of that for you. We really think that helps kind of elevate most people's work. The average person that hates formatting, designing slides, figuring out the right layout, you're no longer going to have to do that. Where I think a lot of the magic will happen is when a product like ours can work with other, generalist agents or APIs like Glean, for example, where, Glean can sit on top of your company's, knowledge, all of your first-party data. It can aggregate all of that and then feed it into a visual storytelling tool like ours where if you need to create a report, you need to create a QBR, you need to create a strategy deck, all of that is possible and can be automated, and you don't have to, again, be the manual person going through all the different decks or all the different files to figure out the right information. We pull it all in for you and then present it on your behalf.
I can see a lot of uses for that. Like I take over a new role and it's sort of like I need to update the presentations or the forecasts that my predecessor did. I don't want to go back and check all their work,
Yeah, the automation is going to be, I think, personally feel like that's going to be like an insane unlock for a lot of people because so much of it is corralling different files and, finding the right thing, updating it, and it happens all the time, weekly, monthly. And so if we can save people time there, they can focus on the more important things like the actual strategic discussion that you're trying to lead, the actual insights that are gleaned. And so, yeah, we're really excited about that.
I guess, and you think Gamma could handle unstructured data there because I feel like the wonky unstructured data that is the bane of every organization is PDFs.
Yeah. I definitely think so, but then it's also like in collaboration with potentially other tools. Like Glean can do part of that. We can do a lot of the synthesis. I think definitely this is where the real magic happens when a lot of these tools start working together. And we, in that case, just very much hope for a very open system in general because that's where people are going to have a ton of value across many, many different use cases.
So let's go more into sci-fi to kind of bring things home. To reward our audience, we'll get weird. There was obviously this really interesting demo where a voice agent realized it was talking to another voice agent and went into this sort of robotic code talk that would be indecipherable for a human, but could be arguably more efficient in some ways. I've heard technologists also argue that that is a waste of time and not worth doing. As agents become increasingly partners in the work we do, like carrying out tasks for us, have you thought about sort of what Gamma's role will be in Alex agent interacting with Grant agent?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I always try to just zoom out in general when there's questions like this, just to think about how early we are in the grand scheme of things, like AI adoption, agent adoption. You know, Andre Karpathy saying this is the decade of agents. Like we oftentimes are thinking about like months or quarters, but I do think we benefit from thinking about this being like a decade-long or multi-year long journey that we're on. And the other sort of analogy I think about is, you know, AI in many ways is a superpower, right? And like we're all given this amazing superpower now. And anytime there's like this movie where there's a person that all of a sudden becomes a superhero, they're given this superpower. The first half of that movie is where the person is super awkward with that superpower, right? They don't even know how to use it. They oftentimes forget they even have the superpower. And then at some point in the movie, something clicks. And the second half of the movie is like, oh, all the magic is unlocked. We know how to actually benefit from this technology. I think we're all in sort of the super awkward period still. Like we're trying to learn how to use it. It's hard to predict 2, 3, 4 years down the road, but I do think at some point it's all going to click for many of us, and then that's where the real magic's going to happen.
Do you think it's at least plausible that there might be a scenario down the road where I have a beautiful Gamma presentation, and it has some sort of like equivalent of a QR code for agents who are going to be pulling or scraping from it, who are not watching it live, to extract the most important info?
I mean, I don't think you even need to be a QR code, but yeah, for sure. I think there will be instances where you are sharing information. I think the question then will be, you know, we are designing Gamma to be consumed by other humans. If it's no longer the case, then how important is things like visual storytelling for an agent? You know, that's beyond my guess today. I think for today, we're focused on the human-to-human connection that we can make, and we think Gamma could be the best tool for that.
So where do you get the most excited, like getting out of bed, like, yes, another day building Gamma? What end result or like sort of win scenario makes you feel the most fulfilled?
Yeah, so I have 2 little ones at home, and for me, being able to just share, like creating Gamma with them has been super special from the very beginning. You know, I can have my son on my lap and we're creating something. I just think back to when I first learned like PowerPoint. This was probably in middle school. You know, the things that you're creating, it oftentimes feels pretty magical at that stage. And the sort of sense of pride I get seeing the joy he gets in presenting and like creating stuff is awesome. And I think in this case, we're just barely scratching the surface, and I get to then see hopefully his eyes light up throughout the years as the product improves.
What's your son's favorite type of Gamma presentation?
He loves creating Godzilla monsters and Carnage. So we probably have 30 or 40 decks where it's 50 or 60 slides of images of, you know, like either Godzilla or Carnage or both in an image doing something fun and crazy.
I feel like that's maybe the last lesson here, is that if you can build a work tool that can also delight your children, that makes your life a lot easier,
it's
right?
100% a win-win situation.
Fantastic. Well, Grant, thank you for sharing the story. Look forward to seeing what Gamma builds moving forward.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
All right, we have another exciting presentation here. In this creativity area, as you guys have heard, we've had Gamma. Now we have one more exciting area coming from. He's a co-founder of Manus AI. For those who have heard about it, this is one of the most interesting concept of how AI and agent can work together to do autonomous functions, right? And then beyond that, we're going to bring them all back here to do a session as well, and then there'll be some open Q&A as well. Okay. With that, welcome, Tal. Thank you very much for joining us.
Okay, can I get started?
Yes, please do. You're welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tao, co-founder of Manus AI, and right now acting as our Chief Product Officer here. And today, I just want to share some background story about how we come up with this idea and what problems we are trying to solve. And because we released this product back in March, and it's already been 6 months is passed. So we also want to highlighting some new updates from our side. It keeps flashing. Is that okay? Make
sure you're all plugged in properly.
Yeah.
Did you plug in sound? Do you need sound?
Oh, no need sound. Yeah, just The video is okay.
Just take it out again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, all set. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, we're back. So like maybe for some of you today in this room may not know like what is Manus. First of all, I just want to have some short introduction about what Manus is doing. Manus is kind of like maybe the world's first general AI agent. It's not just like some other vertical AI agent. We are general one, which means actually, we can handle a very long tail of different type of tasks. And it's totally different when you are using Manus. You will see that Manus first, any given task you assign to Manus first will come up with its own plan, and then execute the plan step by itself. And then you get the final delivery, the final work. Yeah, it doesn't just give you some answers, but really deliver the work for you. So what problems we're trying to solve is, we believe in the past 2.5 years, like ChatGPT released like 2.5 years ago, and we believe the industry are trying to build the brain. LLMs are like super smart brain. Yeah, so like whenever we are testing some new models, we will ask the model some very tricky questions to test that if they can compete with our humans, right? That's how we test the models for the past 2 years. Like, we always find some tricky and trickier questions for these models. And all the frontier model labs, they are trying to build is a very smart brain. Like for myself, I believe 2 years ago, not 1 year ago, 2 years ago, the LLMs are already smarter than most of the humans. Yeah, but I think that's a conservative way to say that, because actually I believe the LLMs are already smarter than all of us. Because we can always find some questions the LLM can't answer, right? We can always find some questions from physics or math or some programs it can't answer. But like, us humans, like maybe we can find an Einstein to answer the physics questions. But definitely we can always find some questions even Einstein can't answer. But for being an AI model like IAM, it can answer like every vertical questions. So actually, even 2 years ago, we believe the LLMs is already smarter than all of us. But why people still didn't think that this is really a big thing, and we can't adapt this into my existing workflow and my daily life? I think that's because we are only trying to build the brain, but we don't build the hand. And that also creates another problem, which is like, when you are using chatbot like ChatGPT, what you are trying to do is limiting the true potential of LLMs. Because when you are using a chatbot, your product's value needs an answer to trigger, which is that your users, if your users know what questions they should ask, or what questions they know what's the following up questions, and then they can get the best from your product. But if your user doesn't know what's the question I should ask, or maybe how should I ask the question in the right way, they can't get the full potential value from the models. So actually we believe in, what we believe is the humans like us, we need hand to interact with the physical world, and then we can make a real impact into the world, but not just the brain. And that's exactly, how our product name Manus comes from. Manus is not an English word, it's an old Latin word. It comes from MIT's motto, which is mens et manus, which means man and hand. So we believe these frontier AI model labs, they're trying to build the brain. But our mission is to build the hand for these AI models. And when I say hand, maybe like some of you are very curious about like, what is the hand for AI models? Yeah, so that's the part, like actually we believe Manus is very good at. Yeah, model is always good at reasoning. Like last year, OpenAI released their O series model. And this year we have like DeepSeek, they're all doing the reasoning. They can do very long horizon reasoning things. But when things comes to some very simple task, like maybe use some very simple tools, like maybe browse the internet, or maybe just edit an existing PowerPoint file and give me a new file. These are very simple tools. This is not complex. This is not as hard as like solving some math programs. But the LLM just failed on all of these tasks last year, And what we are trying to do is we were thinking about how can we give hints to LLMs, then they can use the actual tool to solve our real daily life problems. And this whole idea, it's very interesting. This whole idea just comes from last year, when last in July, Cursor went super viral, right? Last July. Everyone is using Cursor. And we were starting to watch our friends and our colleagues who were long coders. They're long coders, but they are trying to start using Cursor to solve their daily life problems. Like my wife used Cursor to convert a video file to an audio file. And some of my colleagues, they're long coders, but they're using Cursor to do data visualizations with some Python libraries. That's the moment, we noticed that, which is AI coding. Coding is actually the tool for solve universal problems. So at that moment, we decided to start this project, which is that we want to build the right panel of Cursor, Because, long coders, they don't care about the left side of Cursor. Because that's the code editor, nobody cares about that. But we want to build the right panel of Cursor for average users, for everyone, to let them can leverage the power of AI coding to solve their daily lives. And we're also trying to solve the problem with another very powerful technology, which is, when we are watching people use Cursor, the only thing they do is keep pressing the accept button, right? And why Cursor needs you to click the accept button is because it runs on your computer. So it needs your permission to perform some actions, or maybe it will be very dangerous to your computer. But what we were trying to think is that we think we should give AI the real tool, which is the computer, right? Like you can just imagine, if you hire some intern in your company, the first thing you will do is to give him or her a computer, right? It makes no sense that if you hire an intern and you don't give them computers, you just let them to use your computer. It's really weird. So what Manus have done is, in each Manus task, behind the task, we will assign a fully functional virtual machine for the Manus task, which means the AI has its own computer. And that brings a lot of advantages, when we want the AI to have more tools to use. Like the first tool, which is the browser. Because we have a fully functional virtual machine running in the background, which means we have a fully functional browser. It's a real Chromium browser, not like other headless browsers, which means that we can do much more, on that browser. Like in Manus, you can just imagine you have a browser running in the cloud. Then you can just log in to some of your daily routine systems. Like for me, I log in my Twitter and LinkedIn and our recruiting system on Manus. So like every morning, we have a feature we call schedule task. Then I will ask Manus to run a schedule task on a daily basis, which is like every morning 7 a.m. Just go to LinkedIn and Twitter and to find what users are talking about to Manus and gather all this information back, make them into a podcast. So like every morning when I do my toothbrush, I can listen to a 5-minute podcast about what people are talking about Manus yesterday. Yeah, that's something Manus can do. And the only thing you assign to Manus is just a very simple sentence, which is just go to Twitter and LinkedIn to find all the feedback about Manus and make them into a podcast on every morning 7 a.m. You can use natural language, and Manus will have its own plan and action plan every day by itself. You don't have to push it with all these following up questions. That's one capability we unlock with the virtual machine, which is the browser. And we also unlock other capabilities with the virtual machine, which is that because we have a real computer there, which means we can use the file system on the virtual machine. And that creates a lot of advantage for us, because I think today maybe some of you are building agents. And to the limit of today's technology, which is that the context window is still not enough to deal with a lot of different information. But with a file system, sometimes you can just offload some very heavy information to the file system. And maybe like 2 steps or 20 steps later, when you want to use it again, it's still on the file system. You can retrieve it at any given time. And that creates a lot of advantage for us. So if you use the Manus, you try Manus, you will say sometimes there's going to be some tasks that can lasting for maybe 1 hour or 2 hours with hundreds of different steps, and the Manus is still running without performance reducement. Yeah, so that's kind of something we unlocked with the virtual machine. So these are the things we're trying to build. It's like we let the LLM to have real hands to use. With the hands, they can use tools. And with these tools, the LLMs can have real-time feedback from the physical world. And the LLMs will know, okay, this is the observation after my last decision made. I get some feedback from the physical world, and I can predict what my next action should be. So behind the Manus is just a huge agentic loop. It's just the Manus will predict the next action. The action will be performed in the virtual machine. After the action is performed, there will be an observation return to the context. We maintain a very long context. We call it the event string. Yeah, and that's like basically how the whole magic happens. It's like we just maintain the whole event string and let the agent system see all the previous context when it predicts the next action. Yeah, so that's kind of like something we did with Manus. And that really just release the true potential. Is after we give the hands for Manus, I can always remember, like in this year, January 2nd, that's the first time we have our working prototype. Yeah, that's the first time we get the whole system running, January 2nd. But at that time, we don't know like what task we should assign to Manus. Yeah. So I just go on internet and randomly find a benchmark called Gaia, G-A-I-A benchmark, used for evaluating like agents. And I remember the first task I assigned to Manus actually is a very hard task for agents like 1 year ago, which is in that task, there's a YouTube URL, and it requires the agent to visit the YouTube URL and watch the video. It's a 3 minutes National Geographic video. And the task is to find what's the number of maximum species in that video in a single frame. Because at that time we were using Cloud Sonnet 3.5, and I know Sonnet 3.5 can't handle videos. So I was like, okay, maybe we can't solve this task, but whatever, yeah, I just try. So I just give the task to Manus, and you will say, Manus' first action is to decide to visit a URL. It uses a browser to open the YouTube webpage. And the second thing Manus decides to do is to press the K on keyboard, press K. I don't know, like today in this room, we have like maybe like 30 or 40 people here. Anybody know like what K stands for on YouTube webpage? Anyone knows? Okay, I saw that one. Oh, no. It's pause and play. When you press K, the video will freeze, and when you press K again, it will resume. Yeah. So Manus, because it can't handle videos, so Manus just decides to press K to pause the video and do a screenshot, and analyze the screenshot, and press K to resume the video, and press K again. So Manus just did like maybe like 50 or 60 screenshots about that video. And eventually, find out that the number should be 3. And then, I was shocked because I know the answer. It's 3, yeah. I was shocked. I was like, okay, that's good. That's fantastic. But then, Manus decided to review if the answer is right. Then, because we can see all the reasoning process behind the scene. So we saw that Manus decided to press 3 when it wants to review the answer. 3. I use YouTube for more than maybe 14 or 15 years. I never know that I can press a number on the keyboard to make the video jump to the percentage of progress bar. Because Manus decided to press 3 to jump to the 30% of the progress bar and to check the frame if the number is really 3, and then it delivers the right answer. And I just can't forget that time, on January 2nd, when I first saw how Manus is trying to solve a problem with different tools, with the browser, with the keyboard, and with all this terminal file system, and writing some Python scripts, writing some different bash scripts, to solve all these tasks. Because even I'm the creator of the product Manus itself, I can't imagine giving any new task, how Manus will solve this task. Every time, we saw its planning process and the executing process is like magic. So back in January and February, these 2 months after we try to tweak the whole system and try to finalize the user experience, what we believe is that this is something big we want to release to the world. But definitely at that time, we don't know what exact use cases or maybe our ideal customer profile will look like. We just think this is something big we really should release to the world. And we released this thing on March 5th. And we're kind of defining the general agent category. So after that, we got huge attention from the world. And right now, the business went super great. Yeah, we just reached our 90 million ARR last month. Yeah, just because we released it on March, and we're starting to charge users in April, which means in less than 5 months we reached the 90 million ARR, which is kind of a great thing. Yeah, that's what we did. And after 6 months, when we looking back at the whole process of these 6 months, and we are watching how our users are using Manus, and we are starting to think about what kind of the things we built. We kind of have the idea is Google is like a search engine. It's like a user have a query, and the user come to your product. User just give you the query, and based on the query, search engine will just return some related documents. And the user has to read all these documents or web page by themselves. That's what search engine is doing. And ChatGPT and maybe Perplexity, they're kind of an answer engine, which means you have a question. Maybe it's not a query. Yeah, you don't know the query. You only have the question. And then you will give that question to the ChatGPT. And ChatGPT will give you a return answer based on your question. But this is just an answer. This is not the final work, not the final work getting done, right? After you get some answer, you have to do the work by yourself. And today, when we're looking at what users are using Manus to do, we kind of have the conclusion that Manus is kind of like the action engine. We're not just focusing on giving you answers, but we're focusing on get your work done, which means today, these slides you are watching now is generated by Manus during the flight, because I fly from Singapore to here last Friday. And on the flight, I ask Manus, I just tell Manus what kind of topic I should talk about today and what the image style I want. And Manus just delivers the whole slides for me. So all the slides you are watching right now is generated by Manus. So you will get the point. It's totally different. We don't just give you answers telling you how to do. We'll get the work done for you. So it's totally different. We think Manus is kind of like the action engine. Yeah. And what Manus is really trying to do, we believe, is that we just democratize the power of AI coding to everyone. That's what we decided, from last November when we first started to do this project last November. Is that we get some inspirations from Cursor, but what we decided is we will not build another coding agent for engineers. We should build something for average users, for consumers, for everyone. That's what kind of things we are trying to do. And by doing that, we think we're really extending the human reach. Just like, after humans we invented cars, we can reach farther places we never can reach. And after we invented electricity, in the night, we will have some more time to work, to have fun, right? And after Manus, that's also we are extending the human reach. And there's a very fun story behind that, because everyone is talking about use our AI product, save your time, right? But what funny facts we found from our users, because we do a lot of user interviews. And what the funny facts we found from that is, in maybe more than half of the user interviews, the users will tell us, after use Manus, they work even more. Why is that? Yeah, just like me, I'm a typical ADHDer, which means I will have a lot of ideas in my head every day. But before Manus, maybe like 1 day or 1 week, these ideas will disappear because I don't have time and the focus to get some progress. But now, whenever I have some ideas, I will just drop it to Manus, and maybe after 10 minutes, or 10 minutes or 15 minutes, I will see some real progress. And I say, okay, now I really should take some time into it. So right now, I even work more with Manus too, our users too. That's the meaning of extend human reach. We are not just telling you that, okay, just dedicate all your tasks and work to Manus, and you have nothing to do. No. We think Manus is trying to enhance human, not replace human. That's really important. Yeah. So in that future, we were thinking about we are just creating a new tool, maybe like cars you can drive, but not just putting you nowhere. AI is running by itself. No, things it's not like that. Yeah, and that's kind of the whole background story of Manus. And we also want to highlighting some new features in the past 2 months, which is something we're trying to build for the next generation of AI agents. Yeah. One very interesting feature is wide research. It's not deep, it's wide. I chose this name because, I just believe that we don't need to read 20 or 30 long pages articles generated by AI every day, with deep research, right? Sometimes we just want to do some simple jobs, simple research, simple investigations, but on hundreds or thousands of different targets, right? Because sometimes maybe you are sales of some SaaS companies, and you want to figure out, you got a list with 500 companies, and you want to figure out, do we have some opportunities with this company? And you can just simply give this task to Manus. Manus will run all these 500 simple research and investigation concurrently, which means that even you are not an engineer, you can summon 500 virtual machine works for you at the same time. That's really like magic, That's kind of the wide research. And that's also kind of the future we are imagining, is by democratizing the power of AI coding to everyone, we are also democratizing the cloud computing to average user. Because, before this feature, we believe you have to be some professional people. You have to be engineer. And then you can use AWS, right, to rent some virtual machine on AWS and maybe run some regular task or maybe on some task at a scale. But now with Manus, you can just use natural language to do that. So we believe Manus may be the first personal cloud computing product too. Yeah, this is a very interesting feature, and I think it will have huge impact in our future product roadmap. Another thing is we released like 3 weeks ago. We called Mail Manners, which is, right now you still have to log into our system or use our app to use Manners. But 3 weeks ago, we have a new feature. We call it Mail Manners, which is every Manners user will have an independent Manners bot email address, which means in the future, when you receive some emails, you can just forward that email to your Manners email address, and the Manners will start to work in the background. And after the work is done, he will send the work back to you through email. And in the whole process, you don't have to go back to Manners, but the Manners just work there for you. So that's maybe kind of like a small feature. But imagine in the future, like whatever system you are using, maybe it's email, maybe it's like Lotion, maybe it's like Asana, Monday, Airtable, right? Like you use a lot of different systems in your daily life. But no matter what you're using, even like Slack, Teams, you can always summon Manners by just add us or forward something to us. And the Manners will go there and say, oh, what's the tag, what's the context there, and get the job done for you just in your context. You don't have to, jump back to Manners 2. That's also the future we're dreaming of. It's like we're really building the digital intern, right? It can solve a lot of different tasks in your existing workflow. Yeah, so that's kind of something we're building for the past 2 months and for the next quarter. Yeah, and this is for my today's sharing. Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, bye.
So this is not Tara, this is Manners right now presenting right there and showing the whole thing. But thank you very much. This is one of the most exciting era of agents, and this is a proof of what Manners has really done, and it's truly exciting. Thank you again. Let's give him a hand. We do have the next. Is he here? Mr. Yang here? Yang Chai is not here yet? He's not here? We should have another exciting session here with one of the most used, if you're ever in social media or in the arena of social content, Opus Clip is one of the most exciting product here to let you sort of generate clips for social content. He is not right here right now, and I definitely cannot present on his behalf. He's here. You have to come up here. Good to see you. I'm just going to introduce you. Take you a minute. You have time? No. Do you have presentation or just going live? Do you have a tech? You want to bring it up? Do you have a? Yeah. Do you have a computer? Yeah. No worries. Take your time. Take your time. So again, after this session here, again, we're going to bring Graham back from Gamma. We're going to have, again, Tao from Magnus, and then Yang Zhao here from Opus Clip, along with another exciting company called HeyGen. They'll be all on a panel to talk around that as well, which is going to be super exciting after this as well, okay? And then you get a chance for some Q&A. So we're going to set him up right now on the table on his laptop, and we will then proceed with him. Yes. No worries. You're good. Yeah, we're good. No, after that. The next one. After that. You have time, okay? All right, Mr. Zhao, the stage is all yours. Thank you very much for coming. Guys, give him a hand.
Hold on, let me port my projector. There we go. All right, everyone, thank you for having me here. I'm Yang, the co-founder and the CEO at Opus Clip. Today, we're going to bring the stories behind how we created Opus Clip in the past 3 years. First of all, I want to talk about media. So media has always changed. Radio, photograph, TV, and newspaper. Of course, now, video is the language of our time. There are over 300 million creators and 100 million businesses actively publishing on social media nowadays. And there are over 70% of edited videos living there. However, creating video has been a really painful process for everyone, and it's been the privilege of a few pros. Everyone wants to be a creator, but creating videos normally is draining and often out of reach. Basically, editing a 1-minute video on social media can take more than 10 hours. So at Opus, our mission is to unleash the superpower of authentic video storytelling so that everyone can become a creator. And just like Apple, we're pushing the boundaries of AI by marrying authenticity with the technology so that we can supercharge the creativity of every single creator. In 2023, we built Opus Clip, which quickly became the #1 AI video clipping tool in the world. By one single click, Opus Clip can find out the best moments, reframe from horizontal to vertical, add captions, B-rolls, and emojis, all automatically. And eventually, we can post your content directly to all the social channels by one click. So the whole process can save up to 99% of the time for a creator to create a video. There are 2 killer AI features in Opus Clip. The first one is what we call Clip Anything. There are a lot of other AI clipping tools, but they only understand the content by the caption. At Opus Clip, we understand every single frame, pixel, and spoken words so that we can clip the content not only for podcast, but also for vlog, lifestyle, gaming, media, and sports genre. So we understand the whole comprehensive video and find out the most useful, meaningful parts of the content and compose a concise and complete storytelling. The second part is something we call reframe anything. And unlike something else, they only detect the spoken head, we also detect other major objects like the sports player, the gameplay, the screen sharing, and other content. So we always ensure the most important content sit at the middle of your video to engage your audience. Over the past 2 years, we've been building an unstoppable data flywheel that ingests a data pipeline of taxonomy of the best practices of every single genre and niche for the video creation, which we call the viral video knowledge base. So when a user uploads a content, we automatically match the best strategy and editing techniques for the specific genre or type of video, and then we get the better results. And over the time, we also ingest the user feedback and the performance metrics from every single social platforms into the engine to further fine-tune our knowledge base so that we always stay at the front of the social trends and performance quality. Over the past 2 years, we've gathered over 20 million users worldwide. And the biggest genre of our ICP are definitely creators. Creators from podcast, from lifestyle, from gaming, from vlog and other, or even music. We've also seen a lot of industry professionals using the product to clip their interview, thought leadership, and marketing content. We've seen a lot of business as well. Business like small SMB, small business owners, and large enterprises. When we're saying large enterprises, they're not only using the clipping feature, we built an end-to-end solution for those enterprises by automatically ingest all of their content from their entire media libraries, hundreds of thousands of hours of content. And then we automatically clip the content for them to review, and they can either further edit the content in Adobe Premiere or DaVinci Resolve, or let us do the scheduling for them automatically to all the social channels. So in the beginning of the year, we started our enterprise initiative, and these are our enterprise customers from sports, media, and other industries. I can't mention the name, but there is one single enterprise customer who is generating over 10,000 clips every single day. And before using Opus Clip, they had about 70 in-house full-time video creators. generating only 100 clips every day. So you can see the 100-time fold after they use Opus Clip. So we talked about Opus Clip, which we built in the last 2 years, and we didn't stop there. We're taking one step closer to our final mission, which we started the Agent Opus initiative a few months ago. Agent Opus is targeting another market for people who don't have any long-form content, right? So think about, for Opus Clip, you have long-form content, you have long videos. But if you don't have anything, you still want to go viral on social, you still want to grow your social presence, that is for Agent Opus. So Agent Opus is the very first AI video agent built for social media. It's like your in-house creative team made of AI agents. There are a lot of agents like doing voice actor, motion design, video editing, asset management, script writing, asset collector, hook design, storyboarding, and so on. So basically, this product's turning an idea into a sleek human feel social video without any AI flavor. Each agent is built for hook structure, hook timing, viral structure, and social storytelling to make your video stand out. I can take a demo, which I input a simple prompt like create a video talking about Mark Zuckerberg. The agent will start writing the script, design the hook, generate the storyboard, collect the assets from the entire internet, generate each scene, and render the final video. Oh, maybe the voice.
Self-made billionaire at just 23 years old, it all started in a Harvard dorm room in 2004, where Mark Zuckerberg launched the Facebook as a way for college students to connect. The site exploded, hitting 1 million users by the end of its first year. This rapid growth continued, and after acquiring Instagram and WhatsApp, Facebook solidified its dominance in social media. But Zuckerberg's vision extended beyond the screen. In 2021, he rebranded the parent company to Meta, signaling a massive pivot towards building the metaverse, an immersive 3D internet. However, the journey hasn't been smooth. Zuckerberg has faced intense scrutiny over issues like user data privacy, highlighted by the Cambridge Analytica scandal, and the spread of misinformation on his platforms. Despite the controversies, his ambition to shape the future of digital connection remains unchanged. What do you think the future of social media will look like?
So it's a combination of generative AI assets and real-world assets from like YouTube, Google search, and also a combination of motion graphic designs along with users like input. So last, we want to share about some challenges and learnings through the past 2 years. Hopefully that can be helpful to other AI founders. The first one, I think most of the AI founders are really interested in betting something huge. I think we made a lot of mistakes in the early days. Like 3 years ago, before we pivoted to Opus Clip, we were betting on a huge product of 5 killer features for 4 different ICPs with 3 unique selling points. We spent about 9 months building that product. And in the meantime, there is very limited user feedback. So we're basically building entirely based on our own hypothesis. And it turns out to be a huge failure. So I think the biggest learning there is that we definitely should break the big bets into tiny wins. And by doing that is that, think about if you are building an agent product along with like over 10 tools, definitely try to build each tool separately, validate that, and then combine them into some products that may have a higher value together. So break big bets into tiny wins by being over-obsessed with your customers is one of our biggest learning. The second thing is about authenticity. There are so many AI slobs. Basically, AI should be the solution for content creation. But you can see from the internet right now, there are so many AI influencers and AI slobs flooded by all kinds of AI tools. So authenticity here is not only core of our mission, but also the guiding principle and guardrail of our AI ethics when we build products. So along the way, in the past 2 to 3 years, we did hear a lot of noises. We were sometimes distracted by something cool, but probably not useful. I think by solidifying our dedication for authenticity, we did reject most of the noises beyond building our existing product. So authenticity is not something just about like whether the content is original, but it also about whether the content is preserving the user's personality, context, intent, and purpose when they create the content. So it's a really broad term, and we've been very rigid and serious when we create new AI tools. And think about the new AI agent. We definitely want to ensure there's no AI flavor, there's no flavor of templates, and it preserves the original personality of the creators. So I think we're gonna hit these problems even more and more serious in the future when AGI is coming, when the technology is is advancing, but it's still gonna stay as one core part of our mission. The last part is about taste. It's probably the hardest thing when we are building AI products for content creation. Algorithms are straightforward, codes are straightforward, but how do you verify, measure, and define taste in your content? That's one thing we are a little bit struggling with in the early days, but now I think designers are taking a very aggressive judgment and also play an important role in our eval and RL systems. So we believe that in our industry, taste is probably the most important mode when we are building products ahead. So that's probably why we have more designers than PMs and even researchers in our company, as this tool is for people. Like users don't really care about whether this is AI or not, but they care whether this is a good video that can go viral, that can show off their personality on social media. So that's core part of how we differentiate with each other, with others. Last thing, we're a team built of AI video creative experts, funded by amazing investors like Fellows Fund, thanks Alex, and world-class investors like Logan Paul. And that's all. Thank you, everyone.
We do have a few minutes for questions before we bring the panel up. If you guys have questions. Sure. Can you have the mic?
Is this on? Oh.
Hello? Hey, you bring up a really great point on the taste, which is super important in the content creation space. Can you maybe, I think, share a little more details about how you approach the evaluation, how you think about it? In addition to, I think, designer plays a very important role.
Yeah, I think in a nutshell, right now we are letting human judges and AI and LLM judges to judge among multiple options created by video experts and our AI products. So basically, they don't know whether this is done by AI or a video professional or a regular user, but we're always comparing the quality of them in multiple perspectives, like visuals, like sound, like the animations, and so on. So that's how we are practicing in a nutshell, like throughout multiple golden samples along created by like humans and AI.
Hi, thank you. So I may miss that part, but for the agent, I'm wondering if I need to provide all the resources to the agent to generate the video, or you can just do it from very scratch by a single sentence of words or something.
The input for the agent is very flexible. You can basically input one single line of prompt or your intent, or you can paste like an article of your LinkedIn post, Substack post, blog, or you can upload a few assets like images, footage, branding assets, and so on. So whatever you want to upload is accepted as view as one single prompt, or like your entire library of blogs and video assets.
So one follow-up is that if I just provide a one prompt, and will there be any legal issues for the generated video, because you may use some resources that not owned by me or owned by someone else? Is that a problem for you?
Yeah, so there's always a fair use of content. For example, on YouTube, you can clip a few seconds of content from any YouTube channels. So that's part of the terms of service of YouTube. As long as you don't use the entire content without giving credits. For example, if we use 5 seconds from one YouTube video, we definitely add the credit to that specific piece. And that aligns with the fair use practice of YouTube. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for sharing. My question is more around the competitive landscape that you're seeing, because a lot of the larger companies, for example, Meta and Google, they're also rolling out. Is it? Oh, okay, nice. They're rolling out similar features on video generation and also video editing. I was wondering how you see yourself compete against those bigger companies and what your advantages are.
Yeah, I think that aligns with what I said by not betting too big. I think for startups, in general, for any startups, you're going to do things that don't scale in the early days, whether it's a new product or a new company. So if you focus very specifically on one single use case, on a very niche vertical, big companies definitely know, well, they can know what you're doing, but it doesn't matter too much for their broader use case. So that's why we are not really competing with things like CapCut, who are doing video editing for almost every single use cases, right? They do even have a feature of video clipping in their product. That was launched over a year ago, but they were just a team of 3 people, fine-tuning that very small feature, which is incompatible with our entire product. So if you are really doubling down on one use case, and you know that if you can invest 50 people, 100 people in that use case, and it's their vertical, I think big companies wouldn't want to chase you in the early days. And once you're too big or too successful, then that's another story. They may want to acquire you, but not what I want. But they also, I think, at that time, then it's really difficult for them to compete with you. So in general, you will build your branding, you will build your data pipeline, you will build your word of mouth throughout the journey before you're big enough.
So related to that question, how do you think about training your own model versus relying on what's coming out of, let's say, Google OpenAI, or doing a hybrid approach between both?
We were thinking about building our own model in the very early days, and thankfully we didn't do that. I think the key is not about the model, the base model itself, but about your best practices, strategies, and techniques in your specific vertical, right? So that's how we are infusing not only the taste, but also the editing techniques and strategies into our evaluation and RL systems. That can be built on top of any base models. So I think that's the key core technologies we are working in-house. Thank you all.
Please, thank you, Yang, again, and for the team. Guys, this is the most exciting panel we're going to have next. I mean, you're going to have a series of leading folks in this space that will talk about, the tools and all the consumer creativity and generations here. There'll be 5 folks here. We're going to introduce them by stuff. First of all, we start with Grant again. Grant from Gamma. He's joining us again. And then Yang from Opus Clip. And then Tao from Manus. And then Rao, who's going to be from HeyGen as well, joining us. He's a fellows. And then Shiva, super moderator. He's a fellows as well with the Fellows Funds. Okay? Well, with that, I give it on to Shiva. You got the table.
Yeah, let's go.
And the chair.
You guys go ahead and go up first. I'll follow you guys up. Go for it. Cool. Please go ahead. Yeah. Thanks, everyone, for joining. My name is Shiva. I worked at a variety of different places, but very close to the creator space. So I was at YouTube for the first 10 years. You'll be happy to know I shipped the letter K.
You should know.
Yeah, exactly. And then, went on to Spotify and a lot of different companies that have done really interesting things during the last generation of evolution, which was bandwidth on the internet. So I feel a little bit old, but also getting into things like mobile. And I haven't been more excited than now, as you all are as well, to the types of things we can do. So I'm really excited to kick off the panel. And we'll have to shake it up a little bit because you all just presented. So we'll try to mix it up. But why don't we first start off with something that's a little tricky right now, which is predictions. And it's impossible, so just have fun with it. We're not going to hold you to it. But if you could just step back and think about a use case in the future that you are going to empower for your customers that isn't possible now, what would that be? How about we start off at the end? Cool. Yeah.
So something we've been thinking about, we just launched our own agent product, so it's as if you have your expert design partner sitting right next to you helping you. And so something I imagine being not too far in the distant future is instead of typing everything out that you need help with, why not have voice and just actually describe it, talk about it, have a much more fluid conversation with your agent. And so I do think that's not too far in the distant future, and I can imagine that experience feeling much more delightful than having to actually type everything out.
Yeah, one follow-up on that. How much do you think about the one-to-one personalization versus what we've seen in the past is like you pick 5 personalities and you talk to one of them, and they stay true to that personality versus a friend that gets to know you. How do you think about that world, especially with voice?
I think there's going to be a need for kind of different kind of applications, right? So sometimes when you're kind of in the creative realm, you want a creative sparring partner that might push you in different ways. If you're writing something that's for your boss or for like a strategy deck, it's very different than if you're trying to do creative work for a project for your teacher, where maybe you're trying to explore something that's a little bit more poetic and going down a different path. And so that might require different types of personalization. But you need the context, you need the memory of everything you've done in the past. And so I think the magic will be, regardless of the use case, we can adapt and allow you to really pull on, in our case, Gamma, in a way that is most meaningful to you at that point in time.
Oh, and just one thing, before you talk, just give your name and your company, just in case people are new. But go ahead.
Okay, Tao here, co-founder of Menace AI, and right now acting as our chief product officer here. Yeah, so back to your question. I think it's like we kind of believe in a future that we will, or maybe somebody else will, build a product that can inference for a single user 24 hours, Yeah, because, just when you are looking at users' behavior today, which is maybe if you guys open your ChatGPT app and looking at the history, I believe on an average basis, it should be maybe like 3 or 5 questions a day. Which means, each question may consume OpenAI 10 seconds of their GPU time, right? So which means 5 questions maybe costing 30 seconds of their GPU time. But what I believe, in the not very far future, maybe 2 years or 3 years later, there will gonna be some products that can inference for single user 24 hours, which means we will not be the limit. Because in my earlier session, I just say that humans right now just limits the true potential of LMs, because right now LMs need the human to ask the question to trigger it, and then we can get the intelligence behind that. But we believe in a future, maybe like 2 years or 3 years later, there will become some kind of agent system that will inference for you based on all your context, and figure out what he should do, what he should do, what he can do, and even without your questions, he will prepare everything behind the scene. And when you really need it, it's already there. So that's kind of the future we are looking at, yeah.
Okay, and do you see it going so far as to be like an advisor for different things, or like?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think advisor is kind of like a really good concept when you say that. I never thought of that, but when you say the advisor word, I think that's kind of the thing, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the only one.
He's just thinking about it. Yeah. Exactly, it's good.
Hi, I'm Yang from Opus Clip. So what I'm envisioning in probably 1 or 2 years in our industry is that I think AI should be able to do a lot more complex things than just taking a very straightforward instruction on getting done like one straightforward job. So I just demoed our agent product. I think AI is, well, people talk about like AI editor or like AI clipping or avatar, right? Those are like very down to earth and specific tasks. But think about director, right? What is the job of a director? They're managing like a team of multiple people. So that level or perspective of complexity, I think, is one thing that AI will be able to handle very meticulously and strategically. We're seeing that happening already, but they're like probably doing 95% of the job in A, 95% of the job in B. So there are some hit or mismatch along the way, but they're getting there. So the level of complexity in creation will bring AI from like a straightforward executor to like a partner, your co-founder for like a very complex goal, not just a task, but like to achieve your goal together with you.
Very interesting. Thanks.
Yeah, my name is Ron. I'm CTO for HeyGen, and we are a AI video creation company. So yeah, that's why we know a lot of great friends here. So if you think about the futures, this is one thing I always tell my friends that was working in a similar area is that if you think about video, so I mean, currently we position ourselves as a video creation company, which is proud of. But if you think about videos, video is actually very similar to website, a static website back in 1999, right? So it's linear, unidirectional. There's no interactions. If you think about how a website evolved later, so it's becoming a web app that was written in a JavaScript. It's personalized, it's interactive. So I don't know how many of you actually try HeyGen. I mean, there is actually a interesting product called Interactive Avatar, and pretty much basically they allow you to talk to an avatar that was cloned from yourself, almost like a real person. So I think that's actually a very interesting piece what the future will look like. You can imagine video is not going to be a file. Instead, it will be iframes. So, and for any persons, you can customize the arrow, you can customize the avatar, you can customize the contents in real time. I show that for 30 seconds, and then I switch to an interactive avatar. Then that avatar can answer your questions. They will say, okay, do you have any question for the video I just show you? And this can literally become an entry point for everything. In the futures, maybe that whole product experience become an iframe. And that iframe, the agent itself, will control the experience behind it. So I think that could be a future. So I know it will take a long time to be there, but I think it could happen.
Very interesting. Yeah, back in the day, there was a website called Subservient Chicken. Does anyone remember this at all? Okay, I might be too old. I really feel it. But you could go on the web, and you'd basically ask this chicken to do any dance or say anything like that.
That sounds really cool.
Yeah, so we were hacking HeyGen and a couple of other tools to reproduce that just to see what, so it could be here. We'll see. Yeah,
that's good.
All right, let's take it down to reality right now. Yeah. One thing that's cool with AI is you're giving people superpowers, but also at a lower cost. So as an example, I was there at YouTube for the first 10 years, and we actually didn't create much video ourselves because it was too expensive to create, which is sort of crazy, right? And so the result of that is we do one around product launches and things like that. But it's an example of something today, maybe you'll create 100 a day, as you've already mentioned, right? And what's happening with Opus Clip, for example. But when you think about your products, what is something you'd like to see today happen, or you are seeing today happen, much more frequently with your customers, thanks to what you do, or in partnership with each other? And how about I start with you, Jan?
Well, I think I'm seeing two interesting trends. The first one is, so before I think before 2 years ago, on social media, the number of PGC and UGC creators are drastically increasing. However, the number of UGC creators are kind of stagnating or even decreasing. They don't see any chance of continuously creating content on social media to make a living or even make sense. So I think in the past 2 years with the power of AI, we are seeing that the PGC/OGC type of creators are increasing more crazily, probably like doubling or 50% in year-over-year increasing in the past 1 or 2 years. But also that brings in to the UGC creators as well. There are so many more UGC creators. They're kind of revibrated. They finally got a chance to got a super low entry barrier to create contents continuously. Well, regardless of the quality, they're just getting the chance at least. So both UGC and PGC are increasing drastically thanks to the technologies of AI. I think that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, for us, one thing I think a lot about is if with technology you can really help both lower the floor and increase, raise the ceiling for a user, then there is just opportunities for them to do things that weren't possible in the past, and that unlocks new use cases, right? So for us, in the sort of broader presentation space, or anybody that needs to present their ideas, if the sort of only vessel that is possible is PowerPoint, then that's pretty limited. There's only so many destinations that PowerPoint can take you. But if the vessel is something else, then there's maybe many more destinations, right? And so for us, we really want to unlock those use cases that weren't possible with incumbent tools. And we're spending a lot of time kind of spending with our users saying, if we give you these right building blocks, what might you create? And making sure that we can always kind of pave a clear path for kind of where they see the future.
Yeah. Also, I just want to echo your points, which is we think the AI technology actually is just lower the bar of letting people to create. In Manus, actually, everybody's asking about what's your use cases, and I can say maybe it's maybe more than 20 or 30% of the usage is about writing web pages. But we don't want to say Manus is just another website builder, because it's totally different. People came to Manus not just to build a website. Nobody wants that many websites, right? But we just believe that web page is kind of just like the new PowerPoint. It's just a way to express themselves. It's after you did some research on Manus, we have very detailed information and data, right? But if you only put this information into a text-based report, it's just not that attractive, right? So we will recommend our users that maybe you can just convert all your research in this session into a very visualized, web page. Yeah, that's kind of like a new way to write reports or express yourselves. So based on that, maybe given that next year, even this year, you're gonna see a lot more web pages created by users because they have the power to do that. Yeah, so that's kind of the thing we're seeing right now. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can probably also add a little bit on Heijian. I really like the perspective of express yourself, because that's one thing that I think also Heijian was thinking along the line, because our mission is really about visual storytelling and enable everyone to do visual storytelling. If you can see what we are trying to do is that we actually have a very mix of customer right now. So I would say roughly 80%, 50% of our prosumers, and 25% small medium business, and 25% enterprise. So you can see their use cases are very different. So, and you can look at one of our best users, our agency, for example. So they are really trying to generate a massive amount of video using the similar templates and similar avatar, but you can try very different variants. But you can also see some other people, for example, general users, because the key things we really not only want to focus on those big people, but it's just everyday people like us. What we call, internally we call it content professional. The content professional are the one that know how to build Google Doc, but I don't know how to build videos. So you want to enable those kind of people to build videos, and you can see a lot of people just say, okay, I throw your Google Docs in, I can automatically spit out the videos coming out of it. And there's another cool perspective that actually I don't think we ever talk too much out of the external, but we really get out of it these days after talking to our user. It's the identity piece. So because we have one product called Instant Avatar, and that's really trying to replicate yourself, trying to replicate your images and your voice into that avatar. So that actually enables some things that was very unique we never think about. So And I actually put that into the board of directors report like 3 months ago, is that like there was one user who have health issues. He basically permanently lost his voice afterwards, right? So, and then, but what he did, he's actually a HeyGen user, so he recalled his voice and appearance before that. So he actually using the same voice and appearance to run his business, continuously do that, even due to these health conditions issues. So I say, wow, that's eye-opening. Originally, I think we just help people to build video, but now it looks like we're actually helping people to build something bigger than just video in that cases. So I think, yeah, this is what we really want to strive for. It's like not just focus on a particular thing, but if we can do something bigger than that, that would be more interesting.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, one theme across all of you right now is that I see we're big users of at least 3 of your tools, probably will be 4 soon. But the key thing is sometimes I have an idea and I'm actually not sure what to create, right? So you can think about in the Gamma example, which is, hey, I want to represent this fact, but I don't know how to visualize it. So it becomes an open-ended thing. Like, I don't actually know what slide I want you to create. So as you think about it, it's the same thing. Like, what should I actually say? I don't know what terms resonate with someone. Yeah. So it's not just taking my voice, it's giving me semantics. So I'm interested in, like, how do you balance that out? Because there's utility and optimizing that. Then there's knowledge base with opinionation. Can you talk a little bit about that? And one of you feel free to chime in if it's something you're looking at. Anyone? Yeah, yeah.
Maybe I can get started.
Yeah. I think as the hand, you might have some opinions. Yeah.
So I think we really do have this problem, which is we kind of like a generation. We can do a very different type of tasks, right? Okay. But it's really hard, to convince the user that what's your first task you should get started with us. Yeah, and we really put a lot of thinking and efforts on that. And we right now we kind of have some like a recommendation algorithm behind that. It's like if you don't have a very specific purpose, and we will like guide you along the way through different questions. It's like, okay, like, do you want me to write a draft, maybe, some outline for this task? Right. And after that, was okay, now we have the outline. Can I proceed to build this outline into slides? So I think it's really like how we work, how we work as an agency with our clients, right? It's like it's always that your clients didn't know what they want until you do some consulting first, and then you get some answers about that. Yeah. So right now, I think we do this kind of like consulting every day for maybe more than 30% of the users. Makes sense. Yeah, because they don't know what they want at the last. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I can add a little bit here. So this is a tough question, by the way. I love tough questions. This point, going back to some of the narrative I just mentioned, we actually want to focus more on content professional instead of a creative professional. And this is also one thing fundamentally differentiate HeyGen with many other companies in general. If you look at like Sora or look at like VO3, so there's a lot more like cinematic video components come from there. But I think the problem we're trying to resolve here is that, okay, if we are all content professional, we are 99% of the people, but we cannot produce video, then there must be something broken here. So, and that's why I fundamentally also believe content professionals are creative. They are just not creative in building video. So that's why, like, to some degree, I'm not going to solve the content professionals' creative problem. So you can write Google Doc very easily. You may even not write a novel yourself. But I think the difficulty is actually, okay, how do you convert your creativities into a video that can clearly articulate what you're thinking? Maybe I can bring in a little bit more creativity on top of that. So that's actually the kind of a balance between being creative and being opinionated. Like, that's a balance I want to strike. So, but I would say we are probably focused more on helping the content professional to articulate what they are thinking about directions right now.
Okay, cool. Let me jump to a slightly different topic, which is there's a lot of platforms out there that are very horizontal right now. I would argue for a lot of the tasks that we see, they don't do any of them well. They do all of them sort of okay. And then we have, including on stage, a lot of vertical-oriented apps. Now, even that vertical might converge more, as you've talked about. Presentations are the best storyboards for video. Why not go there? Those types of things. But where do you see this netting out, right? And this is also, it's an interesting one. We could all merge one day, but the other side of it is specialty versus, horizontal, and what's the interplay? Do you want to start? Right.
I mean, I definitely think there's room for both. And I think the real magic is when a generalist agent or AI can work with a specialist AI, right? So for instance, one day we'd love to be able to partner with platforms like Glean. Glean sits on top of a company's knowledge base, has a ton of first-party data. That's great, and they can help synthesize, sift through all of that information. The moment someone needs to create something like a presentation, a strategy deck, something to inform the partners about something, why not be able to tap into that amount of knowledge and then use a visual storytelling tool like ours to be able to package it up the right way, send it out, distribute it, and that way you get the best of both. Right? You have the generalist tool, access to knowledge, you have the specialist tool that can really get the job done for that specific use case, and ideally those work really, really well together.
Definitely, we believe that the agent market is kind of be a huge market comparing to the market size today. We think it's just maybe 1% of the future market size. So that's going to be room for both agents. But why we choose to be the general one is because we choose our market. It's we want to do a massive consumer market, and in the massive consumer market, I think it's best to do a general thing, because if you want to build something for consumers, and you only go some very vertical. And in the long run, you will find it's very hard to get users, because you can only solve very small part of their life, and they want to even remember you when they need you, right? Because it's every time, I was the judge of many AI hackathons in the past 2 years, and in these hackathons, there's always be one kind of project which is AI trip planner. Yeah. But for normal people, how many trips they will do in a year? Maybe just one or two, maybe zero, right? Yeah. So it's very hard for consumer to remember your name when they really need you. So we think if you want to go to the massive consumer market, it's very important to be general. At least you can do not just the one type of task, right? So that's why we choose to do the general way. But definitely, we believe for verticals, there must be some professional agents, like Heijin. Actually, we will release our integration with Heijin next week. Yeah, that's why, because we know we're not experts in that vertical, so we will use Heijin to handle these tasks. Yeah.
We are very fortunate of having.
Yeah. Young, any thoughts?
Yeah, I actually believe there are definitely spaces for both type of companies to live. And on one side, I think there is no very clear boundary between general and specialty. For example, even in the space of video, what is general, what is specialty, right? There are so many use cases and markets, even in the space of video. So I think the terms are not black and white, but there's a huge gray scale. On the other side, I believe that, like what Brent and Tal said, I think the agents should definitely, or the products should definitely, collaborate together even more closely. The key is not about what technologies or specialty you have, but what context you have. So as long as you have the right context, you can solve the problems in the best way. That's why like what Grant said, if Glean can provide better context, you can definitely derive better presentation or videos for different use cases. So I'm definitely seeing the opportunities to work more closely, even with Heijin or other products in the next phase. We're launching integrations very soon as well, right?
Yeah. Is that an announcement?
Everyone's integrating Heijin.
I feel like this is the perfect places we talk about we have a co-marketing.
All right. You want to add anything?
No, the only thing I think they said it really well here. I'm glad we have a lot of partners in these cases. I guess, it's less about vertical and horizontal. I mean, it's probably because you have seen so many successful stories for both vertical and horizontal here. There's really hard to tell the boundary between those two, but it's really about aha moment, I think. Is that no matter whether you do vertical or horizontal, you only have 1 minute for your users. Yeah, can you actually impress your user, your ICP in that 1 minute. Right? So if you can do that, no matter it's vertical or horizontal, you can do a good job for that. Yeah. So in many cases, even you are very horizontal, you still want to find a core group of users that can do really well for that particular use case. You start from there, and as a seeding users. And then you expand across it. Maybe the underlying capability are very horizontal, but you want to start with some set of users that really like your product, and they can be your ambassador to make it happen afterwards. So that's why I don't really feel like there's a really strong boundaries there, but it's really how can you make the user happy. I think that's the key things.
Why don't we switch a little bit more towards the engineering challenges, right? And could you reflect on, so right now, so much progress has been made. It's pretty exciting what happens every day. But we also know that we're starting to hit limits and walls. Are there any engineering challenges you would like to see solved, right, that would unlock your potential more, right? You don't have to disclose whether you're working on them or not right now, but if you can, go for it. But trying to understand, like, how do you look at the world of the technological layer, and what breakthroughs do we need to see? So why don't I actually start with you?
Okay, yeah, so I'll probably start with, and for those of you who know a little bit about HeyGen, you know we grow up because of being an avatar company. We work on avatar video at the very beginning. I continue to see that we're lucky enough to become one of the top companies in that space because fundamentally, avatar is about human modeling. So, and human modeling, it's actually critical foundations for video generation and to actually the futures of the storytellings that we are imagining here. So that's why going deeper into like this space, we realize just so many things we haven't been able to tackle yet. For example, how can you handle the subtle motions of a people? How can you actually handle full body motions? How can you handle gestures? How can you handle like human objects sort of interactions with each other? So I don't think this is a problem even like the biggest company can actually handle right now. So, so that's why I think there is a very, very deep research space that we can get into at this moment. And of course, like in the long terms, you can see a lot more things you can develop on top of it, like cloning a person. But my expectation is that in 6 to 12 months, this could potentially pass Turing test in the sense that you present two videos in front of humans, they probably cannot even tell whether it's real humans or fake humans. So yeah, but this will be a continued research topic.
There's two things that we're thinking a lot about. The first is, with AI, you have a chance to invent new surface areas or new user interfaces. And I think what used to be, you have a tool that's super powerful, a tool like PowerPoint's been worked on for 30, 40 years, really powerful tool. You have to, as a user, you need to figure out which menu to find the right feature, which sequence of things you need to do to get it to do something. Yeah. And so what if, instead, you never have to have any of that UI, and you can describe what you need to do, and in this case, Gamma can present a variety of options for you, try to predict like what you're trying to accomplish. I think it's an interesting problem, and I don't think it's been solved well yet, and certainly, even like a tool like ours that gets better or adds more functionality, it's an increasingly challenging problem. So it's something we're thinking a lot about. The other is we're going from a tool that has historically been much more of a prosumer tool, so individuals going in, using Gamma. We are now starting to enter a market where we have, in some cases, tens of thousands of users. How do you serve that same experience where on a personal level, you go into your workspace, you want it to feel more personal, you want to organize folders a certain way. Now you have 10,000 colleagues that also want to access maybe some of the same things, but also want to organize in their own way. And so I think it's an interesting challenge of many of these tools will have to figure out how to graduate into a very sort of much larger base of users, all trying to pull your tool in different ways. And how do you still deliver a magical experience where they still get a ton of delight, but it has all the power kind of underneath the hood?
Makes sense. Yeah. I think like what I said in my previous presentation, I think taste is one thing that we're working the hardest. It's really hard to like verify, measure, define taste, and it's even harder to evaluate that and improve it, right? If you can't measure, you can't improve. So we started investing and researching that topic like nearly 2 years ago. Think about like how you tell a story. There are so many perspectives about taste, like the visual taste, the sound taste, the script taste, and so many others, right? And take one example, like if you are creating an ad, a video ad, like we are not creating ads, but I think that's an adjacent market that I can give an example. For a successful video ads, the script itself is taking more than 50% of the influence of the ads conversion. That's what I learned from our go-to-market team. But you can clearly tell whether the script is written by an AI or humans.
Yeah.
Even for the written script, the taste of AI is still catching up a lot to be authentic, and not to mention other visuals, motions, animations, crazy stuff. So that's probably one thing I think we still need to invest further. Yeah.
I think for us, it's always about like how to make the agent can run for a very longer period, right? It's like, as I just mentioned, we want the agent to run 24 hours for a single user, but right now we can't do that because like we think right now the LLM is still based on transformers. It's still like based on states. Yes. And we are always looking about like different researches about the stateless models, but right now they're not very major. Yeah. But who knows, right? It's like only the transformers only dominating this in less than 3 years. So we were expecting that in the future there's gonna be some like a stateless model, then our long-running agents can work. Right now we are just pushing the limits and boundaries of existing models by doing a lot of engineering tricks around the context engineering. Yeah. But we believe in the future the model will solve the problem. Yeah.
Okay, no, makes sense. All right, there's a lot of builders out there, and and investors in builders, and they're trying to give their companies advice. One of the big things that's happening right now, and you all are very open, so that you have so many different types of users using your platforms, as you've mentioned. How do you stay in touch with them practically, right? Especially as you scale up, you all have thousands of people now. And how do you put that culture in your teams, right? I think in the past, what we often saw was as things get bigger, the engineering team no longer talks to customers, right? Designers are getting orders from different people. I think that world is blown up. I think we could all say that. But the flip side is, how do you scale that, right? And you're all very lean, I believe. Yeah. You want to start? Yeah.
Yeah, something we've really tried to do from the very beginning, and this is something I advise all startup, is like you never lose connection with the customer or the end user. You have to do everything you possibly can to fight the temptation that even if you get big, the customer can feel like this sort of faceless entity where you just have a lot of users and just assume everything will work out. I think you need to find ways to build that connection. So for us, early on, when we first started getting our very first repeat users, we would start inviting our power users to our own Slack workspace. We called it the Gambassador program, which is a place where any one of them can give us immediate feedback. They're the first ones to report a bug that happens. They're the first ones that get access to prototypes when we're designing things. They'll tell us when things are working, when they're not, and you have that really close relationship. If you're lucky enough to also start building even like a social presence, our mentality is we just think about keeping DMs open at all times. Anybody can reach me on LinkedIn or Twitter. If they had feedback for me, I will listen. If they really want to jump on a call, I'll jump on a call. Yeah. And I think that just gives you a chance where feedback is gold. If someone is kind enough to want to give that to you, you should take the time to do it, no matter how big you get. And so that mentality, I think, permeates throughout our entire organization. And whether it's an engineer or designer, now that we're growing our go-to-market team, every single one of them is in a position where they can interface with our users or customers, bring that feedback back to our team, and make sure we're constantly learning and iterating.
Yeah. So I'll just start with some traditional ways. Yeah, it's like, after release Manus, I spent 1 month in States, from West Coast to East Coast. Yeah. We host more than 15 user meetups cool. in different cities in States. And why we want to host this user meetups is because we think general agent is so new. It's a new thing. People are just, they don't know what it is. So we just want to do face-to-face and to introduce the product using. And actually, it works, We got so many volunteers and the early adopters for Manus release user meetups. And later, we kind of launched a program we call Manus Fellows. Yeah, Fellows. Yeah, Manus Fellows. So right now we have fellows around the world.
Oh.
So each week there's gonna be 3 to 4 events hosted by our volunteers, by our fellows around the world, in different countries. And that really works, that creates the love for our user community. So that's kind of like the traditional way. We do user meetups everywhere. And let's talking about some like a new scalable way. Right now we are using AI, to summarize all the user feedback from all channels, like Twitter, LinkedIn, and all the internal feedback system. But that's a lot. Like every day we will receive thousands of these messages, and we don't have time to read them all. So we will use AI to summarize them into different topics. So some are positive, some are negative, and we will push that report on a daily basis into our Slack channel to make sure everyone is reading about what customers are talking about us. Yeah. That's one way. Another way is we value user interview too. Yeah. But sometimes when you are busy on the product engineering side, you just say, okay, I'm busy. I don't have time for the interview. But we think that must change. So from last month, we kind of invented some mechanism. It's whenever there are some users will meet our criteria, like if you are a Manus Pro user, which, Pro user, you need to pay us $200 a month. That's a lot, right? So we think definitely we should interview them. So if a Pro user, or maybe you use Manus on a daily basis every day, right? We think you are also super important. So we will use AI to contact these users to negotiate with them that if they have time for an interview with our product managers, then if they say they have the time, we will just, create a calendar event with the user and our product manager. And we have a rule that every product manager will do at least 2 user interviews every week. Okay. So whenever they saw there's an event coming in the calendar, they say, okay, this is a thing I must do. That's a thing.
And I heard about you, by the way, when I went to VidCon, and every creator was talking about you. So for what it's worth, you've got a natural community out there. But how are you interfacing with them?
I'm going to say that. So we basically segment our customers into 3 circles. Yes. The core circle is about the highest end, best quality users. We go to trade shows every month. At least once a month. Okay. So VidCon, right, in June, we're going to be Summit in 2 weeks. We basically go to every major trade shows. Well, it's similar to the meetups, actually, right? So you meet your customers, you meet the pro, you meet the enterprise business customers out there, because they are willing to pay $100,000 ticket to visit the trade show, right? So they are they pay $2,000 to $3,000. 2 to 3K for the trade show ticket. They're paying a lot for your product. So those are the high-end customers. And then for the middle ground, we do have a goalie system. We have engineering goalie, product goalie, design goalie, marketing goalie. So 4 goalies running every week, and they are sharing in 2 sessions weekly. One on the technical side, and one on the customer use case or PMF side.
So it's an all-hands presentation?
Yeah, it's all hands. Everyone is welcome to join. Normally, 60, 50 people joining every week for those 2 sessions. And for the biggest circle, what we do is we replace our customer support with AI a lot. So I think there's a tricky thing so we hired a lot of offshore customer support specialists in Asia, in LATAM. They're actually even cheaper than AI customer support right now. So if you think about the unit economy, the offshore customer support is probably 10% cheaper. But why we still replace them is because it's easier to analyze the AI customer support.
Okay, we might be in a bubble, actually. So
possibly, yeah. So we replace them with AI, paying 10% premium. But we got a very comprehensive analysis of every single conversation, every single ticket, every single issues we solved. And at least, our PMs and engineers found them much more useful than the offshore teams handling those. So over 80% of our customer support tickets are handled by AI right now, and they're getting over 100 customer insights every week.
Amazing.
Yeah, it seems I do the engineering stuff. So I talk a little bit about engineering. So Yeah, engineering need to talk to customer also. So yeah, there should not be a misunderstanding. It's okay, this is all PM's job, so I don't care. I just build product. No, I think engineering need to understand customer. I think that's very important. I think we do a lot of common stuff. Also, customer support. Actually, we use AI also. Maybe I can talk about which vendor we should use. Yeah, definitely, you can see a lot of benefit coming out from there. But there's some things that I would say interesting that we do. First, we actually have a hate channel that people will hate. You will share from the social media, like who's hating agent. So and then we just like. Oh, you do it? Okay, so maybe that's not that unique. I copied that from Snapchat hate channel, so Snapchat have that. And then every single day you can see, okay, why people was hating us. And then engineer will jump in to say, okay, oh, this is an issue I want to fix. So it creates some kind of a more bonding feelings for them to, okay, this is why people don't like us and we need to fix it. So, and second thing is that we intentionally keeping our organization very flat. So, and you just don't need to create hierarchy for the sake of creating hierarchy. And fundamentally, I believe what AI really helping us is that we're going to have less people to build more stuff. So in this case, a lot of common wisdom will not apply. So you can totally using like, I don't know, 50 engineers do a lot more things than what it used to be. And the good thing is that once you have a smaller organization, you keep the communication loop much tighter. So you make yourself that I can easily get the CEO, CPO message down to the individual engineer much quicker in that cases. And also we are getting very used to skip level conversations, getting very used to ambiguity conversations. So we believe every single IC are capable of tackling customer problem so by themselves. So a manager don't even need to get involved. Yeah. So I think that's also very important because like once you get into this kind of small group conversations, things move way faster. So, and that's also another critical things I want to bring up.
Awesome. A lot of gold there, so hopefully everyone can learn from that. Okay, last question, which is, one of the things, you all have some level of open-ended chat interfaces now, right? And to your point, I think the UIs need to evolve, and constraint sometimes leads to creativity, sometimes it just drives you to what you need to do. But because they're open-ended, you probably get asked really crazy things, right? So how do you find value in that, right? Like, do you look for things that might be adjacent? How are you mining those queries or those questions? Just curious, like, how are you thinking about that world? Maybe we'll start with you, as you just opened up Young with the AI kind of video creation as an example.
I think that insight actually started already 2 years ago, even before we built the agent for Opus Clip. Because so the tricky thing is that we market that we can clip any type of content in the day one. But in the day one, we only can clip spoken content. Right. Well, after 1 year, we can literally clip any type of content. But the motivation of building that clip anything actually did come from the user's insight, the user's input. So they drop a lot of sports content. They want to find like Cristiano Ronaldo, scoring a goal. They want to find a funny joke from a comedian performance. They want to clip the highlight of a music. They want to clip their gameplay. And we all return failed for those use cases, and they hated us on social media. They said, no, they can't do everything I tried. They're fake. But I think those are, the insights we distilled, and thanks to the multimodality video understanding, we are able to do every single use case that they requested. I think the funnest thing that we find was they want AI to clip jokes. And we tried it very hard. I think so far they're not doing a good job yet. We did
tried hard to be funny.
It's very cracked and very weird. So out of the whole content, AI was very struggling finding out real joke that makes sense. So as I mentioned, we do have a taxonomy pipeline of all kinds of different best practices in different genres, but even for, but especially for comedian jokes, that's the hardest one.
Yeah, so for us, when we first started, we allowed users, there's like a little tiny prompt box, and then we figured, if someone just enter what they want to create a presentation on, it seems pretty logical. We'll see what people create. Turns out people would copy and paste a whole wall of text into this little prompt box. And we're like, okay, what are they trying to do? Well, they were actually copy and pasting from like a Word doc into that. Or they would actually try to paste in a link from a Google Drive link to like their Google Doc, right? And so we realized that in many cases, people were trying to use their existing work so that they can allow Gamma to synthesize it, visualize it, and we weren't supporting that use case by just having a tiny little prompt box. So over time, we've tried to figure out what are different on-ramps into Gamma. If you have existing work, what does that look like? How might we step through that process when it's a very different workflow than if you are just trying to generate a report on X, Y, and Z. That can be simple. That fits in the small prompt box. And so it's kind of just evolving, seeing kind of user patterns. And of course, as the tool can do more, the expectations raised, and then you have to see what people are trying to do.
Go first.
Yeah, so I think that's a very good question. It's actually timely. We also just shipped our agent product last week. Yes. So, and then, yeah, and then there's a lot of good observations. In fact, I would say, yeah, and there's some people just like enter like a couple words, like Google type of a keyword use case. Yeah, okay, so of course you can understand that. There's also people like going to ChatGPT to generate the entire screenplay, and then you just like send it into the prompt box, and which can come up with some magics. And of course, the agent hopefully can handle all those things if possible. And but one of my sort of favorite use case these days is that, at least for myself, so I just do an NBA top news like podcast style, and coming back to my feed and every single day, so it become a workflow. So in that case, it's basically one prompt that I can get like a video every day and with different contents. So I think that's an interesting way of using it. Yeah, so, and also, but you can see like once you throw that out, you can see a lot of wild things that we cannot handle right now. So I don't remember how many error cases I need to add to say this cannot handle, I cannot handle. Like for example, people will just ask you to generate a random animal avatar that can speak like a human, whatever type of things. So we are not fully there yet, but hopefully we'll be there. So, but it's a learning experience for us to see what people exactly want at this time, I think. Yeah.
As for us, it's like, because when we were building, before we released Manus, we try like really different type of tasks with Manus. We said, oh, this is amazing. Definitely we're gonna be the first general agent, right? So when we released Manus, we put 43 use cases on our website. We are so proud of that. We said, okay, this is general. But when the real user came to our product, we know, okay, what general means to a normal user means. Some user will just say, okay, helping me to earn $1,000 with no instructions, just helping me to earn $1,000. So we think, yeah, definitely, it's really hard, to be a general agent. Yeah, sometimes we just get very frustrated by that. But after that, there are some users who like try to focus on the benefits of AI. And then, there's some real magic happens. I always remember, I think he may be the youngest Manus user, Akila. Like, he's Japanese, but they live in Singapore. So we met with Akila back in April. At that time, he came to our user meetups in Singapore. And he's only 7. And he's talking about his love for Manus. We were shocked. We didn't expect that there's like 7 years of people kind of benefit from Manus. And after that, because we moved to Singapore too, so we keep contact with him, and we were seeing him like use Manus to taught himself to learn Python, and he is using Manus to run a club in his school. And he's trying to do some business with Manus, with his schoolmates, And that's really amazing. It's like really like to extend the human's reach. Yeah. Cool. So that's kind of like my favorite use cases. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I'm gonna end on a warm note. We have one more question. Okay. One thing that's cool about AI and what's happening now is I've never seen a technology where parents are using it with their kids as much as this one. Trying new things, doing it together. And that really speaks to the accessibility of what's happening right now, but also the joy of creation. So if you do have kids, or if you've seen use cases with kids and families on your platform, and I'll just give you an example, like we use Gamma to create comic books all the time. It's pretty fucking amazing. Okay, it's really cool. And it's just fun. and these kids sketch something and bring something to life. So curious what you're seeing in that world, and how do you embrace it, or how do you think about that? I'll start with you.
Sure, that's a tough question. I'm a father of 2 kids.
Yeah.
So, and then like their school just banned using the cell phone, so that's why I don't know how to find the right lines of that. So, also like, this reminds me when I was working in Snapchat, I get asked by the same questions. Yeah. So it's like, okay, as a social media, social network, like how do you think about children's? So I fundamentally believe like all technology advance have its benefits. So I think it's not about blocking them. It's more about like how can you leverage it in the right way. So yeah, just like school right now, we think about should they block ChatGPT? They should not do it. So instead, that's actually a tool. It's going to be used by many, many people in the futures. So that's why it's more about how they should use it in using the right way in these cases. So that's why at the end for my kids right now, I to be honest, I do not allow her to use social media. Yeah. That's one of the things that I would do. So, but I think that's the right way to do it. But on the other hand, I think like for example, for creation tool like HeyGens or Opus or menus, I think there's a lot of beneficial things. I just like creating a videos for her, like going to Universal Studio with her friends. When she see that, she was amazed by what AI can do. And another thing I do, we actually build a video journal with her. So basically we come back from Costa Rica, and then I just put in like a bunch of images and video, and that come up with something that was amazing. But you can see like once they get access to the power of AI, they will start to think about how can you leverage it in the futures. So yeah, it's more about how to guide them instead of.
Okay, yeah, I guess that. Yeah, so I also father of 2 kids. Yeah, I also limiting their usage for their phone. But I believe like AI is super important. Just like I think they're just right now they're 7 and 10, and when they go to the job market, if you don't know how to operate AI, it's just like 20 or 30 years ago that you want to find a job without knowing how to operate a computer, right? So right now I'm teaching them about using AI, and sometimes they will just use very simple words. It's like, okay, I want something. And definitely it will fail, you know, because you right now you have to learn the right way to collaborate with AI. So right now I'm focusing on to teach them like how to talk to AI. It's like when they fail, I was okay. Let's review your prompt, right? Why you fail? Because you don't describe your task in a very detailed way. So I will try to communicate with them, like what's the right way for human, you know, to co-pilot interact with AI, and that really helps, you know. After some months, right now, you know, I always will review their history with AI. Yeah, I'm bad father, I know, yeah. But when I review the prompts, you know, comparing to like 3 or 4 months ago, now their ability to express their needs just improves. I think that's a good thing, yeah.
So actually today is the birthday of my daughter's 3-year-old. So in the past year, I created my digital twin. Because I don't spend a lot of time with my daughter, right? So I created my digital twin, and she was like 2. And I started to realize that she couldn't distinguish me and my digital twin. And that is a problem.
Was he more funny than you? Yeah, yeah.
I mean, yeah, she was, you know, not happy with that twin. So I then tweaked my digital twin to be someone completely different from me. It's a guy who knows me very well, but is very different from me. And I realized my daughter is accepting that guy much better. And you know, he asked that guy about, you know, what kind of dad do I have? Why is he away?
I feel like this could be its own dedicated interview.
Yeah. So I think that's part of the AI ethics I'm learning and guardrail. I think, you know, authenticity sits there when you know, that if that's not me, then don't make it me. Yeah.
I'll keep it quick since I think time's almost up. But my use case is similar to yours. You know, creating comic books with my kids. I think there's nothing that's more rewarding to be able to build something that, you know, for them it feels so tangible. I learned PowerPoint when I was my son's age. So the fact that you know, having a tool where when I first used PowerPoint, it felt like magic. Be able to create something from nothing is an amazing feeling. For my son, like sitting on my lap, doing that using Gamma, and like see his eyes light up. that magic and then feeling like, oh, that's a company that my dad built. That's the most rewarding feeling in the world, and something that really, for me, like energizes me every single day to try to push the product even further.
Wonderful way to wrap up. Thank you all, and please, round of applause for our guests.
All right, before you go, guys, listen. You guys are extremely lucky. These are men with great taste. They're here, number one, right? Number two, remember these faces. These are guys who will probably be the innovators of the year, company of the year, and person of the year, and likely to ring the NASDAQ or our New York Times bell one day. Congratulations, and thank you very much. Thank you again, guys. Okay. We're extremely fortunate to go back to back now. I mean, we have another exciting panel here. You know, you guys have heard all about the excitement in technologies and in usage and in innovations. Now we're going to talk a little bit about adoption, Institute of Revenue. We have a panel with Sean from Menlo, and we have Lucas from Sound, and BG from 8VC, JC, our very own fellows from Fellows Funds, and Todd from Criteo, that will be sort of leading this panel here. A great session. Now, right after this, we'll have another great session as well related to some exciting stuff in legal and other advances as well. Okay? With that said, Todd is all yours. Thank you. Yes.
Take Hey everyone. We're bringing it home, I guess, or we're getting close to it. I hope you all had a great conference, and a major kudos to Alex, to the fellows. I hope you're all enjoying yourselves as much as I am. This is going to be a fun panel. With me, I have a very diverse group of investors that have a great deal of experience across enterprise and consumer. Some of them have had incredible careers in tech before. So let's just start with a quick introduction, each of you maybe. Your area of investment, a favorite moment or investment in the past, just to get to know everyone. Go ahead.
Everybody, Sean Carolyn. I'm a partner at Menlo Ventures, been there 23 years, started a company in the middle of that journey, about 10 years in, that I proceeded to lose all the money in, so learned a lot of lessons in that. But fortunately, I'm a better investor than I was an entrepreneur, so a lot of investments in Uber and Chime and Roku and a bunch of other cool ones. Siri was actually, we were the very first term sheet for Siri, who obviously has lost the race to ChatGPT, but it was a fun journey to be on before Apple got him.
I'm Jesse Ma. I'm with the Fellows Fund. After 30 years working in the high-tech industry, building AI-powered products like Google Assistant and Microsoft Advertising, I decided to jump in the VC world. So I'm relatively new, very excited.
Hey, everybody. My name is Lucas. I'm an investor at Sound Ventures, based out of LA. It's like a 15-year-old firm founded by Ashton Kutcher, about $2 billion under management. And we mostly focus on sort of early stage, like Series A, Series B stage AI application layer businesses, and then also big investors in OpenAI, Anthropic, and some of the infrastructure businesses. And a highlight in our portfolio is one that we share with Fellows Fund, which is a company called GC AI. We have Cecilia in the back row, which is an AI platform for in-house legal teams, and so have been able to get to know the Fellows Fund group through that investment.
Thanks for having me. I'm BG. I'm a partner at San Francisco and Austin firm, 8VC. We manage about $8 billion. We're mostly early phase investors in many different areas, mostly enterprise software, AI applications, infrastructure, AI-enabled services, but we also do defense and healthcare and supply chain logistics. We also incubate companies. I've had the pleasure of starting 3 companies as part of our incubation program, but investments keep me busy. Old-timer from Oracle, RDBMS Group, Yahoo Ads Infra. JC and I were at Yahoo during the same time, and then was the head of LinkedIn data infrastructure in a past life. Proud of all of our companies, but I'm increasingly focusing on AI-enabled services of all kinds, BPO. But in my heart, I've always been an infrastructure guy, so data and AI infra.
That's great. So thank you for powering everything I do at work and in my personal life too. You guys are responsible. And I know you're gonna usher us on the other side of this exciting era that we're in right now. This panel was all about the gap to adoption. Alex would say traction. You know, if capital's the fuel, what happens on the other side when you light it? Because we have a great mix of consumer and enterprise here, would love to have you share with the audience what you see as the greatest gaps to adoption. Choose one or the other, enterprise or consumer, as we go into this next year. What's in the way of getting traction and escape velocity or scale for all the great companies that are innovating right now? Go ahead, Bhaskar, you start. Sorry,
Given our backgrounds in ads, I think it will be, I think enterprise, surely in departments like marketing, legal, and other areas, I think workflows and content generation stuff is working very well. I think unstructured data extraction is working very well. I think one of the challenges with dropping AI into the enterprise, whether it's co-pilots or agents, is I think the overall observability, governance frameworks of how you actually know things are working properly, how do you recover, is still, I think, not yet battle tested. And I would say ROI also. I mean, where do you put in co-pilots for improved productivity versus fully agentic stuff? Those are two areas that I think are not sexy, but will have to be innovated on till we reach what I call a reference architecture of inserting AI at the enterprise. So mundane stuff.
Mundane, but huge. Those subsystem connections are still very brittle. Sitting on the enterprise side, I can tell you, a 20-year-old company, there is no AI-first infrastructure. There is no such thing. So maybe we can continue on. Lucas, what do you think? Consumer or enterprise? Take your pick.
Yeah, I think within consumer, it's a different world than enterprise today, where the vast majority of the pie is still covered by the general purpose tools, the ChatGPTs and Geminis of the world. And there, our general perspective is it requires a step function improvement in order to generate a big outcome or be in a category that is difficult for the general models to compete with. And so historically, like companionship has been a category that OpenAI has been reluctant to pursue in a real way, and as a result, you get standalone players that are building really big businesses. But ChatGPT is very good at a lot of things, and so we're really excited about like voice and a lot of also what the panel before us was discussing around video as some of these categories that can create really large consumer outcomes outside of the base research lab consumer products that are covering most of the surface area today.
I found that fascinating, this companionship thing. You mentioned a couple of different companies. Like, what makes that such a appealing space versus some of the others? Is it looser model quality acceptance, or what is it? Is it something much deeper that goes with human psyche? What is that?
I mean, I think it's a combination of human psyche and a lack of willingness for the largest players to pursue that area, right? Which is interesting that Grok is potentially changing, that paradigm. But if you spoke to like the character AIs of the world, part of it was we're going to pursue something that is difficult for the big companies to pursue. But no, I think it's always been obviously a big demand that folks have, and there's sadly like a loneliness crisis, and there's a desire for all sorts of companionship. But it's a different type of workflow inherently than I think what the base models offer.
That's great. JC?
Yeah, I think adoption is doing really well in 3 areas. One is coding. I think it's non-controversial. Customer support, second area is the adoption is quite well. And the market is huge. And you can see if you make a phone call, likely you still kind of hit some very robotic automation or even human. So market is still expanding very rapidly, and you can see some examples like Sierra, the co-founder I chatted with this morning. They are on track of reach like $100 million ARR by end of this year. So market is really expanding. The third area is content generation. So I think most people in this room kind of use some thought of AI content generation tools. So in terms of Copilot versus automation, I think the concept of Copilot with the human in the loop, the adoption is quite high, but the fully automation is relatively low. That's because of the limitation of tool use in the current large language models and so on. So there's no kind of simple answer to your question, but yeah,
just
depends.
Maybe build on that a little bit. How given the complexity that you're talking about, the lack of a simple, solution, how does a smaller company get a foothold in that mess that we're talking about? I'm a startup person too. I've had a couple companies in my past. It was a fortunate part of my coming up in the Valley. But one of the things we really struggled with was, what's the point of entry when you have that level of complexity? What are you seeing that's sort of working for smaller companies to get a foothold in the enterprise? And maybe, Sean, you can talk about that too.
Yeah, my take is, I think for small company to play in the enterprise role, you really need to focus certain areas, understand the customer pain and where you add value, and do very decent job. Yeah.
Excellent. What do you think?
Yeah, just to answer your last one, I think that small companies are getting traction in the enterprise, and you got to solve a specific pain point. I broaden that to consumer too. I'm a consumer guy, and to state the obvious, there is no consumer adoption problem with AI, right? Like ChatGPT is, I think, just crossed 700 million weekly active users. We have this consumer AI research survey that adds a bunch of stuff. The shocking part is not that all of you in the room use it, which I'm sure you do, but like my mother-in-law uses it to figure out how to prepare her, glass noodles or something, right? Like it's just the preponderance of use cases is shocking. And, most you think of like an Uber launches, you use Uber when you need a ride. It's like one use case, and what's shocking about, the current LLMs are the breadth of the use cases. So I think that's working well already. And then maybe the next step in that question though is like, okay, well, what's it gonna take for some of these vertical AI consumer apps to come out? And I think there's like some infrastructural stuff which matters, right? You think of like access to credentials is a big deal, right? You can't do anything for me on the internet unless you have my username and password, the trust issue. There's a bunch of stuff like that, but I think it's always for consumers, how do you make it like so easy to adopt something? Like I have a problem, I go here and it's immediately solved for me, or I do no effort and then I get reward back. And so, for example, people are using ChatGPT for relationship advice or having a relationship with somebody, but there is no question in my mind there will be like a granola AI coach, which just is watching you all day, sees your calls, sees your texts, sees your emails. You kind of say, here's my goals, I want to get better at X, Y, and Z, and then at the end of the week you get like a brief that says like, oh yeah, you were mean in that meeting and you didn't talk enough in this meeting, and here's what you can do next week, right? Like, that's a valuable service people pay thousands of dollars for, and anytime you see people spending money on a valuable service and then AI can attack it, like it will happen.
Did we lose?
Hello, yeah. I think just to refresh the question, it was about the advantages that startups might have. So we do see like a hugely bimodal thing happening. I think AI native founders doing startups, if you ignore infrastructure building, just still remains hard. Just doing application startups, workflow automation startups, is just a lot faster now. You know, you will use Ramp and Notion and Linear and other stuff below you. In the sense, these founders with a small set of teams can basically get a lot of their business departments to work autonomously very quickly, whether it's in lead gen, whether it's top of the funnel. That's a new phenomenon. Now, how much will this scale? So that they can focus on the core product a lot more. Of course, they're using coding copilots, so their engineering is going faster also. But just using different business application agents to make their business decisions and business movement faster for different departments is something that we are actually seeing, so that you can focus on your core product. Now, the question that comes up if you start thinking about it as an early phase investor is, should VC firms also offer what we call a reference architecture? That you have a bunch of agents and copilots for different departments that you kind of offer out of the box to your portfolio companies, so that the companies can just focus. You know, so these questions are interesting to us for application and workflow companies. We're just seeing the path from 1 to 10 million be a lot faster because of some of this automation available. So that's an interesting phenomenon, which I think larger companies are struggling to adopt that quickly. The moment you have a flywheel, which is part manual, part old school, something to point out.
I love that. Yeah. Okay, I get 2 microphones. Let's stick with that, with where Bhaskar, you just left off. This MIT study was going around not too recently. You saw 95% of AI investments are not hitting ROI. That was a very controversial view. I don't believe that. I'm an investor in my company, so just want to say I'm definitely not on board with that. But I do wonder what is behind that. Is it early model quality outputs? Is it subsystem disconnects? Is it trust in the enterprise itself? Is it retraining the way that, I like the way you put it, Sean, like it's just gotta be easy. Is it the use cases are too scattered? Like what are the things that are preventing enterprises from coming up with something that doesn't look that negative? Because I really found that to be odd. You want to start? Yeah. We're sharing. Sharing is caring.
I mean, a consistent trend when we have enterprise conversations is just the expectations versus reality of what is promised and what is delivered. Like I think even in the largest of fundraisers for application layer businesses, often case they're primarily co-pilot type solutions with a promise to becoming something that can complete much more end-to-end workflows over time. And I think there can be a tendency to promise something much more agentic, for instance, when the solution can be more co-pilot-esque. And so I think a lot of it relates to the expectation in terms of ROI versus what's actually delivered.
I think that study was bullshit.
Yeah, I love that.
It takes a while to implement stuff. It takes a while. Change management inside of a company is very slow. People are not used to using these tools, right? Like, it's not connected to everything. It hasn't passed audit yet. So I think it's just like, how long have all of these APIs been out where it's just, you're talking about a couple more years before you need to see things
There's
just
like
immediately
organizational
work.
ossification, basically change resistance, or just fear by the users inside the companies. Is that it?
I think it just takes time. Like you could probably look across everybody's portfolio. There's pockets of people who figured it out and it's working like hell.
Hey, talk about that a little bit. Where is it just crushing? Like, what are the things that are like, okay, we're ripping the skin off the ball right now. It's easy, the use case is super understandable. Sticking with enterprise.
Yeah, BG mentioned coding, or what did you see? They're sophisticated users. There's a very concrete piece of output they need to produce. Does it, meet spec? And so, obviously we're big investors in Anthropic. A huge part of their business is just powering, Cursor and, and Claude Code and Windsurf and all of these other coding models, because like it just works for everybody. If you have the right context and you can specify your problem, like the code is good and way faster than a human. So that's one. Customer service has been a huge one for companies like Chime, where you think of early self-driving, where I forget, it was like interventions per mile. Like how many times did you have to grab the steering wheel from the Waymo without it crashing, right? But that that number went down as things got trained up, and that's kind of like what's happening in customer service right now. You got like a deflection rate is the key metric, and it started out as 5 or 10% deflection rate, and in many places it's 60 to 80% deflection rate now. So those are probably two that is just clearly making a huge impact.
I love it. I'd love to hear the rest of the crew on this one. Yeah.
I'll just add it to, I find there's things that were not working 4 months ago that are working 2 months later. Like AI interviewing is an interesting category for like high volume hourly employers that over the last few months has started to work in a very real way. And now any business that is hiring at a really significant rate, where the bottleneck is the human labor associated with processing all of this inbound demand, is usually now using one of a few like Series A stage providers of these AI interviews. And like we don't know where the value is going to accrue, but that was something that was like not working a year ago. That is now working like within large enterprises, and like recruiting teams are being like restructured around it. And so it's changing very quickly as well.
Yeah, I think definitely there could be some selection bias. Like if you choose projects in the coding area or customer support area or content generation automation area, I think the success rate would be much higher. And I also chat with the OpenAI head of engineering for API. So they have been working very closely with the customers. So, and the best practice in order to lead to a successful deployment is first the organization need a top-down mandate, buy-in from the top. Then you need a bottom-up team, something called the Tiger team, to work with the vendors. In their case, is the OpenAI team, and to understand the customer problem and work and implement and deploy. Then there's it's unlikely out of box you get ROI. So there's a hill climbing phase you have to go through. So you need to define what is the success metrics, and then you improve over time. And so you need a little bit more patience in order to get the ROI.
Yeah, I think JC covered it really well. And he talked about confirmation bias also. I think if you think about it, think about adoption of cloud and think about adoption of ML. People are still trying to migrate to the cloud. And ML, I would say, is the most successful piece of AI that's working even in regulated industry, of course. We started in ads and search. So we have to kind of put that hat on, that when you insert AI, to us, I would say 3 things matter. There's persona geometry, there's product geometry, there's budget geometry, which is highly departmental. And you have to think about how do you insert AI, what's the design aspect to it. Let me give you an example. We have this amazing small company called Tazy, which built this agentic AI-based recruiter. Full workflow automation, including AI-based interviews. And when we went to market, we found that that the VP level and above, everybody wanted it and would assign huge budgets to it. But inserting it was a non-trivial challenge. Inserting it means you cannot just replace a recruiter. You have to do autonomous stuff. You have to do like a co-pilot-based entry point. To, I think, Sean and JC's point, it's you have to insert AI very judiciously. So there will be a hill climbing problem. And I think it's very hard to make a blanket claim. It's very dependent on the persona and the department, but we do see change happening. I think if you go to legacy industries, very high-time industries, there is, of course, fear of getting replaced, but it's also lack of AI knowledge in the decision-making process and technology itself. So I think we have to keep those things in mind. We have to think about the Palantir aspect of how you do forward deployed work, how you change industry, change management. I think hard to give a simple answer. I think it's extremely nuanced in looking at all this. And we suspect change outside of Silicon Valley will be slower than we expect, but change will happen in phases.
Those are all great insights. We were having a conversation before we came in, and it was fun romp for about 45 minutes. One of the things that we were talking about was, is there a moat in all of this? We talked about, I'm a data guy for many, many, many years, so I always go hunting for the data, the holdout data, to do ML initially, and deep learning, and now generative. And so is it fair to say, as the speed of things is hard to predict, as you said, the things are changing? You said 2 months, right? It wasn't possible 2 months ago, it's possible now. How do you see the idea of a moat for a company? Is it, having the holdout data? Is it an irreplaceable workflow? Is it trust? Like, what are the things that you look for as investors where you're like, okay, I got to lock in here, even though things are moving like in the order of days?
I'm definitely a workflow guy. I think everybody here, you've got hundreds of workflows that you're going through your week doing, and when you're used to it and it's getting the job done, you don't want to switch. It's annoying to like, there's another website that does it. Who cares? It's already working. So it has to be a pain point. So I think it's like identifying where are the pain points, and then you're the first one to get in there and actually solve the pain point in a way that people are like, it's done. I mean, who's looking for another rideshare company? It's like, job's done. Like, move on to something else. Google was doing keyword search, and now that job wasn't, we thought it was done, but it wasn't quite done because people weren't looking for a bunch of blue links. They were looking for answers, and then they had to like do more manual work to get there. So I think it's all about like getting to that workflow that you can really solve and takes no extra effort, and then making the customer happy.
Yeah, I think it depends on the business of a particular company. So they can have a different mode. Some companies, data could be the mode. Some like irreplaceable workflow is a mode. Some trust is a mode. But in general, I think I agree with Sean. In a replaceable workflow is a strong mode, and because the switching cost would be very high, and the data mode can be diluted because as a general purpose larger language model become more capable, more agentic, and then your data mode may wipe out over time. And the trust can be eroded just by a few serious life cycle incidents, right? Or data breach or whatever. So trust is not that deep mode to me, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel to me like the moats are fundamentally different than in the pre-AI world. But one I think is one point that's interesting to me is that there's a whole marketplace wave, obviously, throughout 2000s and the early 2010s, and then there's been sort of a drought. And I think there's some really interesting marketplace models with strong network effects, B2B marketplaces, and some that are B2C, but where the sort of wedge is offering a suite of AI workflow tools for free to either the supply or the demand side, and then they generate revenue through a take rate. And so we're seeing that in recruiting. Like, a lot of folks use Paraform to hire, and part of the reason they're attractive is because they offer free services to the recruiters to help them do their job. Another called Jack and Jill in recruiting. In legal, there are folks building Main Street law firm equivalents now, but the reason they're able to do it is because they're offering, again, an AI operating system to these lawyers for free in exchange for a piece of the fee. And so I think that's really interesting, bringing back network effects, but with a different wedge.
I'm going to give a boring composite answer. I think there's a lot. I would say yes, human in the loop, high economic value workflows are really important. That's where stickiness comes. but it has to be played with a combination of data plus some sort of infrastructure. So I think the Palantir education, the Palantir digging into why it worked, what worked, why did they build Foundry finally, why did they go into AIP, is really important to understand. So for us at 8VC, I would say we're looking at travel very deeply. So we feel a Palantir-like play with our company, SpotNana, is going to be amazing. A Palantir-like play with our company, Field Guide, in audit and compliance will be amazing. A Palantir-like play with our company, Tilda, in clinical trials will be amazing. So it's very domain dependent. There are workflow places there, but you have to have a data layer somewhere in it. That would be the composite observation.
That's great. Let's go back to consumer for a little bit. So we talked a bunch about co-pilots and sort of, you know, what's been solved or what has yet to be solved. If you had to, I'm a commerce guy, so, you know, I've wanted to see the manifestation of a proper shopping, a personal shopping agent for about 5 years now. I think the reality is the subsystems are still, you know, a little ways away from having that manifest. But I'm curious, like, what are your views on, like, what's going to happen? Is it going to be education? Is it going to be a health and wellness sort of thing? Like, what's going to happen to fill a space, like you were talking about, and to say, okay, that problem is now solved? What's your prediction on that?
So you asked a bunch of different spaces. That my answer is yes. to all of them. It's like, I don't see a consumer category that has to do with information processing. Let's try to fly running around here. That won't get reinvented by AI. So, you know, a couple that we're excited about right now, I think of this, just call it generally relationship AI. I think if you've been on this planet long enough, you realize that relationships are the most fulfilling part of life. And, you know, have kids or a spouse or, you know, people at work and you know, old friends. And so, you know, just being great in those relationships is kind of hard. Like I'm 51 and I've read a bunch of these books and gone to marriage counseling, and like, there's a lot of hard lessons that I did not know when I graduated from business school that, you know, I could have gotten contextually as I was screwing things up along the way. So excited about that. You mentioned the tutoring. You know, I think, like, there's no question that in many consumer products, you can say, like, what's the perfect consumer experience? I could just throw technology aside. Like, in transportation, it's like teleportation. Well, AI doesn't let you teleport, so you can't fix that one yet. Tutoring, you can. I feel like maybe there's some underlying needs in, like, multimodal output where you're synchronizing, you know, text and drawing and voice. But there should be, for basically any subject, you know, an AI that's quizzes you. Hey, you know, how well do you know this? Let me ask you a couple questions. Like, zeroes in on where you are and your readiness. There's this thing called zone of proximal learning, where you're making it, you know, not too hard, not too easy, and it can kind of perfectly feed you best practices curriculum, keep you in that zone of proximal learning, you know, give you these engaging lessons based on what your interests are. So, yeah, there's no question to me that that's one. You know, we have one in the nutrition space. If anybody's MyFitnessPal, you got to switch over to Alma. You just say, you know, here's what I had for lunch or dinner or whatever. Yeah, so anyway, long answer, but every one of those categories, I think, is going to get reinvented.
1 minute. Sorry. Oh, wow. Okay, let's do it. Let's keep going on that. You have a... Yeah, I mean, get after it.
Sorry. I mean, I agree completely with that. We're invested in a company called Speak, which is a language learning platform and one of the first to sort of scale over the last couple of years. And it's amazing how sticky a voice-based system can be on the consumer side and the types of retention profiles that you can see. And so I think our view is that across a bunch of the categories you listed, like the way that humans usually engaged with each other is through their eyes and their mouth and through voice, and that we're getting there. Like, there's a bunch of incredible B2B voice AI solutions for truckers and for healthcare and a bunch of different categories, but it's expensive and there's a lot of work that goes into it. And so to make it scalable for consumers, I think, you know, we'll get there, but it's in process. And I think that's going to unlock a bunch of these categories that a ChatGPT still owns, but like tutoring, for instance, would benefit from a much more purpose-built solution. So it's super exciting on the consumer side.
On consumer side, I still have a question mark. Like the biggest competitor is general purpose chatbot, right? And in order for those category specific consumer app to take off, you really need to add lots of value on top of general purpose chatbot. Otherwise, why install another app, right?
I agree. Hey, I can bring us home. As I was clutching my iPhone and looking at the questions that I wrote beforehand here, you were making me think, what's the winning distribution path? How do you guys think about that? You said messaging, general messaging app. Is it vertical, a vertical platform? Is it messaging app? Is it iOS? Like, what's the winner? Just really lightning round, real quick. What's the best distribution path for any of these as you see the world evolving next year? OS, messaging app, or vertical solution? My favorite e-commerce site. Bad example.
Well, there's only a few people who could have the operating system or the audience to leverage that. But if you have that, that's fantastic. Otherwise, it's going to be hard for the vertical solutions. But there will still be winners.
Yeah. Didn't work for Siri, to your earlier point. But yeah, the product's got to be great. JC? Do it.
So I think the best one distribution would be you create a viral product and it distribute by itself.
Awesome.
I mean, I agree with that. Like, for at least, I mean, for both B2B and B2C, word of mouth is better than anything else. So.
You want to finish it up?
Nothing intelligent to add except, network effects matter. And network effects are often bespoke. And I've spent half of my career on open source stuff, but I think network effects, verticalized or platformized is kind of where it is. But more than that, I do not know.
Amazing. We could have gone on for a long time. I hope you enjoyed the banter here and a little bit apologize for the mic passing. We did pretty well, okay? Yeah? Thank you very much for your time. Have a safe trip home.
Appreciate it. All right, guys, we're almost home here, and thank you again for the panel here. Listen, these smart people that have been there and they've invested. Hey, Mike. And then last thing we have is is really the last round here. It's really sort of you've heard about consumer. Is that you or me? Applications, and now we're going to close it out with. Folks from the legal side, accounting, and insurance. And we have GCAI, Cecilia, Alex Truvin, Nico, which are here from Corgi Insurance, and our own Dr. Elkin here to host this last panel, really focusing on workflows from business processes and verticals. And these companies are really transforming how they're done and how they are being completely transformed. Thank you. Here you go, Mr. Elkin.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. And thank you for the introduction, and thank you to everybody in the audience who is keeping the enthusiasm up, even as the day gets longer. I'd like to invite the panelists to come up and sit on the stage.
Yeah.
Hey, Nico. There's only 3 mics? Yeah. Okay. We only have 3 microphones, so maybe if you keep your microphones, and I won't be talking much, so I can swap with you. Does that make sense? Yeah. Great. Bright lights. Great to be here. I'd like to introduce our panelists. First we have on the right, my right, we have Cecilia Zanetti, who's the co-founder and CEO of GCAI, a great portfolio company for Fellows Fund. Alex Lee, co-founder and CEO at TrueWind, also a wonderful company. And Nico, co-founder and CEO at Corgi Insurance. And I have a few questions that I've prepared. That's why I'm looking at my phone. but I'm going to try to let the panelists do the talking because they're the people that we're here to listen to. So I'll start with a general question, maybe starting with Cecilia and going right to left. Could you please introduce yourself and your company?
Sure. I'm Cecilia Zanidi, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of GCAI, which is legal AI for companies. Our initial customers are in-house lawyers, so if you've worked at Google or any of these tech companies, the lawyers that you work with every day, those are our customers. We serve more than 700 companies, ranging from Webflow and Hitachi to Logitech to Williams-Sonoma and Duolingo. So been a great example, I think, of what we've talked about today around AI has allowed, particularly B2B, but also B2C companies to just leapfrog existing SaaS. So been super fun. Met Alex and the Fellows Fund and thought, you know what, like this engineering function and really having folks from him on your side, you want that. So had a great experience and excited to dive deep technically. I also, fun fact, used to manage the patent program at Yahoo, so both JC and others, actually, I helped get their patents, and then eventually was so inspired I got patents of my own later at Cruise. So I do have real AI cred, although I'm the non-technical founder, so let's go.
Great intro. Glad to be here. My name is Alex. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO at Truin. We're a Series A company building AI for accountants. So we sell directly to in-house corporate accountants as well as accounting firms. We're working with some of the largest accounting firms in the country. Eisner Amper and Frank Rimerman are both some of the top 100 accounting firms. Met Alex Ren. I think you guys were still in Fund 1 at the time. This was YC Winter 23, the first post-ChatGPT YC batch. I think at the time it was like 30–40% of the batch were AI companies. I'm pretty sure it's 99% now. But great to be here.
Hi, I'm Nico. I'm the CEO of Corgi, and we're a financial infrastructure company focused mostly on insurance. We are like a fully verticalized 50-state insurance carrier and reinsurance company, so know quite a bit about financial infrastructure. Yeah.
Right. Well, I think actually I should mention that the theme of our panel is how AI native founders transformed core workflows. And I'll start with a very general question around that. What has generative AI enabled in your domain that was impossible a few years ago? Would it have been possible to start your company, say, 5 years ago? Maybe let's start with Nico.
Yeah, so in our case, kind of our data primitive in insurance is natural language. So insurance is a bit different from other areas of financial services in a couple ways. So like if you compare it to where we've seen good companies in the past, like payment processing, credit cards, banking, kind of the core technology that all of those services use is a general ledger that consists of a lot of transactions happening very quickly. And those transactions tend to be numbers. In insurance, what we sell is a 100-page contract. It's called a policy. And the work that an insurance company has is turning that policy into math. And that's something that previously used to require quite a lot of like humans in the loop. Our average competitor employs maybe 50,000 people or more that kind of work to do those tasks. So our company's kind of like basic belief is that large language models can act as labor replacements for like a wide variety of these kind of like vertical workflows. So I guess the short answer is like most of what we do would not have been possible before generative AI, and that's because like insurance is kind of the biggest words-based industry at a time when computers are getting quite good at using language.
Mine's pretty simple. The ACA spec file was written back in the 1960s or 70s, and it really constrained the amount of information in your bank statement. Like just think about the last time you opened up your bank account or your credit card, and you're trying to figure out what that $97 or $500 purchase is, depending on what your spending levels are. And it's not very, very clear, right? Random hashtags, random characters, nothing really means anything. And so what a human needs to do is be able to interpret what that text is. But even then, let's say you run a software company, you buy some cups. I run your neighborhood Blue Bottle. I buy the same cups. The banking transaction might say exactly the same thing, but the purpose of the purchase was entirely different. For the Blue Bottle shop, it's cost of goods sold. For software, it's office supplies. And that requires human intuition, human understanding. Obviously, with LLMs and AI, that's something that technology cannot handle.
Yeah, so to the narrow question, could my company exist before AI? Absolutely not. Like, so lawyers, we are basically large language models, right? So starting at age 5, you go to kindergarten through to law school at 25 years old. You've consumed, I think I looked at my Grammarly and I wrote 23 million words in the last 3 years. Like lawyers, we are just a word profession. So if insurance is selling claim documents, which are contracts, lawyers were reading them. So the core idea that LLMs were a step function change, it's actually like part of the origin story of the company. So I was at Replit as the general counsel and had access to a pre-ChatGPT version of GPT. Hard to believe now, but at the time, OpenAI was selling us really hard. They're like, oh my God, you should use AI, you know, for coding. And eventually, obviously, got there, and Amjad, and they're doing very well now. But the core idea that we have this capability that we didn't have before, how do you wield it? How do you have it at the application layer? So transforming core workflows, we've done John Henry challenges. So remember like the book or whatever, where it's like, there's the human and the machine chopping wood, and like the human wins and then dies. Okay, like you don't want that. But the core idea that machines are faster, like literally, all right, pull up the Zoom terms of use on their phone, on your phone. How does it terminate? Even the fastest lawyer is gonna take 5 minutes to do that. Our product does it in 0.5 seconds. And so how to take that amplification and put it in the hands of the people with the judgment, that was the reason for being for the company. And I think the three of us in the prep and whatever said, okay, all of us have these very strong points of view on our industry. I do, and being able to take that strong point of view and translating it to software, that's been the job.
Great, thank you for the answers. And I'd like to encourage the panelists to riff on each other's answers, even ask each other questions if it seems relevant. Let's make this a real discussion. And I'll try to leave a few minutes at the end for questions from the audience. But moving on, there's a saying rather rude that, you know, if you're not the product, then you're the customer. And one thing that I learned when I was working at Amazon is Amazon always talks about customers more than it talks about users. Of course, Amazon cares about its users, but customers and users are not the same thing. So my question for you is, who are your users versus who are your customers? And are they the same or different? Do they have similar or different priorities? Maybe Cecilia?
Yeah, so I spent 4 years at Amazon, and customer obsession is like a huge, it's a foundation for our company. And I was so lucky that I was the ICP, right? So I was a general counsel for 10 years, a lawyer for almost 20. And literally the thing I tell the team is like, we ain't selling software that I would not buy myself. It has to be that good. And you know, others have taken a different approach, right? It's like a meme that, you know, NetSuite or whatever sells to one person, and it's so sad, the actual accounts payable manager that has to use it, because it's like a terrible experience. I literally had a customer this week tell us, we're looking for the iPhone. Like with AI adoption, it's such a new way of working that design, and now the buzzword is taste, and other things matter. But for us, our customer and user have been largely the same, and it's something that, you know, in the VC kind of, in pitching the company, it's been a strength, but I realize that won't always be the case. So right now, our bread and butter is companies between 3 and 20 lawyers at the company, which gets you to some pretty big companies, right? Like, you know, Duolingo serves however many million users with like a 7-person legal team. And so that's been helpful. I think increasingly divorcing the customer from the user, you know, you get some interesting incentives. You can chase revenue harder that way, I think, but that just hasn't been our approach today.
Is there a review portion where like the junior lawyers are doing work versus the senior lawyers are reviewing work and having to balance between the two?
Yeah, that's right. So like thinking about like at smaller companies, the general counsel, just like a CFO at a smaller company, still does some legal work. At huge companies, they don't anymore. But I would say the work that's being replaced is absolutely more at the junior levels. And like, I don't say this, you know, to customer audiences that often, but are we reducing headcount? Absolutely. And we see this in code too. My co-founder's like, I ain't hiring interns, Cursor is way better.
This is being recorded.
I know, right? It's true. So sorry, future interns. You're gonna be interns in go-to-market.
I'll keep mine brief because it replicates everything Cecilia said. In the accounting space, our user is the accountant. Our customer, usually someone a little bit more senior, whether it's a senior accountant, a controller, or CFO, depending on the size of the company. You said 3 to 20 lawyers. We say 3 to 10 accountants. We haven't figured out the higher end of that yet, so I won't add anything else there.
Yeah, well, the thing is, what's nice about that as a go-to-market is that, you know, the ultimate task of doing the lawyering for someone on a 15-person team is not that different from a huge company. And so by building a product that the smaller teams like, I personally have just done that, I think, because you don't have the risk you mentioned of splitting that thing up of the buyer and the user. I don't know what's been your experience, but.
Yeah, I think that in very regulated industries, if you're taking the approach rather than selling into the industry of like becoming the service provider, I think there's kind of a third party that's very interesting, which is regulators. And a huge amount of our time is spent catering to regulators. And furthermore, the product we sell is like B2B, and we're just the infrastructure provider, and they're selling it to someone else. So I think like, when I think of the people that like we spend a lot of time interfacing with, like regulators are probably like the number 2 right after who I consider to be our customers, which are the businesses that are selling our insurance ultimately. I don't know, I think like it becomes more about the flow of information, which is something that large language models are particularly good at, more so than thinking about customer bases, at least within like our kind of niche of financial infrastructure. So like, yeah, I don't know if I'd call regulators the user or the buyer, but they're for sure watching over our shoulder at all times.
I mean, it's interesting. I actually, funny enough, my family runs an Airbnb in Santa Cruz, and we were debating who to pick for like our property manager. And the people that we went with said exactly what you said. They're like, we have 3 sets of customers. I'm like, what are you talking about? They're like, you, the owner of the property, the Airbnb renters, and then the neighbors and the city. And I was like, what are you talking about? They're like, the biggest value add you can have as an Airbnb property manager is avoiding the neighbors freaking out at you. And that surprised me. So like, I guess it actually makes some sense. It's a like really good parallel. Because if you're selling insurance, like the regulator is there, you're like your boss, kind of.
Yeah, and funnily enough, we sell to property managers a lot. So they're selling our stuff to tenants, and it's just a whole, like, I don't know. I think that like, if a market is very big and if you're an infrastructure provider, it's a bit like asking,
Stripe or something.
Yeah.
It's so funny because like we have this debate at Stripe. Or a debate about Stripe. Does anybody here work at Stripe? Okay, good. We're like, how did they get so big? It's so annoying to use. It's like the worst. But then I'm like, well, you kind of need to make money, so.
Yeah, like I feel like, I don't want to say half our job, but like at least like a third of our job is just like dealing with very annoying regulators that want like something different every single day. And yeah, not the user or the buyer, but someone to keep happy for sure.
Wow, thank you. I'm really glad that question provoked a discussion between the panelists, and really interesting that the discussion broadened out from users and buyers to stakeholders in general. And that's a topic that may come up in answers to future questions. But to follow up on users versus customers or buyers, what are some quirks about your users and your customers, and how do you build specifically for your particular users and customers? And maybe even there are some entertaining anecdotes here.
I can start from like a business model standpoint. Selling to law firms and accounting firms, selling software to them traditionally doesn't make sense. Software is supposed to make things more streamlined, spend less time on things, and it goes against the billable hours model of these industries. Now, I think different from law firms is accounting firms are actively switching to a fixed fee model. Like that's a wave throughout the entire industry. With grain of salt, because they've been talking about it for a long time, but it does seem like it's picking up momentum. Every single one of these conferences I go to, all the accounting firms are talking about switching to fixed fee because of the pressures in competition. You don't really see that when you sell to in-house. I assume that's one of the reasons why you started going in-house.
Amen. Yeah, so basically like a quirk, if the question was quirk about our users, I think Alex or our users share this. Like the incentive to be more efficient when you bill by the hour just isn't there. And there's a lot of fear, and no one's gonna tell you they're scared, but they're just gonna be like, I call them eagle eye, where like you'll do a demo for somebody and like, oh, it's wrong, it hallucinated there. And I'm like, well, okay, but if your intern got something wrong, or you're like, you're fired. They do like 99 calculations, the 100th is wrong, okay, get out of here. Like, no, that's not the case. And so a lot of what we've been doing is like really just educating and going on adoption, and then to your point, going for in-house. So for us, the most fun stories is like we get people with this just like raw emotion about AI, where they're like, I was able to mark up an asset purchase agreement in half an hour instead of 4 hours. I went home and I went and saw my kids, play or something. And people literally tell that. We get a story like that almost every day at this point. And so like tapping into this like, make me better, that's the other fun quirk. So I'm a lawyer, we're probably high achieving engineers. Like you're used to getting gold stars on tests, you've probably been in school, you've probably had people tell you how smart you are all the time, right? And so like our users kind of like gold stars. So we teach a class and we send them a certificate, and you get like 15-year lawyers that are like so proud. And so like stuff like that, of like the point that was made on the earlier panel that like we're all still basically human, like that kind of is what I'm seeing as the most kind of interesting about our user base. Also super skeptical, right? Like lawyers kind of hate everything. And so if you can actually make the software like somewhat delightful, you'll be successful, and that's what we've done.
One thing I'll add is, as much as we always aim for speed and efficiency in our customer base, while that's important, is nowhere near as important as getting accuracy right, having transparency. So our early design principle was, let's get the job done and just push it through. And that black box feeling was very intimidating to our customers. So it completely changed the ethos of our product design. Everything centers around accuracy and transparency, showing them what it is. And by doing that, it kind of earns us the right to help speed things up, then they use it more. Then they're asking us to just approve it, pre-approve it without them having to touch it. That was I don't know so much a quirk, but a learning as to what works for our customers.
I think when we started at first, I kind of had the wrong idea. I thought that everyone loved insurance as much as I do, which turns out they don't. And,
I don't know how you started on that baseline, man.
So I thought people wanted like, email notifications, like you're making so much money, you're so compliant. I thought they wanted, ka-ching. I thought they wanted like nice, like ramp dashboard, like going. It turns out they don't want any of that. They just don't want to think about it. They want to be compliant. They want to be covered. And in the case of our channel partners, they want to make money. But they don't want anything to do with like any work or notification or anything like that. So like our product over time has actually shifted. Like our customers, I don't think they even really care what goes on under the hood or that we're an AI company or anything like that. Like our pitch has kind of transitioned over time to most of our channel partners to like agentic compliance monitoring, where they add our bot account to like whatever system of record or ERP or vertical software provider they're using. And then we just like embed insurance and make them a lot of money and make them like compliant. And yeah, ever since we switched to that, it turns out people like it a lot more. So I think, at least in our case, like a delightful product experience is that they kind of forget that they have us, unless their check is a little late from like the bank being closed on Monday or something.
Oh, thank you for the answer. It's fascinating, the differences between companies and user populations. And it's really interesting, Cecilia, you mentioned how lawyers get so happy when they get a gold star, and Alex, you mentioned the importance of design, because in fact, the next question that I have here is asking, how do you think about design? How do you think about user interfaces? And maybe more broadly, what's the balance of importance between functionality versus coolness and attractiveness and other things which are important to consumers, and how important are they in your businesses?
Yeah, so everybody's going to have a different point of view on this, but for us,
ChatGPT is the bar. Like, a lot of lawyers use ChatGPT. And so what's been nice for us is that it really forces us to be very usable, to be very beautiful. Because ultimately, and to me, it's also showing how much users do actually care about that. Like, the accuracy for our user is our edge, but the fact that we're competing with ChatGPT and not, in our case, the incumbents, which are called Lexis and Westlaw, who have not revved their products since the mid-'80s, and it's literally like the bar is in the basement for usability, right? And I'm sorry, I love them, they have good data, et cetera, like, be a kind founder, whatever. But like, the point is like, when you have a consumer product that's almost as good, it's just like what they talked about with the consumer panel. You have to add a layer that's specific to your user, in our case, it's lawyers. So our initial MVP was literally just providing citations. So little example for you, if you upload a contract to ChatGPT, which probably most of you have statistically, a lease or an insurance policy or random stuff you gotta sign. Okay, ChatGPT will do a basic answer. How does this contract terminate? It'll terminate for breach. Fine. For our users, for a lawyer, that is not good enough. That is not why you make the big bucks. The real answer is the contract terminates for breach with 60 days notice with a cure period. For material breach, 60 days notice, cure period per section 8.3. By the way, here's section 8.3 so you can verify. And so that delta of like being fit for the user, that's where I would say we focus the most. But the usability is kind of table stakes, otherwise our people wouldn't use us. And we're seeing that with other legal AI solutions from the incumbents where they're not clearing that ChatGPT bar and they are not selling very much because of it.
When you say beautiful, how do you think about the difference between like functionality, UX, UI, like what do you find your customers actually care about?
Yeah, so for us, we get a lot, to the discussion yesterday, we get a lot from like prompting and from the core AI answers and tone being better. Now, you could say, well, okay, your users could just prompt better, or they could like create their own GPTs. There ain't no lawyer making their own GPT. Like, there's maybe 0.5%, but like, we can achieve that, like, by giving them that functionality in a chat-based way, we can make it so much more accessible. In terms of feature race, it is tough. Like, we're definitely being compared with others, and in our space, the big one is Harvey. We win deals against Harvey all the time, and they have raised 800 million, many multiples of what we've raised, and have 400 people, and we have 25. And so to me, that says that really focusing the UX and not a feature race is gonna be better. That being said, like, do we lose deals because of functionality? Sometimes.
It's a loaded question, Charles, and I could probably give a whole hour talk on it. I'll try to keep it 30 seconds. I think thinking beyond, so I think in the legal space, the whole chat interface makes a lot of sense for what you're doing. It actually doesn't make much sense in the accounting space. So this is one area where from a product design, it really deviates.
Oh, 1,000%. I'm like, why is there not an AI in Excel? What the hell? Is that your product? I don't know.
No,
if it's in Excel.
that's someone else, I'm sure.
Okay, good.
But for us, the AI lives behind the scenes and making sure your data gets organized so you actually get your debits and credits right to where it is today. And then once you get those right, what is the interface to the user? How do you delight them? So that's a whole nother layer of AI applications that we need to figure out. So yeah, we think a lot about what it takes to delight the customers, like giving them those wow moments. In the way that ChatGPT, I remember the first time I used it, I think it was a Saturday, I ran out of the office like a kid in a candy store, and my wife was just chilling on the couch thinking I'd gone crazy. And like, we want to create more of those moments for our accountants. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, in our case, I think the overarching lesson that we've learned is that people do not want to spend time on insurance. So the less time they spend getting their policies, the less time they spend making sure they're compliant, the more satisfied they are. So I think that the utility comes from like kind of agentic workflows that make that happen very quickly. And it turns out that like if people no longer need to spend very much time doing that, they'll actually pay a premium for it. They'll pay, maybe 10% or 20% more if they know that it's going to work. They know if they have a claim, they're going to be covered, and they don't want to waste like an hour of their time filling out a bunch of onerous documents.
Well, and it's so funny, what you said actually reminds me of another Airbnb example, which is like,
you know, like the pool, there's a hot tub in my Airbnb, and we had to hire like a pool boy to take care of it. But I'm like, okay, would I really want to sell something that made the act of putting the chemicals into the pool like more delightful? No, you just want the pool to be clean, and you want to never think about it. You want to never hear about it. So yes, different business model, but good one.
Great, thank you. There's another aspect of running a company which is always really important, which is go-to-market. And maybe that's a newer term for advertising, marketing, public relations. And there's a saying that I heard, you know, a very long time ago: advertising is the price that a business has to pay for being ordinary. So,
sorry, what?
Advertising is the price that a business has to pay for being ordinary, for being like other businesses. And I really experienced this when I was working at Amazon, and you know, Amazon really has no competitor for next day or second day delivery at a good price of almost anything that you could imagine buying. And so, especially when in the past when I was at Amazon, Amazon did very little advertising and marketing of its own services. There's a lot of people who buy advertising that is on the Amazon website. How do you think about advertising and marketing in general? Is it a worthwhile investment? Is it not something you need to do now, or what?
That's a neat one, because it's something we're starting to think about. For context, most of our go-to-market has been offline conferences, trade shows, and hosting in-person events. That works really well for our audience. They don't start the buying process on just a digital ad. They want to meet people in person. They want to see you at a conference, see you at a dinner, hear other people talk about you as well. So that's been all the early wins that we got has been to this point. Now, it gets a little bit hard because there is a very long tail of bad trade shows to be out there, and figuring out where to draw the line. I love that quote. I think I'm going to start using it. But I think in the way that in every single business that you're in, there are ways to find like outsized alpha in your go-to-market motions. And I think even when it comes to advertising, you get the product marketing message on point. You hit them at the right time with the right material. I think those are the ways where you can get above the fold than just standard advertising. But directionally, I think I agree with what you're saying, and it takes a lot of hard work to be able to break out of that mold.
We don't do any advertising or like paid stuff. We have a go-to-market team. That's a more recent development. And I guess we don't do anything too extraordinary there. We call, we go to conferences. Yeah, we don't email yet, but maybe soon. I think, I don't know, I just think if you're gonna do something, you should like do it right. And we do work hard in what we do. Like if we go to conferences, we're there from 2 hours before, camped outside until like late in the night. If we're calling, you know, we show up at 7 a.m. and we start calling, and then we call until 5 p.m. Then we switch to Hawaii until like 8, and then after that we switch to Guam until like 9 or 10, and then, you know, call it next day. So I don't know. I don't think our go-to-market is like anything extraordinary. I think our product's pretty good, and definitely, you know, our company was a company started by 2 engineers, so I think there's some amount of bias, you know, towards product and engineering. But yeah, I'm not sure I agree. Like I think there's some companies that do a really great job with go-to-market and with marketing, and maybe that's a really worthwhile investment for them. And my last company was a consumer company, and for sure we did gaming, and for sure we spent a lot on go-to-market. So I think it's just pretty circumstantial, but you know, if the ROI is there, then and you can print money by spending money, then why not, I guess.
Yeah, so similar to these guys, like we have a great product and have spent almost nothing on outbound. But the thing that's different with AI now is literally that it's like a land grab moment. So lawyers are picking their AI, and you know, we have incredible referrals. We have people that are like, oh my God, here's my spouse, you should use it. Oh, I spent a weekend in the Hamptons and raved about GCAI all weekend. Here's 3 lawyers that you should demo for. And so we see a lot of that, and the conferences are great. And I super admire, I think there was the HubSpot Ventures guy here yesterday, that like HubSpot being a public company and huge, 80% of their new business still comes from referrals. And so I definitely am inspired by that. And Jeff Bezos not having a CMO and all this stuff. But marketing done right is really like keeping in touch with friends and just meeting more of them. So, we just hired a CMO. She's amazing. And, I told her, I said, okay, we're going to do, I was proud because we did a webinar, and on 24 hours notice, we had 95 customers show up, which was like felt super proud that we did that. And I told her that, and she's like, oh yeah, that's cool and all. How about 950? I was like, all right, let's go. And so this like really thinking big in this AI moment where this is like, when you think of when Google or Facebook ads first came out, there was like this siphoning where like there were these graphs of like how much people spent on print media advertising, and it just kind of like went over, and the two bars like kind of like eventually Google surpassed. That's the moment that we're in now in AI. And so a little bit of well done marketing that's very in touch with the persona, I think is really helpful. The other thing too, like you have to find where your users live, and maybe your users or your buyers are, property managers or whoever. You as the founder, it's on you to figure out where your users hang out. In our case, our gold star loving lawyers, platform of choice is LinkedIn. And so our LinkedIn content does incredibly well. Tried it on Twitter. Twitter is a lot of people sliding in my DMs for dates, and it is useless. And so that's just something that comes from being a founder. And I'm married, by the way, so whatever. But
quick side question: do in-house corporate lawyers have T&E budget? Because like when I sell to accounting firms, they have T&E budget to go to conferences, but in-house corporate accountants a little harder.
Yeah, you can get one a year, but a lot of virtual events. We get a lot of virtual events, a lot of communities, a lot of Slack channels. The other thing is bar associations are pretty local, so it's pretty common for us to go to like the Association of Corporate Counsel, Denver, spa meetup or whatever, and we'll send somebody for things like that.
Yeah, fascinating. Now, we only have 10 minutes left, and I said I wanted to leave some time for audience questions, so I'm not going to be able to ask all the questions that I think would be really fascinating to hear. Let me go to one that maybe is a bit more technical. So are reasoning models and multi-step agentic flows, are they important for your company? And the reason I'm asking about those is that those can be really expensive in the terms of tokens that are consumed when you're calling the underlying large language models. So more broadly, is the cost of using the core AI models sustainable financially for your company? Is it significant? Is it not significant? And what do you think in the future as reasoning models and more complex agentic flows become more important?
So we spend a lot of money on multi-step stuff. It's pretty important. And I think we kind of internally have learned to divide it into kind of two groups. One is areas where it's not necessarily mission critical, where there's some tolerance for it messing up. Is our impression of a lot of the multi-stage or like very reasoning heavy tasks is that there's some percentage of time in which the non-deterministic flows mess up. And the technology is not quite there for something like payments, or if we're handling very critical compliance things. We don't want it to click send on an email that like could get us in a lot of trouble. So for things like that, we normally have reverted to having the agents be non-deterministic in the tasks where it's important for and mission critical for that kind of intelligence to be present, like if they need to enter a CAPTCHA, for example. But like we've reverted a lot of our architecture towards, for mission critical stuff, towards kind of old school methodology that's coordinated or orchestrated by multi-step non-deterministic like agents. So for example, let's say we have like a vertical software provider that we need to go into, and we really can't mess something up with the payments or the communication with the end stakeholders. What we'll do there is we'll have an agent maybe log in and be the bot account and click around a few times. But if we need to actually interface with anything payment related, we'll use a deterministic, like old school, like web scraping approach, and we'll have the agent kind of coordinate that. So like turns out that the late 2010s tech isn't worthless, and that having 100% accuracy is really good for certain things. But we just try to kind of separate like what's mission critical and has no tolerance for messing up with what can be messed up.
Part of my answer is going to be skating to where the puck is going. There's the things that we need now and what needs to be delivered immediately to win and satisfy our customers versus where do we see technology headed in 3, 6, 9, 12 months. And it's a hard balance, right? Like every day we have leads coming in, deals we want to close, and you look at that ARR numbers, like you really want to hit that. But at the same time, things are changing so fast. One area that has been really interesting for us with some of these reasoning models is the onboarding part. When it comes to onboarding CFO software, especially for larger companies, it's not days or weeks, it's months. Like some of these companies are trying to onboard an FP&A solution, and it's 12 months in, and it's like up and running, but they're still onboarding. There's still work to be done. And we have found that we can onboard much faster with some of these new models coming to that we're starting to leverage. So that's the only bit that I'll add on top of here.
Yeah, I think being multi-model, being able to leverage the right model for the job has been a big thing for us. Gemini is great for the long context window, but it's just like the hallucinations are just garbage and weird. And so like we couldn't use it, we ripped it out. Similarly, what is it? GPT-4o, really good at tables, which is like, okay, that's weird, but like our users want tables. So okay, we use it for that. And that like constant tinkering, I think will be the state of play for a while. And so training the company and training our users to give feedback, training our engineering team to like follow vibes when they need to, but then also develop a rigorous eval. We talked about evals yesterday, but like as the leader in that environment, I would echo Alex that it's like you have to kind of figure out what's important and then figure out a way to move fast enough that you don't get lapped on those things.
I'm interested that you've all three given really interesting answers to the question, but you didn't address the financial aspect of the question. Maybe it's not important to you, or so is the cost of, in particular, using these real frontier models? You mentioned Gemini 2.5, you mentioned ChatGPT 4, which was frontier until recently. Is that a really significant cost of doing business, or is it like, Alex, like you were saying, you're skating to where the puck will be, the models are getting cheaper every month, it's really not a top-of-mind consideration?
So since our venture capitalist is on the panel, I'm going to say it's a top-of-mind consideration. I'd actually love to hear your take on it. Like high level, our view is models are getting cheaper. That doesn't give us a right to just be lazy about it. Like yes, being funded is great. Models are come cheaper is great, but we're still doing our part to make sure we always keep an eye on it. And I always hear from my CTO when we get a bill that's larger than we expect. And so we do a lot of optimization on our side. But then the flip side of it is I think about, we started in 2023. Remember those days when you're doing fine tuning and whatever it is that you fine tune 3 months later, it was rendered completely pointless because OpenAI came out with something new. So it's a balancing act on that front. So I think the short answer is we do our part because we need to be good stewards of capital. But at the same time, we do need to be very creative, running experiments to get that land grab. I think that was a yes, no, maybe so answer.
I mean, I'm just gonna say I don't really care about the cost. Like, it's not so high. We have really healthy margins. It does come up for us. We launched a contract redlining capability, and every single query, we're sending the entire contract, which is different from our other modality. And that one, instead of like 90% margins, we have like 50. So like I felt okay about it. I do think we're building a tool that we're calling Contracts Nirvana, like that's the internal term, but basically the ability to query all your contracts. So have a AI natural language queries over 1 million contracts, which it turns out pre-AI, the ML stuff does not actually do well unless you've painstakingly tagged. So fun, you asked about stories. I talked with a paralegal at a company, and I said, oh, look, your contracts database is like super organized. And she's like, oh, it's easy. Friday is my tagging day. I'm like, oh my God, like that is not a 2025 task. So anyways, the cost of doing that, like it is something we're aware of, but we're gonna be incorporating it in the business model of like, okay, if you wanna query 1 million contracts, it's X price versus 5 to 10. in more of a productivity tool type of aspect.
I mean, I think the question is probably more relevant for edge cases because it is oftentimes more expensive to use a model for multi-step reasoning than it is to hire a human, particularly if you hire like an offshore human. But I think the benefit isn't necessarily in cost reduction. Like we'll pay a premium to have a model doing it because then it will be more reliable. But if it's like a one-off task, then it's probably better to just do it manually. So in our case, we're not really thinking about cost necessarily, but I think as engineers, there's a big tendency to like over-automate. And Elon Musk says like the last step is automating, not the first step. So like I think like for like one-off little things, is probably, you know, and at first I think we had a problem where we were trying to automate everything. But there's for sure some things where like it's better to have a human do it, but it's not so much for cost reasons.
Well, we're running out of time. Maybe we have run out of time, but I'd like to take a question from the audience. So if anyone has a particularly burning question, could you please just come forward and ask the question or stand up? Yeah.
I think Gabriel held the 1 minute sign 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, on the attorney side, like we are, and the reason is that we show the citation. So what I say is like, okay, maybe the AI will hallucinate whatever it said, and so the footnote will not stand for the proposition for which it was cited. But the human analogy here does a ton of work because you're like, all right, it misread this. A human might do the same. You, the attorney, have the judgment to check the thing. So in this case, the fact that there's all these court cases where people are using ChatGPT is really good for us because ultimately the accuracy, we do a whole bunch of stuff. We have built our own RAG framework. We chunk documents. We do a whole bunch of technical stuff that increases it, but it will never be 100%. On the accounting side, that's tougher because the number is either right or wrong. On the legal side, you get a little bit more, it's a little more judgment, but similar.
Yeah, on our side, we've hit in the low 90% in accuracy. We could have done a lot more to drive that up, but instead we've been investing more on how do we design the workflow to create more transparency. So a confidence score, a audit trail. With that type of information, our customers suddenly feel very comfortable just being able to review and continue moving forward. So we haven't invested more to try to get out to the high 90s. I think that's more of like a 2026 thing for us.
There's still some things that we have that models like for sure like can't do, like payments are an example. If someone comes out with an agentic payment company, that's a great startup to do. We would be a customer, but we're kind of just betting on models getting better over time.
There's someone in the back.
Yeah, I have a question about kind of your experience going from maybe idea to landing a first client, a customer. How do you guys balance kind of selling and building in that initial phase?
I mean, I would love to know more about your circumstance, but we don't have time for all that. So I would start off with when we got into YC, the first thing they told us was now is the time to call in every favor, to call in every chip, whatever it takes to start growing. And I think that's the mindset that has been ingrained into the company's DNA. Like at all points, we're always grabbing every opportunity that we can. So for us, early days, that meant me picking up the phone and just calling people that I knew who might need a bookkeeping or accounting. And then once I did that, then asking them for intros and then launching on LinkedIn. So I don't think it's a secret as to what the playbook is. It's just executing it very diligently.
I mean, I would actually not bifurcate building and selling. So in our case, like, I bootstrapped quite a lot from being the ICP. So again, it was like, is this something that I personally would use for my own work? You may not have that, but as close as you can get, do that. The other thing too is like, it's kind of like you can just do things where it's like, in his case with accounting, like, okay, call every damn accountant you can literally just go talk to an accountant. Like, and so if you're building something, if it's been more than a week and you haven't talked to a customer, you're doing it wrong. And I would even say a day. Like I look at my calendar and I make customer calls green in my calendar, green for money, but anyways, green. And so if my calendar's not green enough in a week, I fix it.
I think we had a little bit of a different experience in that we spent about 1.5 years doing like regulatory work and automation work before we sold. So I don't know, your mileage may vary. Now we do a lot of selling, but yeah, I think it's important to get an increasing number of customers, but you can do that in a lot of different ways. And generally speaking, probably talking to customers is a good thing.
Kudos for that conviction for 1.5 years to build. That's amazing. How did you identify the problem? I'm like so curious.
Oh, Charles, are we good on time or what?
I think
we're probably not, but we'll talk after.
We don't have another session after this one, and I see people still sitting in seats, so I think this is a great learning opportunity. Certainly I'm learning. Alex?
Sorry, what was it?
It was actually the question was, how did you have the conviction to build for 1.5 years and know this problem existed?
Yeah, so I think in our case, I think PMF actually only came like after we started selling too, in the truest sense of the word. I don't know. I mean, we had a thesis. It's very expensive to do what we did. We had to like, spend many tens of millions of dollars to like even get any regulatory structures in place that were relevant. And you can't just, in financial services or financial infrastructure, you can't really just like sell things without that like infrastructure in place. So, I mean, looking at it now, I guess like, because there's like a big inflection point where suddenly the revenue starts going up. It looks like it's very easy and there was like a top-down thesis, but did someone say something? Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I think like sometimes you just get a good feeling, and sometimes you need to go with the feeling more than anything else, I guess.
Okay,
Alex,
great.
go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't have questions.
Okay, well, I think we are over time, and we have, thank you to the audience for the patience and listening and for the questions, and we will wrap it up now. Yeah. And most of all, thank you to the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And, I will say just a few words, and thank you so much for all the panel speakers. And fortunately, we are the investor of all 3 fast-growing companies. Right, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for your sharing. Thank you, thank you. And with that, I think we conclude our conference. And thank you so much for your support, staying so late. And I want to give a big round of applause to our speakers, fantastic speakers, and the fellows, and also founders, right, and the volunteers as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. And after this, if you guys can, all the people are invited to our happy hour, which happens in maybe 40 minutes. Maybe about 40 minutes at 5 p.m. So then in the courtyard, then you got more time to mingle with other friends. So then we should end with this conference with a happy hour, right? So thank you so much again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.